Good afternoon and welcome to a glorious Sixways Stadium here in Worcester for today's British University's finals day. First up, just on the coin toss at the moment, we have the National Division 1 final between Leeds Beckett Carnegie and the Portsmouth Destroyers. I'm joined again, I'm Matt Walker, and I'm joined again by my colleague George Lees. Afternoon, George.
How you doing, Matt?
I'm very well, thank you. Excited again for a great day's football action. This production this afternoon comes to you courtesy of double coverage, but also OnSide Productions. And we're just awaiting the coin toss in the middle. The weather is set fair today. Should have a great afternoon's football between these two outfits. And then later on, kickoff for this one's 12 o'clock upcoming. And then later on this afternoon at 4 o'clock, we have the National Premiership final.
To defer. Put the ball at this end.
There we go. So just handing over to the referee there after the coin toss. So the coin toss is complete. As I was saying, this is the appetizer, if you like, to this afternoon's Premiership final at 4 o'clock between the Stirling Clansmen and the Durham Saints, which all the pundits are saying should be a really, really close affair. But first we'll turn our attention to this one. Portsmouth Destroyers, Leeds Beckett Carnegie. Portsmouth are playing in their white kit and Leeds Beckett are in the purple, the dark outfits today. So, Leeds Beckett will be kicking off, which means the Destroyers offense will take to the field first. And amongst some of the players to look out for Portsmouth this afternoon, we have a numerous amount of stars, including quarterback Mike Thomas, who should be leading the Destroyers out. Had a fantastic season. See what he can put together on the first drive. So, George, what do you think we can expect from these two outfits? Do they play a similar style of football, or?
No. Looking at what we've seen so far, it's very different styles. Completely different styles. Leeds play completely different to everybody else. They play sort of a double wing style system. Portsmouth play a very similar sort of spread, fly sort of formation that you see around the league.
Okay, so here we go with the opening kickoff. As I say, Beckett set to kick off. Number 22, Fred Idiong with the kickoff, and it's booted deep inside the 10, and it's fumbled. There's an initial muff of the kickoff, but it's picked up, and now sometimes those plays can go big, but that's covered pretty well by Leeds, and Portsmouth will take over for their first possession of the afternoon on around about the 18-yard line.
I think before we get any further into the game, we should probably wish all the mothers watching at home a happy Mother's Day.
Indeed, absolutely.
As we've been allowed out today.
Absolutely. So, 1st and 10 Portsmouth. Say there's ball spotted at the 22-yard line. Mike Thomas at quarterback. Spread formation. And initially the ball is pitched to the left, where it's an excellent, good contact at the end of the play. Gain of around 8 yards. Where number 3, Collins Iguavian, picks up the ball. It's a nice positive start on first down, George.
Yeah, very good start for Portsmouth. They'll be happy with that. Get a nice solid ground game going first before they attempt any passes. So 2nd and 3. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Pistol formation again. The ball once again is handed off up the middle, and that's going to be tripped up just short of a first down, depending on the spot. Now, interestingly, for the new season coming up, if you have had a look at the double coverage website, tripping is now against the law. Obviously, it's not been brought into effect for this game, but it has been brought in for the upcoming BAFA season.
Okay, so it is indeed third down, 3rd and inches. You would have thought with the success that they had on 1st and 2nd down, this would be another run to the tailback. Again, 2 receivers to the left this time, 1 to the right. Pistol formation. Ball is snapped, and indeed, ball is handed up the middle, and the first down is secured.
Another solid gain there.
Pickup of 5 on the play. It's just what you want from your offense on the first possession. Get the ground game going, and then hopefully loosen up the defense from there. So perfect conditions as I suggested for the game this afternoon. So as much as Portsmouth have come out running the ball, we should hope to see a little bit of diversity from the Destroyers offense. First down on their own 40-yard line. Thomas back to pass. He looks to the left. He's got a man, but it's just a little too high. Little too high for Nicholas Wilson, who has to climb the ladder, but unfortunately the coverage is quite tight again from Leeds, which will bring up second down. So during this afternoon's games, we'll try and provide you with obviously the play-by-play on the game, but also a little bit more about all the clubs playing and keep you in touch with the other game that's going on around the country today, which is the Division 2 final, as the Destroyers hand the ball up the middle again to Collins.
Not much of a gain there, 1 or 2 yards falling forwards.
Must also apologise this afternoon if we do get any pronunciations wrong. Obviously, we have the rosters up here, but we get those at quite a late stage, so our rehearsal time in terms of name pronunciation isn't always the best. So, all being well, later on you will be able to get in touch with us via various media outlets. So if you do hear that we're mispronouncing anything incorrectly, then please let us know. So 3rd and 9, back to the air again, Thomas, and it is incomplete. Little bit of pressure, not too much. Had quite a nice pocket there to drop back, so maybe rush that a little bit. So on comes the punt unit. After a promising first set of plays where they pick up that first down, the Leeds defence solidifies a little and forces the Destroyers to punt from inside their own territory. So the punt goes up. It's a nice spiralling kick into space, and that doesn't look like it's going to be returned, and that's a pretty good change of possessions as far as the Destroyers are concerned. So it will be Leeds ball, and they will start from their own 20-yard line. So here we go. Leeds' first possession of the afternoon. As George was saying, this is a slightly different style of offense to what some of you may be used to, unless you've been following the university game this year. 2 receivers at the right, 1 at the left. But that's kept very close, and the ball's taken up the middle for a minimal gain. Obviously, Portsmouth would have watched plenty of tape on Leeds and have a real good idea how to nullify this Leeds attack. So actually, after a play that didn't seem to gain much, it's quite a solid gain on first down, picking up 3. Quarterback Chris Winrow in for Leeds. Again, 2 to the right, 1 to the left, but you kind of think this ball is going to be kept, and it is. The ball goes straight up the middle up to number 34.
Spencer Hind. Spencer Hind also plays on the defense, playing linebacker.
So what sort of characteristics does this wing formation, this wing offense sort of bring, George?
What characteristics? Heavy run.
Okay.
Heavy run. Usually a big solid unit. Looking at number 73 there from behind, that's Chris Jones, their centre. What you find is they tend to wear people down, and then that's how they win. Obviously they've beaten both Sheffield Hallam and Uni of, both seriously strong contenders to get here today. They beat those in the quarters and the semis, so clearly it works.
So you can see how Portsmouth are really sort of
stacking
the line, but even with that big defensive front there from the Destroyers.
14, Christopher Winrow again.
Indeed, so that's quarterback design keeper on that play. And obviously, George, people out there may not know, you're the head coach for the Nottingham Caesars Juniors, and I know in the time when I used to coach, we'd come up against a variety of teams who would run this style of offense.
Sheffield
particularly. What can you do as a defensive coordinator? How do you stop this wing attack?
Well, there's 2 ways. You can either hit the right holes, forming a wedge on your defense, or you cut them. That's the simple thing. You try and cause a train wreck and try and stuff them up.
45, Raf Chisholm runs laterally to the right, and he's then stopped for a very short gain on first down.
I mean, the advantage, if you're a defence, if you do manage to cut, say the centre, for example, number 73 in front of us, a real unit, if you can cut him and bring him to the ground, it's a huge pile-up, and it stuffs anything up the middle almost immediately.
And from an offensive perspective, is it an option offense? Does the quarterback sort of read where the D is, or is it are the plays specifically tailored to go to a particular back on each play?
It depends. It depends what the offensive coordinator wants to run it and how. There is certainly potential to run an offensive sort of style. See what they come out with this time around. Sorry, yes.
Okay. So once again, bottled up nicely there by the Destroyers defense. A gain of nothing, in fact. So that'll be third down and 8.
See, that was an example there of they're wedging the right holes and just completely stuffed it up.
So a similar sequence, really, to the Destroyers' first series. Beckett appeared to gain their first down with ease, and then the first 2 plays of their second set of 4 downs. They seem to be struggling, whether or not Portsmouth are adapting. We'll see what happens here on 3rd and 8. Winrow under centre. Once again, Hans flicks the ball back, and there's a nice block on the edge. Beautiful block by Spencer Hind to release Raf Chisholm for a big gain and a first down for Leeds.
So interestingly enough, it's quite a fitting style to be playing in a rugby stadium. As we saw earlier on from Chris Winrow's run up the middle, very much like a scrum, or a maul would be a better example. Straight up the middle, the whole line moving forward at the same time. But an advantage for Leeds, if you do manage to get a look at the sideline this afternoon, Portsmouth have a squad of about 53, Leeds have a squad of 26. So by keeping it quite contained, their receivers aren't running up and down all day, keeping them fairly fresh, particularly when you've got players playing both sides of the ball.
Absolutely. Outstanding play made there by Gavin Alexis Ebanks on the defence there from the D end, cutting down Chisholm before he really got any momentum going. A gain of 0 on the play. Perfect day for football, really. Obviously, the surface here at Sixways is never really going to be an issue, as it's a beautifully lush artificial surface. So,
coconut underneath, I believe, as we've discussed today.
Coconut-based, by all accounts. The next generation in playing surface. Winrow under quarterback. Oh, looked to be a false start there. False start by Leeds.
Or will it be a neutral zone infraction?
No, it did look to be Stephen Holmes, number 75, who went a little early. Indeed, that's the call from the officials. So that will march Leeds Beckett back to bring up 2nd and 15.
Yeah, just going back to the weather briefly. You know, sun's out, sun's shining. So I hope you're all watching the stream while having a nice barbecue somewhere. But the sun is out, so if you are going in the wrong direction, the sun does glare in this stadium because both end stands are quite low.
2nd and 15. Winrow again, threatening blitz, and there's another flag on the play. It appears that that's going to be false start once again. And the way that the Portsmouth are threatening the blitz every play, they seem to be. They get the linebackers jumping up towards the line of scrimmage, which obviously.
To the snap. False start. Number 45. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
So that's Chisholm that time. Unfortunately, jumping a little early. I know, again, harping back to you being a head coach. False start penalties, particularly from the skill positions, something that's a real bugbear when you're watching the ball.
Yeah, I mean, the line, you know, whilst I don't like to forgive anyone for a false start penalty, the line, you know, skill positions should never false start.
Winrow back to pass, got a man over the middle, and great play there. Number 22 for the Destroyers, Jordan Wetherall. Jordan is somebody that we've been told to keep an eye on today by the Portsmouth coaches. Jordan playing safety there, the ball hawk over the middle, and that will bring up a long 3rd and 20 for Leeds. First time we've seen them attempt to pass.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly enough, speaking to Leeds' coach, Dale, about the Uniov game, Uniov were predicted to absolutely annihilate them. They won it in overtime by a point. you know, they went for it. He said they went for it on 4 every time. And
sorry, George. Winrow back to pass. He's got a man over the middle, but again, he throws that beyond the reach of his receiver, Tyler Broad. And a promising first drive for Leeds, again, results in 2 false starts, marching them back, and they'll punt the ball back to the Destroyers. You mentioned earlier on about the size of squads. Now, you would think, particularly on a day like today where it's going to get hot, where we've just kicked off at lunchtime, it's forecast to be one of the warmer days of the year so far. British summertime has begun today, so you would think it would take its toll. But having said that, it's obviously not been too much of an issue for Leeds getting to this point, where I'm sure they'd have played against bigger squads. Oh, just interrupting myself. The ball is snapped ever so high, and it's a fumble. He does manage to get the kick off, but back to about the original line of scrimmage, where it's fielded.
It's a big hit from Lindsay Code there to stuff that play up.
Jordan Wetherill, number 22, did manage to field the ball and take it back into Leeds territory, and the Destroyers will start the next drive from the Beckett 40-yard line. Yeah, so as I was saying, it doesn't seem they're obviously used to. They must have a conditioning level which allows them to.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the sort of benefit of playing this double wing style football. Everything's so contained, so you've only really got the running backs doing any work. Your receivers, as you've seen, they had 7 plays, 8 plays,
sure.
Threw it once, threw it twice.
So Thomas with the ball, it looks like an option play, which he's electing to keep, and he's tucked it, and he just slips on the turf after picking up about 8 yards. But you could see there, he'd got his runner, he'd got Collins outside him, number 3, and he was there for the option.
Yeah, it was a good read to take it by himself. Interestingly enough, going back to the turf, I know that Leeds have played on a lot of 3G this year. Speaking to a couple of the Portsmouth players, they haven't really had a home ground. And this surface does get a little bit of, it takes a little bit of time to get used to. It is quite slick underfoot.
So 2nd and 2, Thomas with the ball, hands it up the middle. And he drives the pile forward with help from a couple of his mates. Collins gets the first down. I think as long as nobody minds too much, I will refer to the Portsmouth halfback as Collins for the afternoon. Collins obviously being his first name. But a good positive couple of run plays again from the Destroyers. Mike Thomas, a real tall, rangy sort of quarterback. You could see immediately on that first down play where he took that ball and made the decision to run himself very quickly. Ball under one arm. So here we go, 1st and 10, just outside the red zone. Collins looks out to pass, he's got a man, completes the ball over the middle, breaks the tackle. Joseph Salula with the completion, picks up a gain of 6, brings up a nice manageable 2nd and 4 for the Destroyers. So the chances are, if you're tuning in today, you're either a real fan of the sport itself or you're a follower of one of these 2 teams today. If you are watching the game for the first time, we'll try and bring you up to speed with how things work a little bit as Thomas takes the ball, and it's a keeper that time, read option, and it steps out to 2 tackles. He's still on his feet, and he manages to get very close to the line of scrimmage.
He's got dancing feet.
Coming to a ballroom near you, maybe. We have an injury on the field. Can't get a number right now, but we're at a Leeds.
He's up. He's all right. 34, I think he just took a shot to the groin.
Spencer Hind, who you mentioned plays both ways. A bit of Ironman football for Spencer. And that will be one of the issues. Attrition, if you're playing both sides of the ball and you've got a small squad. That will become a factor in the heat. And actually, Spencer, sorry.
He has been subbed out.
Yeah,
just give him a breather.
Spencer Hind does make his way to the sideline. So it is 1st down inside the red zone now for Portsmouth. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Same formation, the Thistle formation with Thomas. Thomas there pitches the ball. There's the option. And Collins has the ball on the outside. He makes one man miss. Runs into the back of his own player, but does get about 2 yards shy of the 1st down. The Portsmouth offense seems to be coming to life with just over a minute and a half left in the 1st period.
Yeah, speaking to a number of people at Portsmouth, if you look back through the season, their offense wasn't really that outstanding. Their defense was solid. The defense is what's got them to this point in the year. Speaking to 1 or 2 people, they've said their offense has really come on in the postseason. So it's really come to life at the right time. So
Collins and Thomas in the backfield again. 3 receivers are Jameson, as Collins takes it up the middle, untouched, into the end zone for the first score of the afternoon. So, Portsmouth Destroyers take the ball 40 yards, one pass, the rest run plays, and Collins jogs in untouched for the first score to the Destroyers.
Yeah, that was good work on the offensive line there for Portsmouth. Not even being touched at all as he breaks through, and it's, you know, getting close to a goal line sort of position.
On to attempt the extra point is Nicholas Wilson. Harold Sventnikas holding. Snap is down, ball is up, and the kick is...
Good.
Good. Well executed extra point there by the Destroyers. So a little bit, while we have this natural break in play, waiting for the kick-off, a little bit about the Destroyers. They've come a long way and achieved a great amount in their limited time in the league. They were founded in 2006 and won their first national title in 2011. The club was placed in the third tier at the split of the 2014-15 season, so way down, and they've worked back towards this top tier of football ever since. They are currently, and this is actually quite impressive, they're on a current unbeaten run dating back to November 2015. And obviously this year have been promoted, and we'll look to continue that unbeaten form both today.
And that's what's remarkable about it, is that they've stepped up into another division.
Yep.
Not only have they got to this position, but they've done it without losing a game.
That's right, absolutely. So it's one thing to make a final, but to go through the entire season unbeaten and to sustain that since 2015, not just this season, is remarkable. Yeah. So, Portsmouth look to kick off. Nicholas Wilson again puts the ball up in the air. It's a nice high hanging kick, short, up to about the 20-yard line, fielded by Chris Home. And he breaks the tackle, he's still on his feet, steps back in field, misses two, makes another man miss, and he's finally brought to the floor by Alex Dorr, just over midfield. Nice return. Yeah,
very strong runner there. If it takes three guys to take you down, then we know where the threat's going to be on this Assassin's offense today.
So Chris Home obviously was in on the first series for Beckett. He's returned that kick, and he remains on the field for this second series for Leeds. So first down on the Portsmouth 48-yard line. Winrow in at quarterback again. Chris Home in the backfield, along with Spencer Hind. Stuffed, nothing doing there at all. Number 53 for the Destroyers, Harry Blake, hits the hole hard, and in fact may have... No, they've brought it back to the original line of scrimmage, so a gain of none on the play. But we're really well stacked. Of course, the danger, obviously, from a defensive point of view, is if you key on the run too much, your safeties, DBs come up too much, and you...
Yeah, if you start smothering the line of scrimmage, of course, there's always that option.
And if you look at the moment, we have nobody on the Portsmouth defence any further than 10 yards off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, they've started to mug already, and it's just perfect.
Winrow keeps the ball himself, and there it is. There's the gap, and there's no safety at home. Winrow at the 10, at the 5, he stays on his feet, and he scampers in for the touchdown.
And there you go. So, you're looking at two things there. If you're smothering the line of scrimmage like that, obviously, you've got a huge opportunity for a broken run. There's nobody there to stop them. But also, and you look at the corners, the cornerbacks aren't that far off the receivers. There is a clear opportunity to just drop that ball over the top, go for a 50-50 ball, and hope your receiver wins it.
And I suppose, again, if all your offense, I mean, basically, if you look at the field, it's 11 on 11. And if all your 11 men on offense pick up their man on defense, and you've got no one in that safety position, one broken tackle, and we're away, as we just proved there.
Absolutely.
So they stay, Winrow and the offense in for the extra point, try and double it up. Winrow keeps the ball again, goes to the right, but he is stacked up that time by the Portsmouth D. So the score coming towards the end of the first quarter is the Portsmouth Destroyers 7, Leeds Beckett Carnegie 6.
So we score 1, you score 1. I think that's how it's going to be today, looking at it.
Well, it's very much mirrored, hasn't it? First offensive series for both teams, sort of picked up a first down and then stalled a little. And then the second offensive series really relying heavily on the run, that one pass from the Destroyers to Salula, but other than that, it's keep the ball on the ground. And yeah, you're right. Interesting little story. Obviously, George and I have both been involved in football for quite a while in the UK, both from Nottingham as the OnSide team here, bringing you the production today in association with Double Coverage and EP Sports. This OnSide team from Nottingham. I'm just looking at the field now. We've got number 45 on the kick return team for Portsmouth. Connor Crofts, one of our very own, who started life playing for the Caesars Juniors. As the Destroyers field the ball inside the 5-yard line. And Ben Mayers takes it up across the 25 to about the 26-yard line, where Portsmouth will take over. Yeah, just going back to Connor, it's lovely to see from our point of view when, and I know a lot of our ex-players who started with the Nottingham Caesars Juniors have gone on to either play at senior level in the UK game or currently playing in universities around the country. I managed to hook up and have a chat with Connor during the week, and he was really excited about this opportunity and the way that the Portsmouth programme was actually running. And like you say, the unbeaten run and getting into that Premiership South next year to try and extend that record. So Thomas in at quarterback again. Collins alongside him, drops back to pass straight away this time. Got a man over the middle down the seam, and that's number 12 for the Destroyers, Robert Jameson. 3 receivers on the field at the moment for the Destroyers. We've got a break by the officials, and I think that will be the end of the first quarter.
That's a quick quarter, obviously, with them running the ball.
Absolutely.
The clock's never stopping.
Test. Come to the end of the first quarter, as you said, George. When the ball is kept on the floor, those new to the game, if the more passes that occur in a game, the more likely the ball is to drop and hit the floor if it's incomplete, and with that the play stops. But obviously if both offenses are running the ball, then the play will continue to tick over. So we'll kick off the second quarter with the Destroyers in possession on their own 42-yard line with the score Portsmouth 7, Leeds 6. So second quarter start, second quarter action just about to get underway with Thomas in at quarterback. New halfback in play. And delay, a little bit of a delay there. Looks like being Jordan Weatherall in at halfback for this start of this second quarter. Nick Wilson, receiver on the left. We've got Leslie Kwesi, receiver on the right. Just a little bit of a personnel issue on the offensive line for Portsmouth, as Callum Kent jogs on the field to take his position on the left side of the line. So here we go. Thomas at quarterbacks, trips to the right this time. Looks like another option play. Pitches the ball out to Weatherall. It's not Weatherall, my mistake. It's number 32. Oh, number 32 takes a hit, stays on his feet. Flag's thrown by the official. I would have thought that would be for a high tackle, but number 32, Ben Mayers, with the carry, and a nice pickup if the play holds, which I think it will, because I think that will be a defensive penalty. Let's listen to the ref.
During the play, illegal block in the back. Number 12 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, still first down.
So unfortunately, Mayers' run is negated by that illegal block in the back. I saw the flag come out just as Mayers was hit with almost a half clothesline, but the referees obviously picked something up which enabled Mayers to get that much space.
Sounds like a happy official though, doesn't he?
Sounds like
a happy official.
He does indeed, he does, and it's important to enjoy your work. So remains first down. Thomas at quarterback. Little receiver screen, bubble screen. And Joe Salula again with the pickup. Picks up 6 yards on first down.
Nice little gain there. It did look like that pass was a bit overthrown, but Salula managed to get on the end of it.
And there's almost a little bit of a very much of a contrast between these two offenses, where it appears at the moment you know exactly what Leeds are going to do, but can you stop them? Portsmouth do appear to be mixing up a little bit. They've used the the QB read, they've used an option play, they've used that little bubble screen, they've run the ball up the middle, pass over the middle. So the nice variety and nice balance to the Portsmouth offense. Trips to the right this time. Oh, and that looks like an encroachment. There is a flag on the play. Pitch again to Mayers. Mayers is stood up at the line of scrimmage.
I think it is likely to be an offside.
Yeah. Neutral zone infraction.
Offside. Defense, number 73, 5-yard penalty, results in a first down.
So indeed, a defensive penalty there against Leeds, jumping too early. That's something that's often overlooked when you're thinking about the offense and assignments and making sure everyone's in the right position. For a team to really use that cadence and to use that snap count as a strategic weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Leeds there were, within 5 yards of the line, the first down marker, and with that offside penalty being a free play and 5 yards anyway, that's a first down. Either way you look at it. If they do throw a pick, really as a quarterback, if you're smart enough to read it, you want to have a receiver or some call for your receivers just to launch down the field.
Some hot route, yeah.
And drop a deep one.
A lot to think about, though. Thomas on that play on first down, looking for Joe Salula again, but overthrew him significantly. In fact, at one point, I thought number 22 for Leeds, Fred Ediong, was about to pick that off. Anyway, Thomas again with the ball, hands off to Myers. Nice step, but covered very well.
Yeah, nice coverage there.
Very well.
Number 54 there, Carl Del Rosiario.
So once again, Portsmouth appeared to be picking up good yardage, and then Stall brings up a big 3rd and 10. And this is always a dilemma, particularly from this position in the field. 3rd and 10 is usually a passing down, but you've got to then think, if you don't get there, you bring up 4th down. Do you punt? Do you go for it? What do you do with the fact that Thomas looks for another screen to the right this time? Salula breaks 2 tackles, and he's got the first down, and he's pushed out of bounds just before the 20-yard line. So once again, that variety of play calling by the Portsmouth Destroyers is keeping the Leeds defence on its toes.
Yeah, so you don't need to worry about it now in that situation. But, you're getting towards that range where you might be able to put a kick through the post, go for a field goal, or do you go for it on 4th? Yeah.
Well, with that initial extra point that we saw Portsmouth come on and attempt to make, it looks like a well-drilled unit, so a field goal may well be in the arsenal for the Destroyers this afternoon, should that decision face them. So we've got first down. Trips to the left this time. Salula in the middle. Still got Mayers in the backfield behind Thomas. Thomas, again, looks for an option play, holds that D-end and decides to take it himself. The D-end there stayed at home rather than crashing down the quarterback. So in that particular situation, pitching the ball to Mayer might have been a bit of a car crash play.
Yes. So, obviously, Portsmouth coming out in trips there. If you look at the middle receiver, the middle slot receiver, he's completely uncovered.
Salula, yeah.
No corner on him. Obviously, they're going to pick him up with a safety, you'd have thought. But nobody lined up directly on him.
That's the one difference between the Leeds defence and the Portsmouth defence, is that they do have a deep safety there, and the ball's thrown over the middle by Thomas. And
can't be dropping that.
Maybe didn't lead the receiver, but Leslie Kwesi really should have brought that one down, even if it had just caught the ball and finished where he ended up catching it, rather than making any yak yardage.
Do you want to explain what yak is to those people that are thinking it's a Chinese cow?
Yak basically just stands for yards after the catch. So obviously, whenever you catch the ball, you're looking to gain extra yardage. 3rd and 5 for Portsmouth. Thomas, there was a hint of offside on the outside here. Thomas looks to pitch. Pitch it, and I think that may be a live football, because it was a backwards pitch and play stopped for a moment, and then the Leeds defence realised, the defender Alex Humphrey realised that in fact that was a pitch backwards and that was a live ball rather than an incomplete pass. Although there is a flag down by the 20-yard line.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it is.
But play did sort of momentarily stop there, almost a bit of a Twilight Zone occurrence there, as the ball was knocked to the ground and immediately everyone assumed incomplete pass.
Yeah, nice little basketball style steal there.
Yeah. Not necessarily the right decision from Thomas, though.
No. Maybe a point guard in the making.
So the flag's been waved off by all accounts. The flag has been waved off, so the play will stand. So when Portsmouth were in field goal range, and we talked about their unit maybe being able to put points on the board for them, they now find themselves back in their own half on defence with that dangerous, rampaging Leeds Beckett offence about to take the field.
Yeah, and it looked like they had had something really going there. Obviously within sort of 30 yards of getting that touchdown.
So Winrow at quarterback. Chris Home. Winrow keeps the ball again, and he's
nice
snaggled. And there's a flag there, though. That might be a horse collar. Maybe it had the hint, the way the runner went down, of a bit of a horse collar tackle from the back, but the official in the middle of the field in the safety position almost threw that flag from a long way away. Let's see what the call is. Here we go.
Personal foul. 55, face cage, 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic first down.
So he did go down awkwardly. My assumption was correct, but it was the front side of his body rather than the back side of him. The face cage instead of a horse collar tackle being where you grab the shoulder pad around the neck area and drag the runner down that way. Anytime a runner goes down awkwardly, it's more than likely due to the fact that a defender has grabbed a piece of equipment they shouldn't have done.
Yes.
So after that fumble recovery and then that penalty, Leeds find themselves inside the 30-yard line with Winrow at quarterback. Chris Home picks the ball up, and he has space around the outside. Nice block given, still in bounds, and goes out of play shy of a first down, but the 20-yard line.
We should say, from the defender's perspective, that sometimes a face mask just happens. You never intentionally go for it, but in the heat of the moment, or as a receiver comes across and you go the other direction, you just reach out and try and grab what you can.
You do tend to, in that sort of situation there, you're right, you never intentionally go for it, but then there are certain players that may well hang on a little longer than they should when they have got hold of it. But it's very difficult in the melee of everything that's going on. Anyway, first down has been given as a result of that play, so when we're at quarterback again, Chris Home and Hind in the backfield. Also, offensive line pointing something out, and that looks like being a false start against the offense, signalled by the line official on this side. Illegal procedure penalty of some description is coming up by the looks of things. Been quite a few penalties in this first couple of quarters. Now, whether that's nerves being in the final, or because obviously both experienced units.
Yeah, we actually managed to collar one of the officials in the lift, of all places, who happens to see what they call false start. Yeah, who's happened to officiate Portsmouth in the past. He says they're a fairly clean team.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, again, there's not been anything particularly, unsportsmanlike penalties.
No,
other than that face match, they've been procedural penalties.
Yeah.
They've been sort of disciplinary, false starts, and that could come down to nerves, adrenaline, whatever it may well do. Anyway, pick it up again, 1st and 15 Leeds on the Portsmouth 25. Winrow at quarterback. Keeps the ball himself this time again on the same play he scored from, and it's very much at the moment, it's not...
Oh, a little bit there we go. There's the unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, number 55 again, who was called for that face mask penalty. Ed Coppo maybe feeling a little bit frustrated at the moment, the way that this series is going, and particularly the last series ended up for Portsmouth. But yeah, as I was saying, not to take anything away from the effectiveness of the offence of Leeds, but from a spectator point of view, it does very much seem to be that either the quarterback keeper, Chris Home, sweeping round to the right or left, or Hind almost down on a trap play somewhere. But so
it's not the most exciting style of football unless there's a breakout.
Yeah, as we saw on Winrow's initial touchdown. So 2nd and 11 after a pick up of 4. Winrow again keeps the ball, exactly the same play, and again he picks his way through, picks up 10 yards to bring up 3rd and 2 just outside the 10.
You see that's looking at it again, you're just running behind big guys.
Yeah.
Defense can't get around them, and you just wiggle your way through the holes.
And the more that this, I remember coaching against this style of play when you said against Sheffield, and the more that you can't stop it, the more frustrated you get, and from a defensive standpoint.
And the more mistakes you start making.
Exactly.
And the harder it gets.
And obviously that's what Leeds were relying on. It's the job of the Portsmouth coaches to keep that discipline. And again, Wimrow, exactly the same play, follows his man, nobody there, and Wimrow's in for the second score of the day, his second score of the day, to take Leeds 12-6 ahead. 5.5 minutes left in the first half. This one has flown by because that ball has been on the ground so much.
But you know, that face mask obviously accounting for 15 yards moving downfield, that frustration that the defence starts to build really helps their offence. Particularly going back again at their squad size, they've got 26 players down today, speaking to their coach. Every 15 yards that they're getting for free is 15 yards less their players have to work.
Indeed, and again,
and in a war of attrition,
when you've got that small squad, like you say, there's not, on those particular players that are being run, there's not a massive energy being expelled by any player. Very efficient in terms of that. Winrow hands the ball off to Chris Home on the left-hand side. He cuts back and he's in for the 2-point conversion. Is he? Yes, he is.
Given it, yeah.
There's a signal. Yeah. So with 5:47 left in the second quarter.
Yeah, I mean, Leeds are playing how they know. You know, they've played like this all season. You know, speaking to Dale, they had 40 guys sign up at the start of the year. Throughout the season, they've had up to 27. Obviously, today they've got 26. You know, they know they've not got the numbers some universities have. You look at, well, Stirling have just turned up.
Sure.
They've got
taken up half the stand.
Yes. Yeah. You know, you look at Portsmouth, obviously, 50, 51, 52, 53 guys.
Yep.
They have not got a big squad. You know, bearing in mind you've got 11 guys both sides of the ball.
It's very much like, isn't it? It's very much like, and I know we're talking American football today, it's very much like the Six Nations rugby that's just gone on, and Italy came to Twickenham to play England, and everybody thought that England were going to round up 60, 70 points. And Italy played to their strengths. Yep. They exploited the rules, they played to their strengths, and they made it really difficult. And Salula on the return, though, this time. Salula beats 3 men, and he brings it back to midfield, and he's taken out of play
at about the 47,
48-yard line of Leeds. So, yeah, a little bit about Leeds then. Leeds themselves, founded in 2009, and they're proud to be able to boast that they've had a winning record in every season that they've been in existence, thanks to the strong leadership and coaching of previous head coach Paul Wake. It's noted here that the original players, those from the first season, should take a lot of credit for helping build the foundations of the current programme that you see out on the field today. So both these programmes relatively new in terms of the game, as Thomas takes the ball again, and others. Oh, not a great pass that time. Salula looking for that receiver bubble screen again, but
you see Salula being in that position he was in the trips formation, completely uncovered.
Nobody covering.
If you've got a safety covering, that's great on a deep play. That short screen, if you can't get behind that screen or fight your way through it, he's going to make yards, as long as he gets the grab, of course.
Absolutely. Thomas there really didn't put everything into that throw. He kind of just whipped that down with his arm, and as a result it ended up at Salula's laces. But anyway, 2nd and 10, Salula again. Thomas again, keeps the ball this time. Number 27 on the Leeds defence, completely foxed where that ball was, followed the runner up the middle, and as a result, Thomas manages to pick up 8 yards. So, after that pickup of 7, we've got 3rd and 4, maybe 3-4. Thomas again. Salula and Jameson down to the left. Here's that option play again, and the DN does hold, and Thomas manages to spin inside and get close to the first down. He does look to be short from where the ball's being spotted, which will be a really interesting decision. It'll be 4th and inches.
Be interesting to see if they go for it at this point.
I think with the way that the Leeds offence are running the ball, I don't think at this stage, particularly with 4 minutes left in the half, I think, well, it is a difficult call, but at the same time, Portsmouth need to be confident enough in themselves that they can pick up this yardage, and the fact that they're struggling at the moment to stop that Leeds attack.
It does look like they're going for it.
So again, same formation, Thomas in the backfield. Maybe they look to make the Leeds defence jump with a snap count. And there is what's flag on the play. So the fact, I know we're struggling to hear the referee at the moment, but the fact they have taken that delay of game penalty suggests that they were trying to draw the Leeds defence offside.
Yeah, but it takes a disciplined defence to avoid jumping, particularly being a defensive player myself at one point or another back in the day.
Long time ago.
It wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't. So Nick Wilson on to punt for Portsmouth, just counts up his numbers. Tyler Broad back for Leeds. Nice snap, fielded, and it's a little bit of a pooch kick, which hopefully it takes a lovely Portsmouth bounce, and they down it inside the 5 at about the 1 yard line. Just about the perfect punt there for Portsmouth. Perfect punt for Portsmouth.
Say that 3 times over.
I think that's known as alliteration.
Alliteration. Yeah.
So at least
You're a PE teacher.
With 3 minutes 55 left in the half, the Destroyers have asked the Leeds offence, can you drive 99 yards on us?
Yeah, and Leeds will come out and answer that. But, we've seen Portsmouth get a couple tackles for losses if they manage to claw their way into the backfield to stuff it. So, could we see a safety here?
Again, depends how aggressive Portsmouth are feeling and whether or not then that they've just missed that one block which springs Winrow or Chris Home or Hind. Because at the moment, like you say, they just seem to be barreling after their linemen and then emerging in the daylight. So here we go, first down.
Interestingly put. Oh,
and it's Winrow again. Yeah, Winrow gets some breathing space out to the 7 yard line.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit to play with now. Not much, but a little. Interestingly, Portsmouth still not coming out with a deep safety.
No.
Choosing to play their safety in the box.
From a coaching point of view now as well, with 3 minutes 20 on the clock and obviously every play taking around about half a minute, Leeds realistically are probably looking, if they can break a play and go in by 2 scores up at the half, great. As Winrow keeps the ball again, and there he is. He's still on his feet.
Better tackling that time though.
Yep. But it is enough for a first down, I believe. So as I was saying, I think it's a bonus score if Leeds get in, and they'll just be looking to think, hey, if we can go in at half-time, 14-7 ahead. They've only stopped us on 1 series so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leeds will be receiving the ball first in the second half as well. So it's looking good at this stage for Leeds Beckett Carnegie to go from strength to strength. Under 3 minutes left now in this first period.
Obviously we've seen how much time they take, how much they're grinding out the clock. But it does give them advantage going into the second half. If they can get a score, great. If they can't, and they just eat the clock,
first down.
So be it.
Winrow outside to Chris Home,
and that's a tackle for a loss.
Great penetration by Jason Salormi that time. And if that had happened close to the goal line, that would have been a 2-point turnaround for the Destroyers. But nevertheless, timely. Looks more like a question mark on his jersey rather than a number 7.
Well. Yeah, it does, yeah. I think they need to go back to the printers with that one.
There we go. Once again, though, Leeds won't mind that too much. Second down, 15, but only 2 minutes left in the first half. And it does appear at this stage they are threatening to break any play at any time. Here we go again. Winrow surveys the defence. Whistle on the play. And that is a whistle on the... Stopped, I believe, for the 2-minute warning. Check the official. There we go. So it is just a 2-minute timeout. Not that the 2-minute warning in this particular form of the game means anything particular. We don't go to commercials or anything like that. It's just to signify that there are any...
Maybe we should just start making our own commercials.
Steve, commercials? Are we going to go for 2-minute commercials? No, not today.
Well, can we advertise the farm?
Here we go. Once again, 2nd and 15. Winrow, a lot of space to the left this time. They do run to the left. Winrow breaks one tackle, but he's snagged there quickly by 3 or 4 Portsmouth defenders.
That'll bring up 3rd down.
And now, I don't think any timeouts have yet been used. In fact, there is a timeout there by Portsmouth, I believe. Let's have a look. Let's see. One official came in waving his arm. Yeah, timeout called by the Destroyers. So, with 1:50 left and 3rd and 12, Portsmouth are thinking they may have one more crack at the ball if they can they can hold Leeds on this play. And who knows? The fact that Portsmouth are attacking with the sun behind them. They could have one last shot at the end zone before this half is up. Here we go then. 3rd and 13. Leeds Beckett, Winrow under centre. Up he comes, he turns, he gives the ball to Chris Home, who takes it wide to the left, and he has got a gap, and he could be, and he's got enough for the first down, so I think that will put pay to any hope of Portsmouth getting a further possession in this half.
Yeah, big game. And again, you see how many yards he's gained. I'm pretty sure Portsmouth knew they were going to run. That's what we've seen from them all day.
So, first down. Just the process now of running out the clock, I think, for Leeds, unless there's some sort of turnover. But obviously, with this style of offence, unless you can get some sort of monster hit on the ball carrier, not Chris Home this time. It was well taken, well covered that time by 56 for Port. Gavin Alexis Ebanks. No gain on the play. Portsmouth do take another timeout. So on first down where they stop Leeds, they have one timeout remaining, Portsmouth.
1 minute 18 left on the clock.
So Portsmouth's thinking here will be, if we can stop Leeds on this one for a loss or a pickup of maybe just 1 or 2, take our final timeout. They may get a punt return option, but then Leeds could just run that 4th down play and run out the clock anyway. So, clutching at straws a little bit as Winrow takes it straight up the middle and picks up 5 or so, well, picks up close to the first down. And obviously, for this offense to work, your quarterback in this style of offense isn't your prototypical drop back quarterback.
No, he's got to be tough. He's got to be rugged.
And is that the reason you run an offense like this? Because you haven't got somebody on your team who is that traditional drop-back pocket passer? Or, I mean, and not that Winrow may not be. I've not seen any evidence of that, obviously, today, as Chris Home gets the ball and immediately, but does get enough for the first down.
It's interesting. Obviously Leeds are running this in part, I'd have thought, because of the low numbers. But yes, there is. You sort of see this in lower level college games. This sort of offense, Div 2, Div 3, certainly Div 3, because you've not quite got the skill level there, the athleticism there to make the plays. But it is an effective offense, as we've seen today.
Absolutely, and a frustrating one. But
you look at the power bellies on that offensive line.
Absolutely,
that's why they're running it.
Absolutely. Chris Home again with the ball, off tackle to the left, stacked up, and that should be the half with 15 seconds on the clock and counting down. Winrow's making his way towards the sideline, as indeed all the Leeds team are, and I believe it will be at that point as the clock runs out. And we do have half-time in the Division 1 National Final with a score of Leeds Beckett Carnegie 14, Portsmouth Destroyers 7. We'll take a couple of minutes breather and we'll be back with you shortly to carry on our coverage. So, George, sum up that first half if you can.
Run, and a bit more run, I think. It was an interesting half, but I think that's exactly what we knew both teams were going to come out with. So no real surprises as of yet. Are we a little bit surprised Portsmouth didn't do better on defence? I think so. They've had a pretty solid defence all season so far. But again, this is an offence that not many people will come against ever until you play Leeds.
The first series of that second half will be telling. What adjustments now can the Portsmouth defence make if they can stop or at least slow down that Leeds offence on their first series of the second half? Then maybe the game takes new life for Portsmouth.
From a Portsmouth perspective, it's a catch-22. Do you play a deep safety, one deep safety, in case of those breakouts, and make that last-ditch tackle? That's where Leeds have won it both times. They've got those scores on a broken play. Or do you leave him in the box, hope that you don't miss a single tackle, which you'd like to as a defensive coordinator. That's what you'd like for your defense to do.
Sure.
But it's high risk, high reward, but high risk.
And equally as well, we kicked off at just after 12 o'clock. It's now 10 to 1.
Yep.
Ordinarily, a quarter takes around about 35 minutes.
Yep.
We've had a full half in 50 minutes.
It's impressive. It is impressive.
So anyway, here at Sixways, we're going to go and have a little drink, get
sausage
refreshed.
roll, I think.
Sausage rolls on the cards for half-time up here in the commentary booth. We hope you've enjoyed the first half, and we'll rejoin us in around about 10-15 minutes for the second half of the National Division 1 Britigh University's final, where the score is currently the Leeds Beckett Carnegie 14 and the Portsmouth Destroyers 7. We'll see you after the break.
Coaching is the best I've ever had.
The amount of effort they put into the sessions is phenomenal.
We're able to give a level of instruction that these players aren't typically used to.
Everything we already thought we previously knew, getting turned upside down.
This is Rich McGinnis, and this is the Pro Football Hall of Fame Academy. I spent the last 2 years with some of the great football minds in the country and asked them, what is it that we've got to tell our young athletes, both high school and youth, and how do we deliver it? So this is the result of that, with some great NFL coaches, some hungry athletes with a 3.5-day experience that I think will be second to none to these kids as far as kind of no one doing it like this.
Having Sam White, here, head coach, Chris Palmer, head coach, Chuck Bresnahan is a long-time defensive coordinator in the National Football League, a lot of ex-players. But I think at the end of the day, it's all about teaching. The kids learn how to listen, they learn how to take it in, and hopefully they become better football players after this camp.
So today the athletes checked in. They then did a great tour of the Hall of Fame, a guided tour to see some of the great athletes who played the game and hopefully got a little inspired.
But to be actually in the area where they've been and being in an area where they're actual worn jerseys and cleats and stuff, it's just amazing being a part of the history that they've been a part of.
When I first saw NFL Hall of Fame, I was like, whoa, they're contacting me. Yeah, we're gonna go to that because I'm getting a lot more insight than I ever have. I've been playing since first grade, and I feel like I'm really getting some knowledge here.
Yeah! Gotta get their fast shot. Yeah! Gotta get their fast shot!
Hello Britball Nation, and welcome to our live coverage from Sixways Stadium, Worcester. We at DC hope you're enjoying the stream and just wanted to take a moment of your time to ask you, the British American football community, for your support to make live events like this one happen all the more often. Over the past 6 months, we've made some big changes here at DC, not only updating and upgrading the site, but expanding the ways we cover the game, the amount of content we're able to bring you, and the different formats and events we're able to share with you all. So far as we're concerned, this is only the very beginning. We've got so many more plans of further ways we want to show off and add to the wonderful things going on in our sports community, but the reality is we're going to need your help to get there. We've gone from producing maybe 3 pieces of content per week to averaging about 3 pieces of original content a day during the height of the season, and even that's not truly enough to keep track of everything that's going on around our sport and our community. Everything we produce is accessible completely free of charge and created by the hard work of those with a passion for the game, and we're not looking for that to change anytime soon. However, if we want to keep it going, or ideally even expand into new content, more exciting in-depth coverage and promotion of the game, we need your help. We know this sport is far from well funded, and we're not looking to become internet millionaires anytime soon. We just want to be able to keep working towards the growth of the game. We've worked hard to improve our coverage, and we know from the many kind words of thanks we've received over recent months that many of you really do appreciate the effort we've put in. Okay, now maybe not everyone's the biggest fan of double coverage, and we know we've rubbed people the wrong way over the years. But we'd also like to think we've gotten to know many of you a bit better in recent months as we've headed out across the nation, and we're pretty sure that those of you that have given us a chance have seen that the core of DC and our ever-expanding team is a true love of the British game. All that said, the stark reality is we're reaching a point where there comes a choice between double coverage and zero coverage. We want to keep doing what we do, and else we want to do more of it. And so if you want the same, we'd ask you to head to gofundme.com/dblcoverage. There you'll see we've shared the hopes, goals and plans that we have for the site and for the sport in general. And if you think there's something you can get behind, well, we'd really appreciate if you can chip in whatever you can afford to allow DC to take the next step forwards in our coverage of the game. All that said, we'll let you get back to the big games at Sixways, and in the meantime, play hard, play safe, and go check out gofundme.com/dblcoverage and see if you like what you read.
And welcome back to a beautiful, sunny summer's day, we can say now, as British summertime has started today here at Sixways Stadium.
No, it's spring. Sorry. I've got to correct you, it's spring.
Let's start that link again. And welcome. British summertime has officially started today with the clocks moving forward. I'm hoping everyone's realising that it is actually 10 minutes past 1 and not 10 minutes past 12 when you've missed Sunday lunch with your mum on Mother's Day today. But we find ourselves awaiting the kickoff of the second half here in the British University's National Division 1 final, where we see the Leeds Beckett Carnegie leading the Portsmouth Destroyers by a score of 14-7 at the half. What for those just joining us, George, I am introduce you again, joined by my esteemed colleague, Mr. George Lees, head coach of the junior Nottingham Caesars. What have we seen from the first half so far?
Well,
I'm
not allowed to say it.
Don't say run, because that's how you finish the first half.
It has been run. It's been a pretty, too physical, well, certainly Leeds Assassins' physical offence. Leeds Carnegie. Thank you, Junior.
Nick Wilson kicks off to Leeds, and number 23 for Leeds, Tyler Broad, still on his feet, up to just 4 yards shy of midfield, where Leeds will start the first possession of the second half. That first half, in fact, George, we mentioned it before the break, rattled by in around about 47, 48 minutes due to the fact that it was very much a run game, and Leeds dominated that with their style of wing offence.
Yes, yeah, it was. But, that's what they rely on. They've got low numbers. They want to get through this game as quick as they can, while still being effective.
The key to whether this game is going to be competitive in the second half will really stem from whether or not Portsmouth can be effective on this first defensive series, or whether or not Winrow, Hind and Chris Home in the backfield continues to do what they did. Now, actually, that looked like a bit of a broken play. Little bit of a broken play as both backs went to the left. The offensive line seemed to crash to the left, and Winrow found himself on his own, surrounded by 3 Portsmouth defenders on the right of the field. Yeah,
intriguingly, Portsmouth have chosen to keep both safeties in the box, not playing a high safety. So clearly they're going on that aggressive style again and hoping for the best.
There's an element of, even if you have got that one single defender, when you wheel one-on-one with a runner at top speed, it can be difficult to bring him down, and if you've not stopped him near the line of scrimmage, then I don't know, that's individual coaching styles. Anyway, Winrow on 2nd and 12. Chris Home keeps the ball again. Winrow keeps the ball again with Chris Home running outside him, and Portsmouth on 1st and 2nd down have managed to shut down this attack.
Yeah, it's much, much better. Safeties aren't, whilst they're still in the box, aren't firing in like they were in the first half. Just holding back on that edge rush.
Main performers on the defensive side of the ball for Portsmouth in the first half were number 7, Jason Salome, who, as well as putting in a number of useful tackles, was all over the field. Number 55, Ed Coppo. Once again, some real solid work from the inside linebacker position. Did get a little frustrated at times in the first half. Let's see whether or not they can be consistent on 3rd down and stop that Leeds attack. As Chris Home gets the ball, and he is penciled in. Number 99 on the tackle there, Clyde Marafu, with a fantastic linear attack down the line, and that brings up 4th and 10, which for Portsmouth is a real good sign after the fact that they got trampled over, to be fair, in the first half.
It seems like they're playing much more of a passive defence, just holding back off that inside blitz, leaving the edge, fairly freed up to just make a tackle or force back inside.
So back deep to return for Portsmouth are number 22, Jordan Weatherall, and we caught quite a lot in the first half. Number 84, Joseph Salula, as the kick is angled to the left and goes straight out of bounds at the 20-yard line, which is where Portsmouth will begin their second half campaign. Obviously doing a little bit of research for these games as we try and prepare ourselves as much as we can here at OnSide Productions. We sent out a little questionnaire to the teams just to get a little bit of feedback, and some really interesting various bits and bobs went on. We asked for little anecdotes and various bits and bobs. Could you provide any interesting, funny stories from the last season? We got one regarding a rookie running back, Brad Cripps, and some Satsumas, which I'll enlighten you about later.
I'm not sure we want to hear that story.
So Thomas fakes the inside handoff, and the ball is actually given on the jet sweep to number 32, who takes it on a really positive gain. No flags on the field, as Ben Mayers, who had some success in the first half, takes that ball for a gain of around about 35 yards into Leeds territory. Do you want to know the Satsuma
Go
story?
on, what's this story about the Satsumas?
So, this is according to the representative from Leeds who provided with this information. The personal highlight from this year was their rookie running back, Brad Cripps, who won. They have an annual pre-season talent show.
Right.
Do you know how he won the talent show?
It's not sexual, is it?
No. This is a family show, George.
It's a family show.
He ate 10 Satsumas in 60 seconds. 10 Satsumas in 60 seconds. I'll come back to that in a second. As Thomas, with Mayer in motion, fakes the jet sweep this time and hands off up the middle to, I believe that's Collins, number 3, for a minimal gain.
Yeah, stuff right up the middle.
So yeah, the Satsuma story. Obviously, you think 10 Satsumas in 60 seconds, people were a little skeptical rather about how that would be as a spectator event, and people were walking out of the room.
Juicy, I imagine.
Well, however, according to this representative from Leeds, it was the most incredible thing he'd ever witnessed. It was done, 10 Satsumas gone in 59 seconds, with the last Satsuma still having the skin on.
To be fair, I think that representative Leeds can't have been off the farm many times.
Well, anyway, Mayer comes in motion again. It's handed off to him this time. Jet sweep round, good outside contain.
Good tackle, great tackle.
Great outside contain.
Number 52, George Elvidge there with the tackle.
That jet sweep worked a couple of times, but if you keep the outside contained by your DNs, your linebackers like that, that's all you're going to be running into. Incidentally, one of last year's MVPs there, George Elvidge, the linebacker.
Yeah, you can see why with that hit, though. That was a real nice tackle.
Showing his worth. 3rd and 9. Here's Mayer on that jet sweep again. Fake this time. Looks down the field, Thomas. He's got a man. And he's just put it too high. The defender slipped. Tyler Broad slipped.
It was a good recovery.
Slipped as Jameson. Robert Jameson made his cut in the middle. And I don't think Thomas really followed through enough with that ball, threw off his back foot a little bit, and the ball soared on him out of Jameson's reach.
Well, it looks like Portsmouth might be going for it here on 4th. Collins is back in.
Connor Crofts leaves the field. But yes, I suppose again, like we said in the first half, they've managed to stop Leeds on the first possession, but it's a sort of offense whereby there's no guarantees.
Yeah.
So 4th and 9, obviously pretty confident. You'd expect this ball to go in the air with Mayer in motion again. It does, and there's a flag on the play, which is likely to be a delay of game or a false start. Let's see what the word from the head official is. So that will now mean that Portsmouth bring on their special teams unit and punt that ball back to the Leeds offense. Tyler Broad drops back to return that punt. Nicholas Wilson counting his men again. Last time he punted the ball, he managed to get pin the Leeds team back inside their own 1-yard line. Let's see if it's successful this time. A bit of a wayward snap that time, but he pooches that ball over the top, hoping for a kind bounce, and it does, but just outside the 20. So gives Leeds breathing space on their second offensive possession of the half. Leeds, in their brief history, have had some real memorable moments, but I'm fully aware what they're most proud of is
clearly Satsumas and various bits and pieces like that, you know.
We'll not go into the bits and pieces, but according to Leeds, one of their most proud moments is in their inaugural season in 2009 and 10. The squad went 6-2 with obviously a large amount of rookie players. Anyway, here we go. Leeds' second possession of the half. Different quarterback in this time. So into the mix comes James Boswell, number 10, playing quarterback. Chris Holmes still in the backfield. A pickup of 2 or 3 on the play. We'll see whether or not a change of quarterback brings a change of system, but from that first play out of the traps, it would appear they will stick with what has been working. So yeah, James Boswell. 2nd and 6. Again, these sort of plays, even though they don't appear to pick up a lot, they're effective. If pick up a 4 on that play.
Well, if you get in 4 every play, you're ahead of the chains.
And in fact, if you're looking at that, it looks like Winrow now is actually in the backfield as he picks the ball up and gets scythed down very close to the line of scrimmage. So Boswell in at quarterback, Winrow in one of the backfield positions alongside Chris Home, which would lead you to wonder whether there has been some sort of to Spencer Hind, who was in the backfield throughout the first half.
Well, he did take a knock in that first quarter, so possibly just feeling it a little bit.
I can see him just looking for him on the sideline. Don't appear to be able to see his number easily. Anyway, 3rd down, 3rd and 6. Oh, and Chris Home rather fumbles the ball on the pitch, manages to retain possession, and then gets chopped down.
Yeah, great tackle by Jordan
after
Weatherall
a
there.
4-yard loss. Number 55 for Leeds. Sam Keeling comes off the field very frustrated. And then he's told to go straight back on the field for the punt. Some of these linemen sometimes, you know, need to keep being told as to what their role is. But yeah, I'm looking for Spencer Hind on the sideline there, number 34, and I'm struggling to see him on the sideline at all. I don't know whether you are. As the kick goes up, it's a short kick, very short kick, and it takes a Portsmouth bounce, and it still keeps bouncing backwards, and is covered by Tyler Broad, but only a net gain of about 14 yards on the kick. So Portsmouth are in excellent field position for their 2nd offensive possession of the half, and they'll take over 1st and 10 on the Leeds 38-yard line.
Trying to play Where's Wally for Spencer Hind.
Well, that would be a big. In fact, no, he's on the field now. I can see. So whether he's actually just concentrating on linebacker, as I know he does play both ways. He's out to this side. Look close to the to our commentary position.
Himself.
So Thomas in at quarterback again. No receivers on the right-hand side. A more compact formation. Here's that option play, and Thomas sees a gap up the middle. Cuts back.
Interesting that he cut back. It seemed like there was a big hole
to the right.
To the right there, and I think he made probably a little bit of a misread there.
But nevertheless, picks up 6 yards. Nice positive play on 1st down. So Thomas brings his players back to the line again for a 2nd and 4 attempt. Again, Sun behind their back. Twins to the left, up back on the right, and that back comes in motion, and Collins takes it straight up the middle and should have just about enough for a 1st down on a very direct trap play. And indeed, the chains appear to be moving. They are, and off they go. So, positive. Very important for Portsmouth to get points off this possession with the fact.
They need to, really, don't they? They've had great possession 2-3 times in this spot through this game. Failed to score on every single one. Well, so they really need to put some points on this drive.
Once again, I only feel like we've just come back from our half-time refreshments and there's only 4 minutes left in the 3rd period.
Yeah, it's moving fast.
Thomas drops back now. He looks to the right. Oh, he's got a man, and his man slipped. Mayer's slipped as he was making his cut. Very much a timing pass there, and if he had kept his feet, there was a real good chance that would have been a completion for a nice pickup. So, 2nd and 10. Similar formation for this whole drive. Twins to the left. A receiver real close to the line of scrimmage on the right-hand side, an up-back sort of formation. And again, a slip. A slip once again from Thomas as he makes his cut. Looked like being a bit of a quarterback read where he could have pitched that to Collins, but by the time he'd slipped, he had no choice but to hang on to that ball. He jogs back to his offensive coordinator for a big 3rd and 9 play coming up.
Yeah, you'd think they'll come out with a pass there, but they have had an effective running game as well.
And the pass, I think they've completed maybe 2 passes so far. They've had one that's a couple that have sailed over the receiver's head, one where the receiver slipped. So the passing game doesn't seem to be overly reliable. Mayer in the slot on the left-hand side, along with Kwesi, as Mayer goes in motion. Thomas drops back. There's a rush coming from the left. He steps up into the pocket. It's naffled by number 73, Chris Jones, standout player for Leeds, who does his job, keeps his eyes downfield, and will bring up 4th down.
Now, you've been a head coach as well, so my turn to ask you.
Okie dokie.
What do you do in this situation?
My experience of special teams, particularly in this country and at this level, is that it's relatively unreliable. So it will be this point in the field. It's a tricky one because there's one part of me which would do exactly what Portsmouth appear to be doing. Trips on the right here. So you would expect this ball to go in the air towards the right-hand side of the field as Thomas drops back. He looks to the right, but the rush comes. He escapes it. He loses it again. Steps up, and there's a
big
huge
turnover on downs there.
Huge meeting of purple jerseys led by number 54, Carl Del Rosario. And indeed, that is a big turnover. So gamble didn't pay off, and in fact, Leeds find themselves in relatively strong field position as well. It is one of those, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you'd have gone for that field goal and missed it, you'd be thinking, maybe we should have gone for it. If you'd have gone for it like that and then get sacked, you're thinking the punt would have been the better option. It's very tricky at this level, and that position they found themselves in is almost no man's land for British teams.
Yeah.
It's no gimme for a field goal by any stretch. So anyway, Winrow back in at quarterback after the experiment with Boswell in the first position. Spencer Hind and Chris Holm in the backfield again. Winrow keeps the ball, and he's gone. He's gone. There's nobody in front of him, and I don't think anyone's going to catch him as the chasing man stumbles. And there is your third score of the afternoon for Leeds. Fantastic play. And I don't know if you noticed that time. I don't know if you noticed what Chris Holm did.
He slipped.
No. As the ball was snapped.
He waved his hands in the air.
As the ball was snapped, Chris Holm's hands went up high.
He already saw that touchdown. He had his hands in the air. He was celebrating before he'd even broken the line.
I think he was actually trying to sell that the snap had gone high.
It was a very nice play. And great acting.
And we always say, I remember coaching, we always say, if you can just take one man's eyes on the defence off where their ball actually is, then you've gained an advantage and you've done your job. And I think with Chris Holmes' actions there, simulating that the snap had gone high over his head, it's allowed Winrow just the smallest of gaps, and he accelerated away from Jordan Weatherall, of all people, the standout safety for the Destroyers.
That's just it. You see, that's where do you play with a safety further back, even if they get the gain, if they get the yardage, you're not losing the touchdown.
As Chris Holmes goes wide left, cuts the corner and gets in for the extra 2, which gives Leeds now a really strong lead, you may think, unassailable position the way that the game has been going. Portsmouth really scored quickly with 2 minutes 46 left in the third period. And the score now, Leeds Carnegie 22, my apologies, Leeds Beckett Carnegie 22 and the Portsmouth Destroyers 7. So it's time for the big names of the Destroyers to step up, and realistically you'd think that in order for them to get back into this game, this possession right here, after hopefully for the Destroyers a very positive return, is what needs to happen as Fred Idion kicks the ball deep, and that's a beautiful kick, and Salula fields it at his own 5-yard line. He's up to the 20, he's still on his feet, nice block from Mayers, and he's still on his feet again, and he's met at the 32, 33-yard line by Liam Austin, number 24, which is where Portsmouth will start their, in no uncertain terms, the most important drive of the game so far. A stall here, a turnover here, one more lead score, and you'd think that would be good night Vienna.
Yeah. I mean, we're not in Vienna, we're in Worcester, but, you know.
Good afternoon, Worcester, then.
Good afternoon, Worcester.
So let's see
got
what
the same ring to it, has it?
Let's see what Portsmouth can muster up here. 3 receivers this time, twins to the left, single receiver to the right. The ball is given to Collins up the middle, who's got some room, got quite a lot of room, and he's on his feet, tugged, misses the defender, and then brought down at just over midfield by Tyler Broad, number 23.
That's what they've been lacking for, really since the end of the first quarter.
Absolutely. You see, the Leeds mindset may well be a little bit down by a lot. 3 receivers, the likelihood is they're going to come out passing, and if that's the mindset and that's the way your defence is thinking, then gaps will open up down the centre of the field. Twins to the right this time. Sawula and Kwesi up to the right. Jameson down to the left, and Collins gets the ball again with space on the right-hand side. He goes round one man, still on his feet. And he gets brought down. Oh, and the ball comes loose at the end of the play. Well, they're going to rule, looking for a way from the official. I think they may well be ruling him down by contact. There doesn't seem to be any particular argument. Leeds do come out of the par with the ball, but the officials very much suggesting that Collins was down by, indeed, waving the first down for Portsmouth. So Collins down by contact before that ball came out, and 2 plays covering 60 yards of the field.
Yeah, interesting change at nose tackle for Leeds. They've changed Chris Jones in for Andy Locke. You know, whether that's making a difference as the first run went up the middle.
Similar formation, same play. Collins again, and this time he's brought down on the outside by
Spencer Hine.
It is Spencer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're playing a 3-4 style front. If you can't get that nose tackle out of the way, it leaves your middle linebackers uncovered to make that tackle.
Collins leaves the game after 3 plays and 60 yards added to his name. So Mayer takes his spot in the backfield this time. Mayer's in the backfield with Salula, Jameson and Kwesi out wide as Mayers gets the ball, but there's a flag comes straight in. Flag straight in. Mayer's still on his feet. In fact, flags on both sides of the ball. Could well be the way that those flags have come in and the plays continued. A defensive encroachment penalty. The referee indeed has signalled that to his crew. Let's listen to the call. Here we go. Still just awaiting confirmation, just getting some clarification on the exact nature of the call.
Five-yard penalty in the previous still second down.
So it's Andy Locke that was offside.
The man you've just said has come in and taken over that nose tackle position.
No, he has been brought out since.
Oh, interesting. So again, maybe just giving
so they have brought back
giving
in
them
Chris
a breather.
Jones.
Now then, Thomas rolls to the left. He stops. He puts the ball up to the end zone, and it's picked off in the end zone. A risky throw, picked off number 23. That's Taylor Broad again, calling his name quite a lot this afternoon. But Taylor Broad with a huge play after a very positive drive by the Destroyers. But
yeah, put that 50-50 ball up, and if your receiver's on the wrong side, the DB's going to take that all day.
Always hard rolling to your left and throwing the ball across your body as well.
Unless you're a southpaw.
And so what seemed promising for Portsmouth ends in disaster, and again Leeds quash any hope that Portsmouth may have had of drawing back into this game. Yeah. 50 seconds left in the third period, George.
Interesting.
1:30.
Interesting. Frustrations will be getting pretty high on defence now that they've got the pressure. They've got to stop them.
Winrow takes the ball. Chris Home puts exactly that same idea of high snap again, and Winrow's still on his feet. Oh, and the ball pops out, but he was down. Tackled by number 41 for Portsmouth.
Sometimes the sideline is your friend, not for the defence.
Jacoby Smith. But again, I don't know if you noticed, just keep your eye on Chris Home if you can. With one of those particular plays, if he's not getting the ball, he jumps up high, trying to simulate that snap has gone over his head.
Maybe he's doing an acting course. Maybe he's just doing something for his...
It'd be nice to know what he was studying up at Leeds.
No, it's his dissertation.
How to deceive the Destroyers' defence. So, let's see.
And it's working too.
It seems to be whatever he's doing is working. So Winrow under centre again. If Chris Home doesn't get the ball, then there's a stoppage in play there before the play even gets started.
Suspect it
delay
might
of
be
game.
A delay.
Delay of game by the signal by the official.
Right. Delay of game, offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Incidentally, if you'd like to get in touch with us this afternoon, on Twitter we have got the hashtag, if you want to hashtag Unibowl, that's hashtag Unibowl. Please, we'd love to hear from you. Tell us who you're supporting this afternoon. Tell us what you're doing in the glorious sunshine. Give us any tips or advice. If we're pronouncing names wrong, please let us know. We're always trying to get better here at OnSide Productions. So, 1st and 15 for Leeds. Winrow in at quarterback. Play a little bit of a delay in the game. And that actually is the quarter. Wow. this rate, by the way, will be over in time for tea.
Pub, mate. Pub.
So, at the end of the third period, we've seen one score since the break. We have
it's
a
rather nice shot there of the
beautiful scoreboard shot there.
People in the background makes it look like a full stadium.
It does. To be fair, Durham have arrived and Stirling have arrived for their Premiership National Final, which kicks off at 4 o'clock later on this afternoon. But there have been definitely more people arriving in the stands as this game has continued. So hopefully we'll get a few more for the big game later on. So here we go then. Fourth period. 22 to Leeds, 7 to Portsmouth. Winrow under centre, looking to see if he can add one more nail to the Destroyers' coffin. Chris Home and Hind in the backfield. Again, no Portsmouth defender further away from the line of scrimmage than 6 yards, which could be their downfall. This time, Hind gets the ball, stays on his feet, picks up maybe 3 yards of the 5 that they lost for that delay of game penalty, which will bring up 2nd and 12.
So we have just had our first Twitter into us today from Mr. Justin Crosby. He says, "Who's the ref with the beard? Dude is a ledge." What a great guy.
I must say, we did share a lift with him before the game, and
he was a nice guy.
He was.
Couldn't work the lift.
If a little disconcerting to be within a lift. Anyway, 2nd and 10, quite a long 10. 2nd and 10 for Leeds as Winrow keeps that ball, and Chris Home again goes up with those arms. Winrow barrels his way behind his offensive line and picks up close to the first down yardage. It'll be 3rd and maybe 2. And massively important now that Portsmouth can stop this before a first down is gained. But I'll be honest, with this sort of yardage, I don't fancy their chances. As Steve Matthews' wooden leg falls off in the background. What are you saying to your players now as a Portsmouth coach? 22-7 down, 10 minutes left, already 2 minutes gone in the fourth period, only 2 plays run. What are you saying?
Oh, what are you saying? I mean...
That's why I asked you, what are you saying?
What are you saying? You got to G him up. You're not out of it yet.
Sorry, there's the first down. First down, Winrow on the keeper again. Just rolls round his centre to the right-hand side. Big number 67, Andy Locke, paving the way, although he does come off limping now. You're
not out of it by any stretch. You're 2 scores down. You've got 10 minutes left on the clock.
And this could be an interesting development, with Locke currently on his knees and in quite a lot of discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how deep they are. Obviously, they've got a lack of numbers.
And Winrow himself has come off to the sideline, looking like he's had the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how deep they are at linemen. Looking at their squad on the sideline, it doesn't appear to be that deep. Likely that a linebacker will have to step up to fill in that role. Winrow,
I think that's
potentially a big loss. I think he has just had the wind knocked out.
He's very close to our commentary position on the sideline right now, and he's being supported by a couple of his teammates, but it doesn't look anything more than, he's gasping for breath, so he may have landed on the ball awkwardly, or... But I don't think they're overly too concerned. And actually, this breaking play for Andy Locke could be a bonus, meaning that Winrow doesn't have to have too many plays on the sideline.
But yeah, going back to it.
Sorry, yes,
Portsmouth. You're 2 scores down. So you've got 10 minutes left on the clock. You know that they're a running team. You know they're going to eat clock if they can. You've got to get a big stop. That's the first thing you've got to do. Defense has to stuff them up. If your offense can get on the ball, Destroyers' offense, they're making moves, then a mistake.
Yeah.
We've seen the potential there. They've just not had that final killing blow.
It does look as though Locke is coming out of the game, so that will be a real interesting development because he's barely putting any weight on that left leg. Boswell goes into the game purely because Winrow has come out of the game and therefore will need to have a play out. So, new centre, new quarterback.
Number 32 is now number 62 for Leeds.
So just a message from the official there clarifying a number alteration due to Locke's removal from the game.
Yeah, I think that tells you really how
thin on the ground.
Yeah. You know, this is a potential bonus. Well, it is a bonus for Destroyers.
Portsmouth have got to make it work there. Boswell keeps the ball, and Boswell finds space.
Got some pace on
and
it.
He has indeed. Switches the ball to his left arm and picks up a first down. So now Winrow on the sideline, still pacing alongside his offensive coordinator.
Wetherall making the tackle there again.
And Boswell stays in the game, in fact.
Well, you know, you're 2 scores up. You've got your starting quarterback that's, you know, short of breath. You're in an offensive style that's fairly easy to run.
Sure.
Why put him in at the moment if you know that Boswell can do things like that? Whilst you want to win the game, you're in a pretty safe place at the moment.
Right now you are. 10 minutes exactly left on the clock as the clock ticks over under that 10-minute mark. Boswell under centre. Chris Home and... In fact, Boswell again, just straight up the middle. Such a punishing style of run for a quarterback to keep taking hit after hit.
He's a big quarterback, really, though, isn't he?
So Liam Austin we have in the backfield, number 24, alongside Chris Home at the moment, with Boswell under centre. As Hamza Javid runs back to his offensive coordinator to take the next play back to the huddle, number 18. Just now you start being a little more concerned as a Portsmouth defender. Just you can see the wind just being blown out of their sails a little bit as they feel that unbeaten run about to be destroyed.
Well, I was going to go
Boswell,
with...
sorry, George. Boswell turns around expecting the man to be there and ends up finding nobody and decides to turn upfield and makes a positive gain again.
Yeah, at the moment, you know, Portsmouth, they've got to be wondering if their ship's coming in today. We're going to make nautical jokes about a nautical town.
I'm saying no more. No, I'm not entering into that side of
Could
commentary.
be
No,
could be a shipwreck situation.
Don't. We've been so professional all afternoon.
Thought they were good anecdotes, to be honest.
So here we go. 3rd and 3. Boswell, Chris Home, and Austin gets the ball for the first time in the game, and he's stacked up.
Great play by the Destroyers.
I'm not sure
defense.
he's got there. A number of bodies
think
there.
He's short.
A number of bodies. Number 53, Henry Blake, alongside Jason Salome. Making the stop there, and again, it is 4th down, but there's no reason for Leeds not to go for it here. My money would be on Boswell keeping the ball again.
4th and inches, they're going to, I'm pretty sure they'll go for this one.
Even though Austin didn't appear to pick up too much on that play, he still managed to gain ground. So 4th and a short
I
one.
think you can expect 10 straight up the middle.
I would put it, and there he goes, following his centre. And even though the defence gets there quickly, he does fall forward for that first down.
Boswell.
And I glanced back at the clock, and 7 minutes 42.
It's going. It's eating. This is what the assassins. Again. This is what Beckett wants.
Yeah, it is. So 1st and 10 on the Portsmouth 25-yard line. Boswell surveys his backfield. Chris Home there gets the ball, runs to the right. Somebody comes up to make the play, flying up to make the play, and number 41 that was, who didn't break down before the tackle, Mr. Smith, and paid the price for it as Chris Home cut back inside him and picked up 4 more yards. So here's 2nd and 7. Boswell again keeps it himself to the right this time. Big gap just off tackle. And he's met a yard short of the first down. I think it's testimony to Leeds as well with that small squad we talked about. I asked them what one of the most memorable games of the season was this year, and basically the response I got was on a particular game day at 8:30 in the morning, they were told that the playoff game against Warwick was off due to a waterlogged pitch. As we look at 3rd down, as Boswell takes the ball, gives the ball to Chris Home, and That's going to be close, and the official actually drops back. I don't think they've picked up any yardage on that play. So another 4th down coming up with 5:52 left in the game. Their Warwick game was called off at 8:30 on the morning due to a waterlogged pitch. In an attempt to make that game go ahead, players, coaches got to work, arrange the field up in Manchester, organised medics, the refereeing crew, and transport, and all by 10:30. So within 2 hours of telling them the game had been called off, they'd managed to get that game going ahead. And I think that ethos of the Leeds players all pulling together, no superstars, as Boswell once again rolls to the right, and he's met on 4th down, and that's a big stop. That's a big stop. Number 53 again. Henry Blake called his name a couple of times this afternoon, so turnover on downs, but only 5 minutes left, so it's a quick score needed. But yeah, as I was saying, Leeds' ethos as a team is they're small in number, but they are all part of the machine, and they know their role, and they know what they're trying to achieve, and their greatness and success has come through that that embodiment of being a team.
Well, as long as every cog's working, the machine keeps on working, turning. You know, it's
indeed it does.
Simple mechanics.
And again, being involved in a number of sports that I've been over the years, as much as I love other sports, I will always say for a team sport and for the cog in a machine, as Thomas drops back, looks to the left, looks to the right, sorry, puts that ball slow as he had a defender in his face, number 52, George Elvidge, in his face as he released that ball. Yeah, American football, like no other sports, without every player on the field doing their particular job, the play doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's no other sport like it, so you have to know your role, you have to be that cog, and you have to know that every single cog is as important as the next. So, coming up to just around about 5 minutes left on the clock, 22-7 in favour of Leeds Beckett. Thomas again drops back to pass, and he puts the ball up, and the ball is short, looking for Salula. And I'm afraid it is a bit desperation time now. And Thomas, although he has the build, looks like he would be an effective passer. We've not really seen that from him this afternoon. The passes haven't really had enough on them. They've either been overthrown or they've been down at the laces. So mechanically, not operating at his most effective. But at this stage of the game, with 5 or 8 left, 3rd and 10, he has no option than to put that ball in the air and hope for a big play. So 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Collins this time, no, it's Mayers, sorry, gets the ball in the backfield. Picks up 5, but 5 at most, which will bring up 4th down, and it's no question here about what the decision will be from the Destroyers. Got to put your faith now in the hand of Thomas.
We know that Leeds are quite capable of eating 4 or 5 minutes on the clock.
Next possession, that could be the game. So your only real hope now for Portsmouth is, well, number 1, secure this 1st down, score on this drive, onside kick, but that's looking highly unlikely as Thomas surveys the field. 4th and 5, options the ball, and he does get it to Mayers, and Mayers will have the 1st down, which is what they need to begin with, and more, up to the 45-yard line. So now we'll see if there's any urgency about Portsmouth, whether they can get back to the line as the Leeds defenders try and play strategically and keep him on the floor as long as they can. But the chains are moving. Clock is still ticking. Obviously, just pauses for a moment as the chains get set. 1st and 10 from the 45. Nice run there by Mayers. Thomas looks again. 3 receivers to the left this time. Mayers again. Can he outpace that linebacker? He can, but only for a pickup of about 4.
Interesting that they're electing to run at this point in time, although it does seem to be working for them.
And maybe they're thinking similar to ours in that they've not really proven themselves to be able to move the ball through the air. But they know in the previous quarter they got 60 yards on 2 plays on the ground. So you're just looking for a big play. Now we go to the air. Little screen there to Salula. Salula picks up. He's got a blocker, but and they've dropped the ball, and that, unfortunately, I think will be the game. Salula trying to get extra yardage and get swung around, and last season's MVP George Elvidge for Leeds recovers that loose ball, and I think now with 3:40 left, unless there's a turnover themselves, unless Portsmouth can create a turnover themselves, that could well be the end of the line for the Destroyers' unbeaten run and final berth.
I mean, the thing both teams can take away from this, whether they win or lose, is they have gained Premiership promotion.
Absolutely.
So they are moving up to the next level of football.
And it will be interesting to see how they cope with that. Obviously, a number of teams went up as Winrow's back in the game, and he breaks through again and met in the secondary by number 87. Mustafa Kamara with the tackle. Timeout called, I believe, by Portsmouth. Yeah, that step up from Division 1 to Premiership.
Portsmouth.
That step up from Division 1 to Premiership is immense. It's huge.
Is, yeah.
The NTU Renegades, obviously.
Yeah, they found out the hard way. Swansea, however, have done pretty well.
Indeed.
You know, obviously won a few games, lost a few games, but have sort of held up pretty well.
And to be fair, thinking back to NTU didn't really, they didn't disgrace themselves by any stretch. All the games, they were always in the games. They lost games by a point here or there. They ran the Derby Braves very close. They were very close to Loughborough.
Close to Durham.
Durham as well, absolutely. So by a good learning curve for the Renegades.
I think the difference between Div 1 and Prem is that if you make a mistake, they'll capitalise on it. Div 1, you might get away with it.
Sure. Winrow at quarterback. You know what's coming. Winrow keeps the ball, and even though there's threatening linebackers rather, he still picks up. He picks up 5 yards.
Tick, tick, tick.
3 minutes 20. 3 minutes 23 left as a change move again for Leeds. As I mentioned, following this game at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we have the showpiece final for the British University's American football season, the Premiership final between the Stirling Clansmen and the Durham Saints. Stirling, who are a perennial finalist, it must be said.
Yeah, north of the wall.
Absolutely.
Like, I can't repeat what I said
As
earlier.
Winrow sorry, Winrow. Oh, and there's going to be a flag there. Winrow gets dragged down by number 80 for Portsmouth, Daryl Mountain. And that's as obvious a face mask as you'll see. And the Mountain does come up at the end with his hands up. But a sign of the frustration that the entire Portsmouth bench must be feeling right now.
No, Stirling year in, year out are always up there. But, you know, I can't repeat what we said earlier. But there isn't that
During
much
the
to do
play,
north of Scotland.
personal foul, face cage, 22 defence, 15 yards from the end of the run, automatic first down.
Be very careful not to alienate any of our viewers, Mr. Lees. Okay, George Lees.
I'm a sheep farmer too.
George Lees, who lives in Oxton in Nottinghamshire.
Well, thanks a lot.
So, after that penalty, Leeds find themselves knocking on the door again. 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line as Winrow again just motors up the middle. Another 6-7 yards. And wouldn't put it past Leeds running in for another score before the game's out.
Yeah, well, they're going to let the clock tick, I think, to the 2-minute warning that's coming up. About 6 seconds. I suspect they'll let it. Oh, there we go.
It would be the icing on the cake, I think, not only for Leeds but for Winrow if he ran his 3rd score of the day in.
Well, yeah.
And just rub a bit of salt into that Portsmouth
Timeout.
wound.
2-minute warning. 2 minutes.
So we come to the 2-minute warning of the Division 1 final. Must be a nice place to be, that Leeds huddle right now.
Yeah.
All your hard work for the season. In fact, they're in victory formation as well. So quite classy from Leeds there. It doesn't look like they're going to run any more plays, just maybe take... indeed, no.
They don't think that is their victory formation.
Sorry.
I think that is their regular formation.
It just appeared that the backs were split a little further than they had been for the entire game. Interesting concept there to talk about. At what point do you... The whole class debate about sportsmanship or gamesmanship, at what point do you say, yeah, we've won this game, we don't want to come across as being arrogant or...
Well, you're in a final. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. So, I think you're in a pretty safe bet here, but, you know, in the regular season game, is it better to run up the score? Because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it might come back to haunt you if you're getting into that playoff situation where it's points allowed, points for.
Well, nevertheless, Winrow has taken the ball in for his and Leeds, his third, Leeds' fourth score of the day. To take the score to Leeds 28 and Portsmouth 7. We've got a minute 26 left in this one. Please do stay with us at the end of this game because we will be streaming the medal ceremony and then we'll be off air for a while after the medal ceremony. And we'll be back on air around about 30 minutes before the start of the Premiership final between the Clansmen and the Saints, and we'll bring you the Premiership pre-game show at that point.
Prior to the snap, substitution infraction offence, 5-yard penalty, still try.
So, some issue with substituting on the extra point attempt there, which means Leeds will be marched back 5 yards, and instead of being from the 2-yard line, they'll attempt their 2-point conversion from the 7.
I don't think it's going to concern them too much at this point in time.
So here we go. Winrow in the backfield this time as Boswell is under centre again, with Austin alongside him, and Boswell gives the ball to Winrow around the right-hand side. He steps out of a tackle. He's still on his feet, and he's forced out of bounds before the end zone. So the score will remain Leeds Beckett Carnegie 28 and the Portsmouth Destroyers 7. 1:26 left. So, well, it looks like a little bit of handbags towards the end of that play. Obviously, frustrations running high amongst the Portsmouth team, and no doubt the Leeds Beckett players telling them to have an eye on the scoreboard there. And
you talk about class, and whether you're winning or losing, you want to finish this game with your own dignity.
Absolutely. Portsmouth have the opportunity to do that now. They're going to get the ball back, and the offense is going to come onto the field again for one last time. At this point, it's worth saying a big thank you to all the people who have made this production possible this afternoon. So today's game's been brought to you by OnSide Productions, Double Coverage, and EP Sports.
And a referee with a very big beard. And
the referee with an incredibly long beard. And also, we try and arrange as professional a production as we can. And once again, we had good weather for the GB Spain game last time we were here in September.
Absolutely.
We've obviously ordered the sunshine in for finals day today. So we do what we can for you at OnSide Productions. But yeah, not possible without our co-contributors at Double Coverage and EP Sports. So here we go. Possibly the final kickoff of the day. Frederick Idiong, who incidentally his birthday is coming up on the 2nd of April, so a week today he'll be celebrating his birthday as he kicks deep. And Salula looks to field. He does field looking into the sun. He takes off up to the 15. He finds a gap up the middle and he's still on his feet. He's at the 30, at the 35, where he's brought down at the 35 with a good wrap tackle by Kai Coles. And Portsmouth will take over again, seeing if they can put double figures on the board in the last minute 19.
Wrapping that ball up nicely after the fumble on the previous drive.
Once bitten, twice shy, indeed.
So it'll be interesting to see what they come out with. We've got a minute 19 on the clock. I'm sure they want to get a score just to make the scoreline look a bit better.
I would assume at this point, though, the ball will get and then Thomas goes to the air and he looks over the middle. That's a nice pass, nice catch, and Ron Collins caught the ball on his left shoulder, actually, almost hit him before he turned his head, but he managed to hang on to it. So a nice completion for Thomas, maybe a little bit too little too late, but no huddle offense with Thomas again dropping back. Leeds getting back into position, he drops back again, another little short pass looking, he looks to run up the middle now where he's met by a number of Beckett players, amongst who Chris Jones, number 73.
The other thing about the Leeds style of offense is there's very little that can go wrong.
Sure. Big margin for error.
Timeout.
You've obviously seen
Portsmouth. This is their second timeout.
You've obviously seen a pick being thrown by Portsmouth, that fumble on a option. All right, that can happen in the Leeds offense, but there's nothing that can go wrong on a snap, particularly as you're under centre. You're not going to have an overthrown or an underthrown snap.
Nope.
You've not really got a passing game, so it is just a run. You know, as long as your ball carriers hold on to that football, there is not a lot that can go wrong.
So 2nd and 11. Thomas looking down the field. He puts it up. It's a bit of a hopeful one. There's no one there really. That came out like a little bit of a wounded duck, that ball, a bit of a wobble on it, no real conviction on the throw.
A wounded duck.
I heard that once in the NFL back in the mid-'80s.
Did you?
I think it was Boomer Esiason for Cincinnati Bengals threw a ball. He got hit as the ball came out, and the commentator noted that it was like a wounded duck. Bringing us up third down, the wounded duck play does. So Thomas gives the final instructions to Collins behind him, but he looks down the field again, and he's pulling that ball down a little early, but he has got room this time, and he's got the first down. He's still on his feet, and he's brought down at the end of the play by Lysander Code, number 53. I'll be honest, I thought he may end up getting caught in the backfield, and showed quite a nice turn of pace there.
He did well. He did well. He read where the holes was. Didn't put the ball in the air. Took it to ground. He maybe should have taken the knee, but he got an extra couple of yards out of it. So.
Portsmouth, this is their third and final timeout.
Felusho Adewale for Portsmouth, number 66, having a word with the ref at the end there, whether or not he feels like he was...
shoved in the back.
Yeah, I think that's what he was getting at. But anyway, first down inside Leeds territory. We have 39 seconds left on the clock. Just waiting for the official to make sure everything's set. The beard has done his stuff, and away he goes. Mike Thomas drops to pass again, looks to the right, floats the ball over. That's a hospital pass if ever I've seen one, and it's intercepted by Frederick Idiong. Happy birthday for next Sunday, Frederick. Wrap that one up and take it home.
Or don't, because I think we need the balls later for the next game. Leeds will be happy with that to finish off. I think they're just going to run down the clock now. Portsmouth have nothing, no timeouts.
So from a Portsmouth perspective, where do you go from here? Like you said earlier on, we're next stop Premiership. You can't really say that anything's particularly broken. They've run the ball very well. They've done their best to stop this particular offense.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really done anything wrong.
No.
They've just not done anything really, really well.
The two turnovers now. There've been 3 turnovers. They've had the fumble and the 2 interceptions. The fumble, again, maybe once the game has gone, really, and you're fighting for extra yards.
Yeah.
And here's the victory formation now.
I mean,
for Leeds.
The second interception you could put down to desperation.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think you need to worry too much about that. All right, it would have been nice to get the grab, get the score. And no coach likes to see turnovers, but you know they've not done a whole lot. They've not done a lot wrong.
And jubilant scenes down on the Leeds sideline as the coach gets the Gatorade bath. And some water with some ice and all sorts as well, which might be interesting for the next game, seeing as there's now a huge iceberg on the sideline. But nevertheless, congratulations to the Leeds Beckett Carnegie team. Commiserations to the Portsmouth Destroyers as the final score here in the National League Division 1. British University's National Division 1 final is Leeds Beckett Carnegie 28, Portsmouth 7. Stay with us, because shortly after the teams have had their handshakes, there will be the presentations of the medals for this game. Then we'll have a short break, and we'll be back with you 30 minutes before kickoff, is around about 3:30 for the showpiece final of the afternoon, the Stirling Clansmen versus the Durham Saints. MVP, George, where would your vote go?
Oh, well, it's a tough one, but I think it's got to go to Christopher Winrow. You know, he made the plays when he gets the break. He made the play, he got into the end zone. 4 scores?
Yeah, I think it was 3. I think Chris Home, from what I remember, had one of the first ones up the middle.
Yeah, he did, yeah. 3 scores. I think it's got to go to him. I think this is the strange thing, if you like, about American football, is that there is always a most valuable player, but I think the Leeds ethos, and as Winrow does lead them out into the centre of the field, the ethos about the Leeds team in general is that it is a whole team achievement. So although there may well be an MVP awarded,
And yeah, Winrow's the man scoring the points. Winrow's the man with the ball in his hands the majority of the time. That offensive line and the deception.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the deception by the other two backs all allows Winrow to get those stats on against his name.
But you know, he finished off what opportunities were given to him.
Indeed.
So they'll be happy to get the win, get the trophy. Like we said earlier, both teams are Prem balling next year.
Yeah, so although there's a trophy in store for one team this afternoon, obviously the real prize is, like you say, they've secured promotion.
Yeah.
It's been a positive season for both outfits. And
absolutely.
Although it'll hurt for Portsmouth today, in the long run they'll lick their wounds, they'll come back and they'll realise what they've actually achieved this last season.
I mean, what they've done up until this point, you know, before the ship crashed into the rocks, as it were. They went undefeated regular season. That's impressive by any stretch.
Indeed.
Beckett have beaten two teams that, you know, should have beaten them, perhaps in the semis and the quarterfinals. Nobody could stop that offense this postseason. They've come into their own. They've had a good regular season. They haven't had a bad regular season. Obviously, they've got to this point.
Absolutely,
so,
absolutely.
I think both teams can be very proud of what they've done and go back, have a break now. So one or two of them might have varsity games still to play.
Sure.
And then they'll come back sort of September, October, back to the drawing board and go from there, getting ready for the Prem season.
Recruiting, because again, squad size in Premiership is important, obviously.
Absolutely.
And that'll be interesting for Leeds.
You look at Portsmouth. Portsmouth, obviously, you know, we don't know how many guys they're going to lose at the end of the year, but reasonably big squad. Leeds, obviously, 26, 27 players. It's not a great size squad for Prem football, but it depends what style they'll play.
Absolutely.
The other thing, and a word of advice for these young men that are out on the field, they do need to hit the gym hard. It's Prem football is a completely different physicality level to everywhere else. You look at some of the guys, you know, Stirling turned up halfway through this game. Big lads.
Big.
Durham as well.
Indeed. And that's one thing we're all going to see this afternoon in the Prem final. It's going to be a real physical affair.
Yes.
It's as much as there was the odd collision, big collision in this game. You don't tend to get those big collision styles with that offense that is played by Leeds because there's not a lot of separation.
No, you've got to take down the whole offensive line to take down the ball carrier.
Indeed.
So
once again, congratulations to Leeds Beckett Carnegie. Commiserations to the Portsmouth Destroyers as the teams finish up their handshake. Just to recap, Chris Winrow, quarterback, number 14 for Leeds Beckett Carnegie, very much led from the front and scored 3 touchdowns himself, with Chris Home adding a 4th, as the Leeds Beckett Carnegie outfits run out winners by a score of 28-7 against the Portsmouth Destroyers. We've now got BAFA officials in the middle of the park there, just about to...
One and only Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Russ Hewitt. About to commence with the proceedings for the medal ceremony. So the presentations are about.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Gotta get their fast shot. Yeah. Gotta get their fast shot. There it is.
Hello.
Suggested up here, it may well do.
I don't know whose decision it was. Usually it's the broadcaster's decision, so...
I do believe they did confer with us up here prior to that decision being made, so it's nice to know that they're taking some of our expert advice on board. Great scenes of jubilation down there as expected from Leeds, and the dances are going on, the celebrations. Something going on down there by Sam Keeling, really loving life at the moment. So yeah, George, part one done of our national finals coverage this afternoon. A nice appetizer for the main event, the Premiership final. Congratulations once again to Leeds Carnegie, who come out 28-7 winners. Commiserations to Portsmouth Destroyers, but I know, knowing the programme, that they will be back. They'll go back to the drawing board as you suggested, and they'll come back bigger and stronger next year.
Yeah, of course they will. You know, they've got Prem football. They had it. They had nothing to lose by playing this game today. It would have been nice to get the trophy. It would have been nice to lift the plate, as it appears to be. It would be nice to have lifted that, but they've got Prem ball, and that's what Div 1 teams want. So,
anyway, that's it from us for the first part of our broadcast this afternoon. Thanks once again. We're OnSide Productions in partnership with Double Coverage and EP Sports. Thanks for joining us for the National Division 1 game. We will see you back on air at 3:30 for the pre-game show for this afternoon's showpiece at Sixways, the Premiership final between the Durham Saints and the Stirling Clansmen. We'll see you back here at 3:30.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Gotta get their fast shot. Yeah. Gotta get their fast shot. There it is.
Hello Britball Nation, and welcome to our live coverage from Sixways Stadium, Worcester. We at DC hope you're enjoying the stream, and just wanted to take a moment of your time to ask you, the British American football community, for your support to make live events like this one happen all the more often. Over the past 6 months, we've made some big changes here at DC, not only updating and upgrading the site, but expanding the ways we cover the game, the amount of content we're able to bring you, and the different formats and events we're able to share with you all. So far as we're concerned, this is only the very beginning. We've got so many more plans of further ways we want to show off and add to the wonderful things going on in our sports community, but the reality is we're going to need your help to get there. We've gone from producing maybe 3 pieces of content per week to averaging about 3 pieces of original content a day during the height of the season, and even that's not truly enough to keep track of everything that's going on around our sport and our community. Everything we produce is accessible completely free of charge and created by the hard work of those with a passion for the game, and we're not looking for that to change anytime soon. However, if we want to keep it going, or ideally even expand into new content, more exciting in-depth coverage and promotion of the game, we need your help. We know this sport is far from well funded, and we're not looking to become internet millionaires anytime soon. We just want to be able to keep working towards the growth of the game. We've worked hard to improve our coverage, and we know from the many kind words of thanks we've received over recent months that many of you really do appreciate the effort we've put in. Okay, now maybe not everyone's the biggest fan of double coverage, and we know we've rubbed people the wrong way over the years. But we'd also like to think we've gotten to know many of you a bit better in recent months as we've headed out across the nation, and we're pretty sure that those of you that have given us a chance have seen that the core of DC and our ever-expanding team is a true love of the British game. All that said, the stark reality is we're reaching a point where there comes a choice between double coverage and zero coverage. We want to keep doing what we do, and else we want to do more of it. And so if you want the same, we'd ask you to head to gofundme.com/dblcoverage. There you'll see we've shared the hopes, goals and plans that we have for the site and for the sport in general. And if you think there's something you can get behind, well, we'd really appreciate if you can chip in whatever you can afford to allow DC to take the next step forwards in our coverage of the game. All that said, we'll let you get back to the big games at Sixways, and in the meantime, play hard, play safe, and go check out gofundme.com/dblcoverage and see if you like what you read.
Good afternoon and welcome to Sixways Stadium in Worcester for this afternoon's Premiership final between the Durham Saints and the Stirling Clansmen. Today promises to be a really interesting game after we've just witnessed the Division 1 game between the Portsmouth Destroyers and the Leeds Beckett Carnegie, in which the Destroyers ran out, unfortunately, on the wrong end of a 28-7 decision to Leeds Beckett. Weather's brilliant. I'm joined by my commentator, George Lees. Afternoon, George.
Good afternoon, Matt. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Saw an interesting first game.
It was a great game to watch. There was a lot of running, but what Leeds did really well was grind down the clock and they played to their strengths.
Really fast game as well. The whole game from start to finish was a 2-hour affair.
It was, but that's what happens when you run down the clock. Obviously, we didn't see a lot of passing like we probably will do with the Stirling and Durham game this afternoon. But what we saw was both teams playing to their strengths and one team coming out on top.
So we now move on to the showpiece final of the Britigh University's season, the Premiership final, and against two teams, Stirling and Durham, who have had fantastic seasons and are always there or thereabouts in the race for the championship. I'd like to bring in now, at this point, two guys who are going to give us their thoughts. We've got Andrew Morgan, offensive coordinator for the Birmingham Lions, and we've got Ben Herod, head coach from the Bristol Pride. Afternoon, gents. I'll give you this.
Thank you.
So, did you witness the first game with us this afternoon?
Yeah, it was very good.
What were your thoughts on it? Because I say for us, the speed of it, just literally every possession was vital because it literally was that running offense from Leeds that just made it that way. What were your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, the triple option is a tough thing to stop. I mean, the QB running the ball up the middle. It took Portsmouth quite a while to work out what was going on, and I mean, with that much misdirection in the backfield as well, it becomes very difficult to pick him up.
Sure. What can we expect, do you think, Ben, from this particular game? Because obviously it's going to be a very different game with their two particular the units they've got on show today.
I think you're going to see a lot more passing in this game. Certainly with the American playing quarterback for Durham,
sure,
and the Spaniard for Stirling as well. A lot more passing, I think, and probably a much quicker game, more athletes. Yeah.
And I suppose from a Premiership, we mentioned this in commentary in the last one, Andrew, the step up between Division 1 and Premiership in terms of football. Obviously, we're from Nottingham, OnSide Productions, and we obviously know the NTU Renegades made the step up this year and really struggled. So is that difference something that teams really have to prepare for in the off-season prior to going to the Prem?
I think so, yeah, and I think with the university game, you get a lot of guys coming for 3 years, they get their degrees and they leave, and you get that turnover of players, which sometimes can be a little bit tricky, and what maybe NTU had found in that they have success at Division 1 level, and then some guys graduate, they get rookies in, and then it becomes a bit more of a struggle, and they're back to square one with their team in ways you don't always get with senior teams. You get your guys for a lot longer. So I think those are the challenges that we face, but when looking at this game today, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, because these guys have played each other twice before already in the regular season. They've got all the tape, they know exactly what each other's going to do, and it's going to be down to the coaches to see who can adjust the best in the game.
Coming from the Lions, obviously you mentioned about the difficulty with turnover at university level, but you do have the likes of Birmingham, yourselves and Stirling, who are perennial contenders. So what makes them able to be around that level and yourselves, whereas other teams may from time to time have that 3 years and then fall off?
Yeah, I think there's two things to it. I think the first is the expectation. As soon as our guys come in as rookies, they see our top level players, they see the success that's happened before, and they want to achieve that, and they want to push themselves in the gym, in the classroom, and in all those ways. And I think secondly, it's the coaching staff. Like from us having won the bowl last year, we know where we want those guys to be, and we are going to do everything we can to push them forward.
Brilliant. So in terms of your two programs at the moment, how's your season been this year, Ben?
I mean, for us, it's been really good. We've had the opportunity to play France twice, defeated them away from home in Vichy, lost out narrowly at home. We've beaten Selwyn House, a Canadian touring team that was great fun. We've beaten most of the guys that these guys have played on the way to the finals as well at BUCS level. So yeah, we've done really, really well this year, and it's great for me to see so many of our former players at Stirling as well. So. Yeah, really proud of it all. What
are the Pride's goals moving forward? Obviously, we're at the point we're on now, but what are your goals in the immediate future?
For us, it becomes now about trying to help our kids get to the States. Our games are finished for the end of this academic year, so we're trying to help our kids get the opportunities they want, and if not the US, then trying to make sure they get the inroads into Europe or into the BUCS Premiership that they want to play in. So. And
any youngsters out there that are watching, and obviously watching today's game, but also thinking about the Pride, how could they get onto your program? What's the sort of pathway for them?
It's a really simple process. So as long as they're looking to study kind of a sixth form education academic course, be it BTEC or A-levels, or even we offer fast-track degrees and access courses now as well. They just need to apply on our website, which is sgs.ac.uk. And then it's just a simple form to fill out, and we'll have a look at the game film they've got, and yeah, take it from there, really.
Brilliant, okay. And moving forward then, Andrew, with the Lions? Obviously a change at the helm, most recently, with Wayne now taking over the helm at GB.
Yes.
So what are your sort of plans for moving on?
I think for us, we had a challenging year. We lost Explosion for the first time the first time that's happened, and our guys have had to understand what it is to compete again, and sometimes just lose. They had to understand what losing felt like and how to really battle, and it's been a challenging year for us. We're already meeting, like discussing what happened, how we move forward, what changes we make. But for us, it's just going to be doing what we always have done, which is taking the guys that we have, sometimes pure rookies, sometimes guys never seen the game, and just giving them a hell of a lot of coaching. We're gonna push them to the max that they can be.
Is it easier from a university level? If I think back to when I was at university, and I played as a junior, but there was never the option for me to play at university back then. Is it easy for universities to recruit these days because of the exposure the NFL's given the game, or do you still find you're really having to work hard on the recruitment drive?
I think so. I think we're very fortunate. We get between about 120, 150 guys to our rookie days. We regularly kit between 80 or 90 guys for games as well. So we have a really good policy of recruitment, retention, and things like that. And when you have uni guys, they go to a few lectures maybe, and they go out, but there's so much time, so we're able to get them 3 times a week. Sure. We're able to push them into S&C programs and do more with them than senior teams may be able to with guys who have jobs and have lives outside of football. So that's really good for us. And from the point of view of Birmingham, we get very academic guys who we can throw a lot of playbook and a lot of stuff like that at them and see how they take it and progress.
So it's kind of weird. Would you suggest that the future of the game in this country then is more tailored to the universities? Because like you say, the pressures, again, coming from Nottingham, we've seen the Seas as one of the oldest clubs in the country who annually struggle just from a senior level to maintain numbers, even when they're doing well. It seems difficult to maintain that squad list to be competitive. So is the future of the game more university-based than, you know, the national senior leagues? That looks a difficult.
You're gonna put that one right on me. I think with the structure that BUCS gives the uni game and the way that they regulate everything is a lot easier for teams to get involved with. I think, and this is probably a discussion for another time, but I think the senior league has certain things that they have to look at in terms of making it easy to play, easy to get into, easy to stay in. But in terms of the students that we get, the time that they can spend on the sport, and then the showcases that we can do like here, it's always seemed to be one of the strongest aspects of the sport.
Brilliant. Well, there have been 2 games here on finals day today. I've mentioned we witnessed Leeds versus Portsmouth earlier on, and after the game I managed to catch up with head coach of the Destroyers, Alex Phillips, to get his take on how this afternoon's game went.
Hi, okay, I'm here with Alex Phillips, head coach of the Portsmouth Destroyers. Thanks for joining us, Alex. Commiserations on the results.
Yeah, thanks.
What can you take from the game this afternoon?
I think, you know, we came into it and played how we wanted to play, certainly defensively played how we wanted to play, and they did what we knew they were going to do. They did it pretty well. Offensively, I think we feel like we let ourselves down. You know, we left points on the field. Certainly, we turned the ball over a couple of times in key positions. So, yeah, it's mixed emotions really. We had a good season. We feel like we had a good season. We achieved promotion, which was one of our big goals. But actually, we didn't win here today, so that's frustrating.
Given the style of offense they run, it always makes it a very fast game. I mean, that from start to finish, that was literally a 2-hour, 3-minute game.
Yeah.
So does that almost limit what your game plan, or game plan coming in, does that limit what you're able to do?
I think you're very aware, certainly playing with 12-minute quarters and on a team that runs the ball a lot, you've got to score quick, and actually you've got to try and keep them out of the end zone. I think I've never won a football game where you haven't scored any points. So actually our game was always going to be, we need to score points, and we need to offensively we need to have a day. Now throughout the season we've been able to limit teams to under 5 points a game, so actually you score 1 or 2 touchdowns are fine. We knew today we would need to come out and score points, and we couldn't do that.
So moving forward, obviously like you said, you mentioned about the Premiership next year, that's the big challenge.
Yeah.
Well, you take time, obviously, to come to terms with today and how the season's ended, even though it's been successful. What are your plans moving forward for next year? What's going to make Portsmouth successful in the Premiership, where teams like NTU will struggle this year?
Yeah, I think our mantra has always been, it's not really about the journey that we've been on, it's about where we're going. So we as a coaching staff have a 5-year plan. Recruitment is always big for us. We always have to try and look to sign. We as a programme are going to need to sign 90 guys, 80, 90 guys, and actually that way let's try and put a good team on the field and compete at that level. It's tough. You've got to win 3 games. You've basically got to look to win your home games if you can. My view is win your home games in the first year and see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, you've had a fantastic run. Obviously, we commented in commentary on that game there about your unbeaten run since 2015. Is that right?
Yeah, November.
Yeah, 2015. So to be able to do that and then step up divisions every time, we noted that's a massive achievement and a great testament to the way that you run the programme and to the way that your players obviously buy into what's going on. Is there a particular secret as to what that sort of ethos is that players are buying into?
I think, firstly, we as a team, we felt that we shouldn't have ever been in Division 2. We had a bad year in 2014, 2015. We knew that, and that was the consequence of having that poor year. The things that we can only control what we do. We can't control what the opposition does. We can't control the external factors. We talk about attitude and effort every day at practice. You control your attitude as a player. You control your effort. You can't do much more than that. And actually, we have a group of players. There's 50 guys over there. That's a group. So actually, we're here for a common goal, and it's to show people that Portsmouth football is what it is. We've won the national championship in the last sort of 10 years. So we know what it needs to be to get done. So that's what we're trying to do, really.
Well, commiserations once again. Thank you ever so much for taking the time to talk to us, and best of luck for the off-season and for the Premiership.
Thank you.
All right,
no worries. Thanks very much.
Okay, I'm here with Alex Phillips, head coach of the Portsmouth Destroyers. Thanks for joining us, Alex.
Alex, after that game against Leeds, we're fortunate enough to be joined by Director of Competitions, Russ Hewitt. Afternoon, Russ.
How you doing?
Very well, thank you. Lovely afternoon for it.
Beautiful afternoon. Hot steady, is it?
First day of summer.
Yes, it is.
What was your take on that first game this afternoon?
Oh, excellent game. There's 2 teams have had an excellent year. Their ambitions were to get into the Premiership, so that was their task. But those opportunities to actually play in this game. But Leeds just stepped up a different gear, didn't they? And just, it's very disappointing. I'm an ex-Portsmouth South coach, so disappointing for those guys, but they had a great year anyway. Leeds Beckett's hands off to them, small players, a small squad, I should say, done an excellent job.
Good foundation, do you think, for the Prem next year for them both of them?
I think so. I think, it's one hell of a jump. Yeah. We have the competitive Division 1, which is good, but it's one hell of a jump to that Premiership level. And the Northern Premiership, as we've seen this year, pretty dominant.
Well, already when you see the Stirling and Durham march onto the field, no offence to the previous 2 teams, but
completely different size. Completely different size.
And what do you expect from this particular game? Obviously, they've seen each other this season.
I think it's going to be very, very tight. It's going to be how the coaches react, how well their players perform. Really, it's stereotypical, but it's just what it is. It's going to be how they bring out something different than what they've done this year. Very, very close one.
Obviously, the national leagues are upon us as well.
Senior
and junior. Looking forward to those this year?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. I'm coaching at the younger age now, so that's really enjoyable. Had lots of chats with George about it already, and it's been brilliant. But no, it's just trying to get going. Everyone wants to start now.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the most important thing.
Well, thank you ever so much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I've got to
enjoy
run.
the game.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Do an excellent job. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Russ Hewitt there, Director of Competitions. I'll take that off you, Russ. Thank you. So, and a really exciting game upcoming. We jumped away from the last interview with Alex Phillips as Russ gave us a couple of minutes of his time, but we also managed to catch up earlier on after the game with the successful Leeds Beckett Carnegie head coach Dale Bottomley, who gave us his thoughts on his team's victory and the way the game went this afternoon.
Okay, I'm with Dale Bottomley, winning coach of the National League Division 1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was the game for you?
It was a great game, really, really tough from Portsmouth's side. All credit to those guys. They gave us a real tough test. We spent a lot of time scouting, and those guys really balled out. They gave us a lot of things to think about at half time. But our guys came through. They've done that the last 4 or 5 games. Been underdogs. And it's just nice to see them have a bit of belief about themselves.
Sorry?
Some would say the style of football, obviously the wing style of football, from a spectator point of view, isn't the best to watch. But you've proved today that it's unbelievably effective in a team knowing what you're going to throw at them but not being able to stop them. What would you say in response to that?
We just played to our strengths. We sat down pre-season, looked at what kind of personnel we had.
Yeah.
And we're not in it to just make people happy at home. We're in it to win games and make yards. So we can do that with that kind of offence. That's fine. there's a trend towards spread offences and that kind of style, which is great. We just play the way we can play, and with the guys that we've got, and we play to our strengths, and that means running the ball for 4 yards to play right at the A gap. That's fine.
And I assume the fact that your obviously your squad is relatively small compared to most, the speed of the game, that was a 2-hour game from start to finish, the speed of the game then therefore helps if the small squad maintain their success.
Yeah, we try and win the clock down. We try and win the ball a lot. We hardly passed it all that game, but that's fine. Our receivers know that when they're needed and they're called upon, they'll perform, but if they're not needed, that's fine, they'll do what they have to do. Running the clock down is a huge bonus for us. We took like 7 minutes off the clock in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was huge for us. Even if we didn't score, we ran the clock down.
Absolutely, yeah. Next step, Premiership then. How do you prepare for the Premiership?
We can't wait. Hey, we didn't expect to be here.
No.
So why can't we go all the way next year?
Absolutely.
Why not? A bit of belief, and guys can do great things.
So, from a squad size perspective, I'm thinking of teams like NTU who have obviously made the step up this year and really struggled. Is there anything you'll sit down in the off-season and make any particular changes, or just more of the same?
We've got to recruit heavily.
How long are we still down here
we need
for?
some top quality players in.
How long are we still down here for? How many more minutes am I filling for?
But our guys are strong. Our guys have got belief, and it's all about culture. If we keep the culture right, I think we'll be absolutely fine in the Premiership.
Well, once again, congratulations on your success today, and thank you ever so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
And good luck in the Prem.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much. All right.
Let's go, Big D.
Thanks, Dave.
Join us back here on the field as you can hear the Stirling Clansmen taking to the pitch. Got some spectators out in force, going to struggle this afternoon, I think, with our commentary. At this point, I just must point out, Mike Callahan, your job is safe. Wayne Hill isn't taking over at GB Towers. My mistake. Obviously, Wayne Hill is DC for Great Britain. So, Mike, your job's safe. Apologies about that, my slip. I've still got Ben and Andrew with me here from the Pride and the Lions. Gentlemen, state of the game in the UK at the moment compared to 10, 15 years ago. How do you think it's faring?
I mean, it depends what level you're talking about. If you're talking about senior football, I think the technical standard's getting a lot better, but participation on a whole probably nowhere near what it was. Junior football's gone absolutely down the pan, unfortunately. I mean, we're trying to play more and more top teams against maybe teams like Birmingham if they would play us, and you know, other teams from abroad and stuff like that. But there's little teams out there trying to move the game forward, and I mean the junior game now needs people kind of to step in and move it forward. The GB Juniors head coach, the new guy's a good guy, Jason Henry, just been appointed. He's had a lot of success with the Blitz, and I know he's probably, you know, he'll do good things with the GB Junior program now. But if they haven't got good things to aspire to, then it's difficult to keep them in the game. I mean, I know we'll see a great game here today. If we can link university football maybe to junior football, maybe that's the way to go.
And I think that's how the Lions have found some success with the fact the junior program's thing. Two things then before you speak, Andrew. First of all, do you have a response to Ben about the potential matchup there between the Pride and the Lions?
I just think we just got to get our people together and see what we can do. But I mean, just going on from your point about the senior game, I think what has happened, which has been fantastic, is the ability of guys to go over to Europe and being able to play. There's a lot of guys who are able to go to Finland, to Germany, to all of these places and elevate their game a lot more, which is fantastic. But sometimes at the detriment to the senior game, because those are the best Brits going abroad. That maybe brings the quality of our game down as well. And you look at the Blitz and the Warriors, they've hemorrhaged players over the last few months going abroad. So it's going to be interesting to see how guys do with that.
That's my grounding. I was head coach of the junior seasons before George took over, and it was that annual, when you think we're the only team in Nottingham and yet we're struggling to get 20 lads week in, week out to come to training.
Yeah.
And like you say, in terms of the aspirations and where the pathways are for them, and I think it's been a situation that's just got progressively worse.
I think the thing for me,
I think we're just going to have a time out for a moment while we have a minute's silence. So we'll be back with you in a second. Actually, I'll do that. I'll say. Okay, so now the national anthems are complete. 10 minutes to kick off. Gentlemen, predictions, but quietly because Durham are right behind us.
That's all right. They're in a team huddle now, so they won't be able to hear me. I'm going to say Stirling by 2 scores. I think Stirling will have enough in their passing game and the way they run the ball. I think they'll run out winners.
Okay.
Ben? Probably the same. Yeah. Yeah. I think the coaching staff of Stirling's good enough to beat anybody third time round. If I should have probably done it second time round as well. But yeah.
Well, thank you ever so much for your time, gentlemen. Enjoy the game, and
Cool.
we'll maybe catch up afterwards for a recap about how things have gone.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yeah.
Take care. So, thanks to Ben and Andrew for their time there. We're now going to scurry back up to the commentary booth. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the national final between Durham and Stirling, brought to you by OnSide Productions in association with Double Coverage and EP Sports.
Okay, I'm with Dale Bottomley, winning coach of the National League Division 1.
Coaching's the best I've ever
congratulations.
The amount of effort
How was the
put
game
into
for you?
sessions is phenomenal.
Coaching's the best I've ever had.
The amount of effort they put into the sessions is phenomenal.
We're able to give a level of instruction that these players aren't typically used to.
Everything we already thought we previously knew, getting turned upside down.
So here we go again then. Good afternoon and welcome once again if you're just joining us for the first time this afternoon. If you've been with us from the outset at midday for the Leeds Portsmouth game, welcome back. Welcome back to my colleague George Leeds, who's struggling with his headset at the minute. I'll give him a minute.
I'll be with you in a minute, Matt.
I'll give him a minute to put that on. Interesting comments there from Ben and Andrew regarding the state of British football and what they expect to see from the game, and interesting that both those guys favoured Stirling this afternoon, George.
I don't know if that is a surprise, to be honest. We know that Stirling, as we've said, are annually in this position, annually strong contenders. They've won it before, they'll win it again, I'm sure. Narrowly lost last year to the Lions in a very close game. They've got the experience on this day. They've got the experience. However, Durham have beaten them this season in the regular season already. So we'll see what they're going to bring.
We haven't mentioned it yet and didn't actually come up in conversation, but Durham have had to go through a little bit of a controversy this year as well.
Yeah, they have. Have BAFA made the right decision, or BUCS made the right decision? You know, should they be here at all is what some people would argue. You know, obviously it was a negative effect for Hertfordshire, who had to play Durham, who were really the top seed. They, you know, should it be Durham, Hertfordshire here today?
Indeed. So let's see how this one pans out as Durham get play underway. And again, like in the previous game, the initial kickoff's fumbled, but then retrieved and some decent ground covered by Ashley Hopkinson for Stirling. And Stirling will take the first possession this afternoon. Not far away from their own 40-yard line.
No, it's a good spot to have the ball in. There's no doubt about that. But that was the difference between the first game and here. They took advantage, and it was a broken play. All right on Stirling's side, but they managed to get an extra 10 yards there.
So here we go then. First down, Stirling. In at quarterback, we have Andres Donat at quarterback in the pistol. There's a similar formation, hands the ball off, running to the left. And
Thomas Campbell with a run.
Thomas Campbell, the first carry of the day. Maybe
yards.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 on there. Again, very similar to the last game. Teams will look to try and establish the run, and obviously in the last game it was all about the run. We should see a much more wide open game though, as Ben and Andrew suggested, compared to the Leeds Portsmouth game from both these teams. Players to look out for Stirling. Obviously we've mentioned Thomas Campbell already. We've mentioned quarterback Andres Donat, as Campbell gets the ball again and finds a seam up the middle, spins, and he's on his feet and he's met by a number of Durham defenders.
You can already see the difference between the Portsmouth and the Leeds game, the athleticism and the size of the players on the field.
It is noticeable.
This is the step up that we were talking about in the previous game.
It is.
Where players need to be in the gym over summer to get to this level, otherwise they will get wiped out.
Just being down on the sideline there as we were doing that pre-game show, it is evident the size of these guys, the athletic nature of them. So, first down. First down. Donat with 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and he's got his tailback Campbell with the ball, who takes the ball and pulls it at the last minute, and Donat picks up
5 yards,
yeah,
4 or 5 yards there.
But that was very much a read play, so he read the end there for Durham. Decided not to give that ball to Campbell, though he did look like he had quite a good edge to get around, but it brings up 2nd and 7. Once again, trying to establish the run, managed to get first down from the running game so far, so at the moment no need to do anything else. See how Durham are going to present themselves. Donat with trips to the left this time, and he looks to the right to his single receiver, and he hits number 85, Mark Papradi, for a good pickup on 2nd down, which will bring up 3rd and 3.
It's quick defense though to stop any yak yardage there.
Oh, you're going with the yak now, are you?
I'm going with the yak.
Fair dues.
Yeah. That old Chinese cow.
So 3rd and 3. First test reel for this Stirling offence, and indeed to see if the Durham defence can hold them. You'd kind of expect possibly a run of some description, but again, already seen the difference between maybe Div 1 and Prem with the accuracy of that first pass that was thrown. So it's faked again, and Donat keeps the ball, and he picks his way through and does pick up the first down. Tackle made by Joseph Wilderspin. But Stirling do pick up their 2nd first down of the drive. And are looking very effective moving the ball so far. We were commenting as the teams came out, George, again, Leeds had a very small squad, and looking down at the sideline nearest to us here, Durham don't have the largest squad that you've ever seen.
No, it's not.
In terms of numbers.
Not the biggest, no. But, you know, they've got here, so...
and Campbell breaks him on up the middle and on a nice little trap play, and once again, Wilderspin brings him down, makes the tackle, but not until Campbell has picked up a first down.
Yeah, big strong run there from Campbell again. Seems to be a bit more of a, well, I'd say power back, but he's certainly a strong runner, that's for sure.
Seems to be able to make a nice cut in the hole as well as soon as he sees daylight. So a couple of tight ends in on this play, slightly different formation. Still a pistol formation, receiver either side. Campbell takes the ball off the right side, cuts it back in, runs over Wilderspin this time and gets inside the 15 for another Clansman first down.
Another big strong run there again. You watch him break that tackle and just bang, knocks him.
So a very promising opening drive there so far from Stirling.
Durham, yeah, Durham nearly really need to step up on defense and toughen up.
So 1st and 10 on the 17-yard line. Similar formation. One receiver either side. A real tight sort of slot receiver on the left. Campbell alongside. Here comes the jet sweep option, and the jet sweep is given. Number 17. James Lightbody picks the ball up, but then is absolutely buried. And indeed, it may well be not quite a turnover. He does end up holding on to the ball, but
it's much better defense there. Good outside containment from Durham to stuff that jet sweep.
Lightbody is really buried. I don't know if you noticed when the quarterback handed that ball off, and as he handed the ball off, both arms came out wide, and showing the defense that he no longer had the ball. I don't know if that's something
we talked about Chrysome last game and his acting. Obviously, it worked quite well to try and draw off the, he was going for the, oh no, it's gone over my head.
Not sure if it's a strategy that a quarterback would want to show the defense hasn't got the ball, but anyway.
Should be trying to hold on to it or look like you've got the ball still. I mean, you've done some quarterback coaching. What would you have your quarterback do in that position?
Try and, like I said in the last game, if you can get at least
Dead
one
ball
pair
foul.
of... Sorry, official.
Delay of the game. Sterling, 5-yard penalty. Replay 2nd down.
So that will march Stirling back 5 yards. My opinion of it always is if you can just get one defender's eyes fixed on the wrong spots, you're only playing against 10 men as opposed to 11. If immediately you show you haven't got the ball, then it's kind of counterintuitive when you're not using deception as part of your strategy. But anyway, they've obviously...
Interestingly, that's not the first time we've seen that penalty called this afternoon. Leeds got called several times for a delay of game.
So here we go, 2nd and 15. Donat in at quarterback again. A new running back in this time. And number 44, Emmanuel Abedi-Bawa, picks up and maybe gets the 4 of the 5 yards back that they lost on the delay of game penalty, but brings up a big 3rd and 13 from the 19-yard line.
I think the difference at this level is that in this position, if 4th down does come, they are more likely to go for a field goal. They'll be well drilled.
Special teams were out prior to the game. We were observing them kicking 40-yard field goals almost at ease. So let's see what happens on this 3rd down and whether they've got a decision to make. 2 receivers out to the left, one high to the top and another slot on the right-hand side. Donat drops back to pass, looks right, looks left, nothing there, looks to the right again, rolls and looks for the end zone, and it fires incomplete. Intended receiver Mark Propardi there, just out of his reach. But Donat did well to keep the play alive, and it does look like this special teams unit is coming on to attempt a field goal.
Yeah, and this is where points matter. It's going to be a tough game, we know that. These two teams know each other well. As Coach Morgan from the Lions mentioned earlier, it's going to be which coach adjusts the best, which team adjusts the best to their opponents.
So Kerr Thompson lines up the field goal. A bit of a high snap, but the kick is up. And it is good. So, if not perfect, an effective first drive for Stirling.
Yeah, I mean, 3 points on the board. It's going to be important at some point during this game. We know that. And it's making the most and getting a score on every single drive you get today.
Always positive just to put your nose in front whenever you can, regardless of how many points that's by. So Stirling founded back in 1984, played their first game in 1985 where they defeated University of Strathclyde 12-0. And that paved the way for back-to-back playoff seasons, including a Scottish Conference title in the 1986 season. So that was a really good start for that young team, but didn't really stay that way, and they didn't really become the national force that we know them to be now until 2003, when they won their first of 3 national titles. At that point, it really made football in the UK sit up and take note of the fact that Scotland could compete on a national level.
Yeah, I mean, Scotland in general put out some good teams. You look at the 2 junior finalists last year, the Highland Wildcats, who unfortunately we lost to in the plate final, and Kent beat East Kilbride Pirates. But again, you know, it's 2 teams there that have come out of Scotland. Bang, you know, we play tough football. If you can't contend with us, walk on.
Indeed. And indeed, if Stirling is successful today, they'll add a 4th national championship to their history books in their long tenured season.
Noticeably, from what I've seen over my short career in football, I say short career, 8th season now. The further north you go, the tougher styles start to sort of take effect.
So Chaz Dawson for Durham takes the kick off, and he's around up to the 30, about to the 35, where he's pushed out of bounds. Nice kick there by Ashley Hopkinson, but a decent starting position for Durham, and we'll see what they can do with their first possession. Matthew Brigham will be at quarterback, and obviously Matthew, who plays a bit of lacrosse as well, I believe.
Bit of lacrosse, yeah. I've watched him. I've had the privilege of watching him play against the Renegades in Nottingham. He is an athlete. He can move. He can shift, and he's a fairly big boy for a quarterback as well.
Alongside him in the backfield is Saitu Smith II.
There we go.
And he doesn't get the ball, but that's Brigham who, on the first play from scrimmage, takes the ball on himself.
5-6 yards there. Like I say, you watch this replay here, and he finds the gap, but he's got relatively quick feet. He just keeps driving, and for a quarterback, I mean, that's some tough running. So obviously he's come through as quarterback in the latter part of the season due to the controversy that's surrounded previous quarterback.
So 4 receivers.
Bonner.
Donovan Swampile comes in motion, and there goes Smith around the edge and picks up enough for a first down. So Smith the second around the outside. You can see that on the replay there. He finds the edge and just keeps going, uses a nice stiff arm, and just manages to pick up enough for the first down.
You can already see the difference in the physicality between the Div 1 final and the Prem final. You know, whilst the Div 1 teams, you know, played some nice football, you can see
the speed
and the strength and the ferocity that these guys play with.
So 4 receivers again. This time Pridemore comes in motion. 3 receivers now to the left. Brigham rolls to his left, and it's going to be an awkward throw across his body. He dumps it off.
He has made it.
He makes the catch.
It's number 17, Aaron Pridemore,
who was the motion man. So Pridemore does pick up close to a first down. Campbell checks out the game, and in comes Dan Yergin. So it's going to be 2nd and 2, maybe long 2, maybe 2nd and 3. But again, as we saw with Stirling, Durham seems to have a nice offensive series going on their first possession. So 3 receivers this side. On the right-hand side of play, Kasuki Nishioka in the yellow helmet closest to our commentary position. Brigham drops back, he swings the ball out, and that's a nice play. Dan Yergin, the man checking in before that play, picks up again enough for a first down.
And it looked like Brigham had a reasonable amount of time in the pocket there. So the offensive line doing some great work in the pass protection.
Also, though, very much a design play. Had a very quick glance downfield, but knew prior to that snap even being made that ball was going to Yergin.
I mean, running backs, you know, obviously in Britain we see a lot more running than we do passing.
So Yergin again alongside to the right of Brigham. Brigham keeps the ball, and he finds a seam up the middle on his feet still, and he's now in the middle of a pile, and that pile's still being pushed until he hits the floor about 2 yards short of a first down.
Yeah, I was just saying, the running backs, you know, we have a big running game in the UK, far more than they do in the US. But again, you start seeing running backs becoming that passing force as well, or receiving force as well. Obviously, if you can get them into the open field with the ball in hand, they're going to put moves on people.
So, 2nd and 2. 3 receivers in the game this time. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Brigham glances left. He's got Jürgen alongside him again. To ask Jürgen to switch sides now, maybe for some extra protection from the advancing DN there. Picks the ball up. He's got a man in the corner, but coverage is good. Oh,
dropped.
Nearly, very nearly snagged somehow.
Intended target, Chaz Dawson.
Here's a replay. So Chaz Dawson didn't look like he had any business going up against Josh Penny here in the corner. And it was almost a hopeful ball put up when you thought it was going to be intercepted, but Dawson nearly managed to reach over the top and secure that for a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, that's those 50-50 balls we talked about in the previous game. Unfortunately for Portsmouth, throwing that pick. But when you've got athletic receivers, all right, Penny clearly an athletic DB as well, give them that choice, give them that chance.
Also, that play right there keeps Stirling honest.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you're 2nd and short, so you know you can always go back to the run on the next play.
Absolutely.
Wait, 3rd and short now.
So here we go. Brigham again, then
Blitz
drops back to
middle.
pass again, and now he's looking. He steps up into the
There
pocket.
you go.
He's only looking to run. He points downfield for his teammate to make a block, but doesn't need him.
Yeah, fantastic work. Read the blitz, saw it coming. He knew exactly where he was going.
Directing traffic downfield as well, but doesn't need him and picks up enough for that 1st down. So yeah, you're right. 2nd and short, inside your opponent's 30-yard line. Why not? Why not give it a 50-50 ball? There is always a risk.
Of course there is, but you know, does the risk justify the reward?
1st down, just outside the red zone for Durham.
Interesting, Smith is lined up on the outside receiver.
So trips to the right this time. Wonder if you'll see Jürgen swing this way. He does indeed. Jürgen swings. Brigham's got his eyes downfield, which is
Dawson
good. He rolls.
open.
He has got a man, but that's picked off.
Number 44 there for
Stirling. We've got Matthew Heath still on the ball, and he's taking it all the way up to the 40-yard line, but there are 2 flags on play.
It's actually a Beatty Boawa. You've called out 44 for Durham.
My mistake, wrong roster. But well read, and I don't think Brigham saw that at all. But then we did have Aaron Pridemore signaling to his bench for Durham that penalty is against Stirling. Let's have a look at this replay.
You see here, Dawson breaks and he's open there, and he's thrown it.
And the problem
he's left him too long.
The problem with that pass is as well that Brigham knew there was pressure coming.
Yeah.
During the return, an illegal block below the waist. Number 3, half distance to the goal. Green keeps the ball 1st down.
So it will still be Stirling's ball. As I was saying, Brigham knew there was pressure coming and couldn't really step up into the pass. Had to throw it with his balance falling backwards slightly.
He was outside the tackle box. He could have thrown that ball away.
Yeah, indeed.
But as you saw there, he knew the right receiver. Dawson was there. He was open at one point. He just left it too late.
Split second too late. So Stirling make the big 1st break of the game. But unfortunately, illegal block in the back brings the ball back 25 yards, meaning they'll start on their own 14-yard line. So Dene keeps the ball, and up he goes up into the middle. Picks up 5 yards on that 1st play. Thank you for the love we're receiving from the viewing masses out there, enjoying the replays. Obviously, we've managed to up our game a little bit between the Division 1 game and the Premiership game, and Steve Matthews, our director extraordinaire, has managed to get that rolling for you, so glad we're enjoying that. So 2nd and 4 then. Dene still in possession. He keeps the ball up the middle again. There's a big hole, enough room for Stirling to pick up 1st down yardage.
Yeah, nice tackle by Durham's Smith there. Clearly a man that plays everywhere on the field. He's offense, defense, special teams, probably coach. But no, nice tackle there. So what's the risk running the quarterback then?
Well, the obvious risk. The obvious risk is losing your quarterback.
Yeah.
That's the obvious one, and you saw in the 1st game the Leeds quarterback His name eludes me right now, obviously made of tougher stuff and could take a pound in all game as Dono drops back to pass, finds his man, and his man breaks the first tackle and takes it out to about first down yardage.
Stirling number 81 there, Felix Klein with the reception.
Lovely timing on that though.
Yeah, it was great, nice little hitch. If you see the defense in man coverage, it's often advisable to put a nice little hitch play in there and see if he can break a tackle.
I don't think enough people realise that plays like that work only because of a quarterback's footwork.
Yeah.
When you've got certain routes and certain your passing tree, it's designed to be a 3-step drop for certain routes and a 5-step drop for other routes. And goodness me, just interrupting myself, we thought the first game went quickly. That is 15 minutes played, and we are at the end of the first quarter in this one as well. So yeah.
Well, you know, we say you know, Leeds obviously ran the clock. Portsmouth ran quite a lot in their first quarter. They've passed more in this game, but the passes have been completed.
Indeed.
But, you know, it's great to watch, great to see quarterbacks making plays like that in the British leagues, whether it's BUCS or in the BAFA leagues.
I know this will maybe bore some people. I watched a documentary, one of the... No, it's fine. No, it's
a bit
good.
more like Sultanas, is it? Or not Sultanas, Satsumas.
No, nothing to do with that. A documentary as part of the NFL Network stuff, and it was all about Bill Walsh and the way he coached. And he's written a book called Finding the Winning Edge, which, by all accounts, all NFL coaches have a copy of. And I looked for a copy myself, but you can only get them for like 240 quid nowadays. But they call it like a manual, a Bible of coaching, and the emphasis he put on quarterbacks' footwork and therefore delivering the pass on time. As Campbell takes the ball for a nice gain, just short of first down yardage.
9 yards there.
The emphasis that footwork was put on a quarterback and whether a pass was completed or not, then reviewing the footwork and seeing whether or not it was right, and leading that to the success of a lot of Bill Walsh's early West Coast offense in the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, I mean, in the West Coast offense, you're playing much shorter football, slant routes, hitch routes, that sort of thing. So everything has to be so pinpoint, so timed. When you've got players deeper down the field, you can get away with it a bit more. You can wait for a break in play. You can hit that deep ball. But on the slant and the hitch, like you say, everything has to be timed.
You tend to find, though, I'm sure you'll agree, you tend to find when you're working with younger quarterbacks, they're not particularly thinking too much about their feet because their heads are so much thinking about reading and making sure they've got the right call in. That's a lovely move.
Back.
2 moves by Campbell. Cuts again, and he's got the first down and a lot more.
Great play. 7-8 yards again from Campbell.
So if you look at that replay, Campbell picks the ball up running to his right, makes one man miss, that D-end who just over pursues it, then cuts back to his left.
Bell there that has the
and he's got a little bit of open room, cuts back to his right. Very quick feet from Campbell, allowing him to make defenders miss.
Yeah, solid running again from Campbell.
So Campbell leaves the game in for a breather after that first down run.
That's where cutback containment comes into play on the defense. You know, I certainly tell our linebackers never to fully pursue until, you know, they're fully committed. But on that play there, their outside containment on the right-hand side, as we're looking at it, broke down, and he managed to cut back and get round.
You could see there, too long taken in the huddle there. Sterling ran to the line but didn't get that play off in time. So,
delay of the game. Sterling, 5-yard penalty. It remains first down.
In that nice run there, that 7-8 yards, just lost it.
So 10:31 left in the second quarter. Still got a very tight game, low-scoring affair. Stirling 3-0 ahead against Durham. But again, time on the clock, no 3 and outs. Moving the chains, both teams very effectively. So, 1st and 15 now for Stirling with Dene in the backfield. He looks to his right. Ball. He's got a man there, but that's way, way down the field.
Yeah, looking for Pridemore there.
And Pridemore looking to the official, suggesting he may have been held after 5 yards, held in inadvertently, but no flag coming.
Sorry, that wasn't Pridemore. That was my mistake. That was Lightbody.
Emmanuel Abedi-Bawa has checked in to halfback at the moment for Stirling. Stirling come out with almost a fullback in this formation. Two receivers to the right, one to the left, to the top of the screen. Bauer gets the ball, goes up the middle, and he's smashed immediately.
Yeah, great defensive play. Interior defense held up solid there.
Benjamin Reinhardt's first man there on the tackle, number 66. Brings up 3rd and long now for Stirling. Important play this for Durham, obviously having turned the ball over on their last possession. Just under 10 minutes left in the half. Sun appears to have left us momentarily.
It's not a bad thing for the receivers. It's still very nice conditions to be playing football.
Similar formation, but switched around, so two receivers to the left. Campbell goes in motion. Ball looks to be swung, but then Dene keeps hold of the ball and doesn't get enough for the first. So another interesting decision here, although I would have thought.
I think they'll punt it. I think he's just making yards there to try and get a better position for the punter.
Get some air under this ball. Your punt team under it, your coverage team under it, and try and say to Durham, okay, then let's march the length of the field.
Yeah, Luingo, number 50 there for Stirling, lead blocking for the quarterback. So it was a design run play.
Now, interestingly, quarterback Dene has stayed in. So unless he's going to do some sort of fake little pooch punt, although Campbell, we've got 3 receivers to the left, we've got 2 receivers to the right. And now...
Will that be a delay game again?
No, Stirling have gone for a timeout. So obviously not really liking the call there. We want to chat it over a little bit. Once again, thanks for joining us this afternoon. If you, on this Mother's Day, I hope you've looked after your mums today and you making sure that you're treating her well, and therefore in response you've managed to watch a little bit of football this afternoon.
Barbecues ablaze.
If you're sitting around watching and wanting to get in touch, to any thoughts on the game today or the previous game or just on American football in general in the UK?
Life in general. We
like
life
discussing in general,
life.
Absolutely. You can get in touch with us at
the
hashtag.
where we're watching as well. We've had some interesting... Did we have somebody in Yemen one year?
We did, like when we did the GB ladies game last week. So there's the hashtag, Unibowl.
Last year.
Last year in September. Hashtag Unibowl. Please let us know where you're watching. Let us know if you're enjoying it. We love your feedback. Obviously, we're always trying to improve our production here. So thanks to Steve Matthews and our OnSide production company, and Double Coverage for helping with this production. And also EP Sports, as they still come out in a similar formation.
That's light body on the...
I thought as much that Dene
And he has got it. He's picked it up but he's picked it up.
So lots for the defence to think about. 5 receivers, send a man in motion, stick the ball in there to the man in motion to Campbell, and then at the end of the day, keep hold of the ball and go straight down the middle. Here's that replay. Oh, no replay? No replay, Steve. Never mind. But yeah, so Stirling keep the drive alive at this point.
Trips left again with the light body in the middle.
3 receivers to the top. Campbell in the backfield. One single receiver down this side. And I wonder whether he's going to hands the ball to Campbell, who's got a big gap up the middle. And he's still on his feet with 3 Saints on his back.
Wow. Beast mode just entered the room.
Here's that replay from the initial contact. You see full speed through the line, huge hole, initial contact.
I think he speeds up through contact. What a move, what a play.
He's run on 13 yards with 3 Saints players on his back. And what's the key? What's the key about running in contact? Keep those legs driving. Keep your legs driving.
For any young running backs looking and watching at home, for any senior running backs watching at home, that is how you do it.
So another first down, 1st and 10 inside the 15-yard line. 3 receivers to the right this time. Campbell in the backfield. And Campbell doesn't even look like he wants the ball, but Dene reaches for the goal line, and...
There is a flag on the play.
There is a flag on the play in the vicinity of holding. So he is in the end zone, but this one could well be coming back. If we look at the replay, see if we can pick up anything. There might have been a block in the back there on the left-hand side from one of the linemen. It looked like one of the Durham players had his back turned, and there may have been some contact.
Holding, 77 Stirling, 10 yards from the flag. It remains first down.
So number 77, Let's just have a look, see if we can pick that out. So number 77 is on the far left of your screen, and there's the hold right at the end. Right at the end, man gets past him. He just grabs and reaches onto the top of that jersey.
It's a grab in desperation. It's
when your man is beaten.
Unfortunate, but you know.
So what ended up being a fantastic run is negated, and it's now 1st and 15 at the 18-yard line. Oh, and there could have been a false start there, but it wasn't. It was called. Unfortunately, I do think is that replay. Number 81 just leans forward. That's Felix Klein. Unfortunately, loses his balance.
Interesting.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number 81, Stirling. 5-yard penalty. It remains first down.
So, going back to what I was just saying, the first quarter. You had Thomas make a big, Campbell. Well, it is Thomas Campbell make a big run for it to be pulled back on a false start. With delay of game, 5 yards back, so he had it lost. That play there, he made a huge gain, 13 yards, 10 yards back on the hold.
Indeed. So here we go then, picking play back up. It's now 1st and 20. 1st and 20, but from what we've seen at the moment, there's no reason Stirling won't manage this. Now they've got the receivers stacked top and bottom to try and bring something new, but Campbell still gets the ball up the middle. Maybe gains 3 on the play.
Better interior defense again. They don't want Campbell running 13, 14 yards every time. Not when you've got safeties being hit that hard.
So 2nd and 16. 2nd and 16 for Stirling. Got those trips to the right again, lots of space down the right, and again, nobody's covering that slot receiver. Looking a little thin this side, but there we go, and go to the other side, and that's a poor pass.
That's back.
No, it was slightly forward. That was more than a lateral, so. But I don't know whether Stirling quarterback actually saw the fact that there was no coverage on the slot receiver on this side.
It was Prince that dropped the low catch, the low reception.
Light body was completely uncovered at the line of scrimmage this side. So from a 1st and 10 inside the Durham 15-yard line, we're now at 3rd and 16. Do they go for it all? Do they put 3 more points on the board? I've got a feeling this may well be ran again. May well be handed off. 2 backs in the backfield, Campbell. And this time it is passed, and there's a man down the middle that's way overthrown. Oh! Reaching over the back of the defender is Nathaniel Prince.
Again. Great coverage there by the 2 defensive backs of the Saints.
And at first glance, I thought that ball had sailed on him. I thought it had gone way too far, but actually, as it turned out, it wasn't too far away. Good coverage again.
Yeah, nice pressure. So they are going for another field goal, try and get some more key points on the board. Like we said, it's a very tight game. I think we're both expecting a tight game today, so these points are invaluable.
So Kerr Thompson with the kick. It's up and it's no good. It's wide left. Wide left. So Kerr Thompson, unfortunately, not successful with that kick.
A lot of time taken up on the clock, a lot of plays, but a lot of penalties, and to come away with nothing, they'll be pretty disappointed with that. Obviously,
Durham, sorry, George.
It's all right.
After you.
Brigham coming back after that interception. You know, as a quarterback, how do you feel? You know, obviously you're not going to get that out of your head completely. It's always going to be there.
But as a coach,
how do you play it?
As a coach, you want to try and build that confidence back up. I get the impression he's quite a high confidence character anyway.
Yeah.
So there may well be a degree. And here's a really interesting formation again. Interrupting
Timeout
myself.
called, I think, possibly.
There was a flag on the play, so it'll be some sort of illegal procedure call.
Dead ball. Illegal substitution. Durham breaking huddle with 12 men. 5-yard penalty.
Yeah,
it remains first down.
Okay.
You know, for Brigham, What do you do? I'm a coach. You're a coach.
Yeah.
Do you run it? Play action? Pass?
I think it really, like as we spoke to Dale Bottomley, head coach of Leeds Beckett earlier on, you play to your strengths, and if you've got a quarterback who's a high confidence player, who a play like that won't have a major impact on, you just go as you would. If it's somebody who you need to build confidence in, you try and get a little swing pass out there, just and build him up that way. But it strikes me, not knowing the individual Brigham that well, but it strikes me that anybody who plays quarterback.
Yeah, that was a great tackle there by Edwards Matuhu in the backfield.
Anybody who plays quarterback has got to have a certain level of confidence, actually, just to be out there and taking command of an offense.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So I think I don't think it'll affect him overly, based on the fact that he's stepped in. Due to that unfortunate situation Durham experienced this year with their quarterback as he drops back to pass. And again, that's low.
Ball to Chaz Dawson.
Did just bounce up off the floor.
We're not playing one bounce, one catch.
One
bounce, one hand.
One bounce, one hand. William Underwood there on the coverage. And already that brings up a 3rd and 15. Interesting formation that Durham showed on that first play.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect probably a screenplay on that.
Just 3 linemen, but maybe we'll see that again later on.
Coming out in doubles this time, a bit more conventional.
So twins left, twins right, 1 man in the backfield, pistol formation again, nice spread. Brigham drops back, there's pressure coming up the middle, and he hangs onto the ball, and now he's being chased, and he just throws that ball away. Probably a wise decision based on what happened, and that's well be as a result of what happened last time he forced the ball.
And that was Gareth McCall, the big defensive lineman, putting the pressure on Brigham.
So, disappointing for Durham, but really pleasing there for Stirling, who should get the ball back in pretty good field position with the multifaceted Campbell back at punt returner again.
Yeah, good defense there. If they don't score any points, then all you have to do is put some on the board.
High snap, but it's managed to be snaggled by the punter, who puts a wobbly kick, bounces at the 40. Campbell gets underneath it, picks it up at the 45. He's at the 35, the 30, down to the 25, and pushed out of bounds. And there's a late flag there, and I think that's going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against Durham.
There are 2 fouls on the play. The first foul is for a block in the back, number 77, during the return. After that, following the end of the play, dead ball, personal foul, late hit, number 11, Stirling. Both penalties were being forced. First down.
So in fact, even though number 11 ended up on his back on the sideline, he's been pinged with the unsportsmanlike conduct foul. And that is a big swing, because that takes them, that's a 40-yard swing from the 20-yard line, 25-yard line of the Saints back to Stirling's own 37-yard line.
It is, yeah, absolutely. With 37 yards, it's still not a bad position to be starting in.
So, Andres Donay back in at quarterback. 2 men alongside him, Campbell being one of them. And Donay drops back to pass, and he looks long. He's got a man down the side if he can get there, and it's off the fingertips.
That's Nathaniel Prince with the drop there.
And
second drop he's had today. Did he slow down?
And here's the
a little
replay.
bit?
So you can see straight from the off, Prince at the top. Prince at the top, not really knowing what's going on, although he's actually saying to himself, I think, I'm open, look this way, look this way. And he just beats his man for pace and just keeps his eye on the ball.
And that is just a fly route all the way downfield.
Number 36 for Durham. Maybe, 38 for Durham. James Spicer playing well off Prince. And again, handed off this time to Campbell. And that's stacked
a
up.
Fantastic stop.
Sam Mantenac. Sam Mantenac says, not in my house.
Much
Indeed.
better. But noticeably, other than that big 13-yard run that Campbell got earlier, The interior defence of Durham has been pretty solid. Where they've really been let down is outside.
So, 3rd and 11. Both offences seem to be stalling now. Obviously, defences and defensive coordinators have kind of got the grips a little bit on the game. Dene has 3 receivers to his right. He's got 2 to his left. Motion, no handoff as Dene keeps the ball. And he jukes one man, and there is a flag down, and in that vicinity, it's more than likely holding or an illegal low block. But I definitely think that is going to be called against Stirling in the vicinity of where that's been thrown. I've been wrong before, though, George.
You have, usually are.
Not very often.
Holding, 74 Stirling. 10 yards from the flag, 3rd down.
Yeah, so that's William Holiday that's been picked up on that.
So, 3rd and a mile. Now they could do with that 9 route, that fly pattern, that 9 route down the field to Prince. And just look where they could have been. Prince would have had that ball on the Durham 30-yard line, and now they find themselves...
If he'd have stayed on his feet,
could have
been
gone.
He'd have been in
could
the
have
house.
been gone.
But, I think he needs the ball. He needs to get a grab just to build some confidence up.
Let's see what Stirling pull out of the playbook on this. There aren't many plays for 3rd and 21.
They have got Prince at the top end of your screen.
Campbell alongside again. It looks like
there's a pass.
It's a little screen pass. Nice. Screen pass set up beautifully well. Campbell does have it. He turns the corner and he gets back past the original line of scrimmage, and will bring up about 4th and 6.
4th and 6.
Nice though. That screen pass developed very nicely.
It did, yeah.
And I think in that situation, when we say there's not a lot of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 21, the screen is always one that's got the potential to break it.
Potential, yeah, absolutely. Particularly when you've got a fierce force like Campbell at the back.
And guess who's punting?
Is it Campbell?
It is.
Is it Campbell?
Mr. Versatile.
Mr. I can do everything, coach.
So let's see what this snap's like. Help him out with the snap. Sun in his eyes. It's a beautiful snap. Campbell puts his foot through it, not too high, but a nice line drive. It's fielded on the run, but it's fumbled, and the ball is still live, but I think it's gone out of bounds.
Yeah, Durham's ball. So that was Chaz Dawson with the muffed fumble there. So they'll be starting on their own 26-yard line.
So we did mention earlier on that we'd keep you updated with how the Division 2 Southern Championship was going. I think we've got a latest score, or is that a result? So that's a result we've had just come in. We've got the London Blitz against the Brunel Burners. My bad, my apologies. The Plymouth Blitz. Again, my researcher has not done overly well there, but anyway.
Well, I hate to say this, but actually he's put it on the screen for you.
He has, but he's originally just put Blitz. I've got a lot to think about. I'll bring you that score in a minute as Brigham hands off to number 1.
Durham's number 1, Harry Winter.
Oh, and they stacked up, and there's a little bit of afters, and Harry Winter jumps back up, saying, that has not affected me. So, yes, apologies. The Plymouth Blitz against the Brunel Burners.
Number 45 trying to get a little swipe in there.
Trying to rip that ball out. It's finished. I know you come on, tell us the score, tell us the score, tell us the score. George, stop interrupting me. So the Division 2 Southern Championship, the Plymouth Blitz 14, the Brunel Burners 26. So Brunel, congratulations to them. They are the Division 2 Southern champs for 2017. As Brigham's back at quarterback again, and a flag on play.
Number 22 of Stirling there.
I must just say at this stage, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Officials timeout. That is the 2-minute warning.
And in particular, happy Mother's Day to my mum. I know she's tuning in now, watching and listening, so I hope you're having a lovely day, Mum. Lovely to see you last night, and I hope you enjoyed dinner.
I suppose, well, while we're at it, I better say happy Mother's Day to my mother as well.
But do you know if your mum's watching right now?
No, I don't. She might be. Might be knocking around.
See, that's how close to my mum I am. I know what she's doing.
She got a cream egg this morning. That was her Mother's Day present.
So, Setu Smith II comes in motion. Brigham rolls to the right. He's looking for a man downfield. He stops. He plants. He's pursued by a number of Stirling players. He steps out of 3 tackles. He's still on his feet. He's got the first down. And he's taken out of bounds at midfield. And that's
taken out by Ashley Hopkinson.
But that's going to be another unsportsmanlike penalty against Durham.
Yeah, Ashley Hopkinson with the hit to end it.
There's no need. He's obviously, there's a little bit of needle creeping into this game now. And obviously Durham becoming frustrated.
You see, look at those moves. He's an athlete.
But here we go. There's the tackle. It's close, actually. It may be the fact that number 45 there led with his shoulder and didn't make any attempt to wrap. So Arnold Masailia may be called for unsportsmanlike there.
Just discussing it.
Let's have a look. Let's wait for word from the official.
2 fouls at the conclusion of the play. The first one was dead ball, personal foul, later hit out of bounds, number 45 on the defence. That was followed by dead ball and sportsmanlike conduct, number 4 for Durham. Those cancel at the dead ball spot. That is number 4's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
So Brigham being called for the unsportsmanlike.
Worth mentioning that our second unsportsmanlike conduct is an automatic ejection. He gone, I think is...
the technical term.
He gone.
He gone. So Brigham there, obviously, there's bound to be adrenaline down there. It's a tight game. It's 3-0.
And you've got to remember these guys are, they're divisional rivals as well. It's not just a final for them.
No.
They are. I am the best team in the north. You're not.
Well, this is the national final between 2 teams from the Northern Conference.
Yeah.
So we've got
long-time Northern Conference as well.
Penalties cancel each other out. Pridemore in motion. Brigham rolls to his right this time. He looks and he's hit as he throws, and the ball sails out of bounds.
He did well to get that ball off.
Josh Penny there on the coverage just tips that ball out.
Did very well. Brigham's got a great awareness of the game. Obviously there he felt the pressure, managed to get the ball away before he got the sack.
He actually was almost falling to the floor as he released that ball. Good pressure. But what is good as well is the coverage is good. Brigham's not been able to just drop back and release the ball.
No,
he's having to extend the play in the pocket. So here we go, 2nd and 10. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Brigham again drops back. So pressure coming up the middle, but he eludes the pressure again, and he looks like he might take off because there's acres of space out there, and he'll run easily for the first down. Runs out of bounds at the 35-yard line of Stirling.
Edwards Matu on
here's a replay again, look.
Down.
So he's looking immediately, but there's pressure from the right-hand side of that Stirling line, and he's just got the pace and the speed to be able to get around the edge.
Arnold Masailia on a blitz coming around the edge. Just got tripped up by his own defensive lineman.
So another first down with 1:34 left. This first half's flown by as well, George. We've only been playing 40 minutes. We've only got a minute left till the half. Similar again, that every possession vital for both teams. Brigham drops back, looks to his left. And then, and that will surely be a flag. Surely a flag. No flag inside. But that looked like he about got his head ripped off. Let's watch that again. So huge pressure and high up on the shoulder. I don't know whether he did manage to get a face mask or not, but high up on the shoulder there. And the referees deemed it a fair challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it was borderline there. Certainly borderline, but he's got away with it.
I wonder, if nothing else, whether this timeout by Durham is just to give Brigham there a little breather. I can see the coach there with his arm just around him, just making sure he's all right, maybe giving him some instructions. I know we mentioned about a little bit of a needle. I know at the beginning of the game we did the pre-game show down on the sideline, and the Scots, the Stirling Clansmen, had bagpipes, had a piper playing, and Durham didn't take overly kindly to that little gesture. So,
well, certainly, looking into the crowd, a few more people come to view this. All right, I can see Leeds are out there looking and spectating.
We mentioned this earlier. Obviously, we understand the travel distance. We've got Durham, we've got a Durham team, and obviously a Scottish team, and it's a long way to come down here to Worcester to play a national final, and therefore, with it being a university game, we didn't necessarily expect a massive crowd. No. But at the same time, there is some good support there, and hopefully, we equally said that the fact that we've got this coverage will mean that people think they didn't need to necessarily come down here. They'll get a quality coverage of the game from the comfort of their own lounge.
Look, in America, this would be a college final, and
100,000 sell out as Brigham rolls to the left. Brigham keeps the ball, he pump fakes but isn't tricking anybody and gets just past the line of scrimmage, maybe a pick up, actually about 6 or 7 yards in fact. So makes good on the scramble.
We had a quick discussion earlier before the game, about how, I think this is approximately 18,000 seats in this stadium. That would sell out in an instant in the US. But we sell Wembley out. We managed to sell Wembley out.
We were talking about this as well, but I know the NFL is different, and this is where the NFL, obviously, unfortunately, the way that it works, the NFL is a business, and the NFL are interested in growing the NFL in this country.
Absolutely,
They're not interested in growing the British game, unfortunately, and that's down to the likes of Russ Hewitt and the other members of the BAFA board who that is on their shoulders as Brigham looks to pass again, but now scrambles up the middle and he's got space again. And it's another fantastic run, no flags on the play, and he has picked up the first down. I must say, though, it looks to me that Brigham is looking to try and put the ball downfield, but the coverage is so tight that he's having to take off every time when there is space there.
Yeah, but he can use it. He's a multi-versatile quarterback. There's no two ways about that. But yeah, I mean, there's certainly room for spectator growth in this game as well. We discussed teams folding for financial reasons, the travel costs. If you can get people coming to look and pay, even if it's £2 for a ticket,
absolutely,
it's something towards the club, something to help drive the sport forward, something to help maintain the clubs, and really try to develop the sport. So Brigham drops back.
He does. He's man coming in, and he's tripped, but he maintains his feet. He's still running. He's running. It looks like
that's Chaz Dawson. Chaz waiting there for a good couple minutes, or what a...
So Brigham on 2nd and 4. 2 receivers either side. Got loads of space to the left here. Brigham looks right. He throws the ball out to Dawson, and Dawson is met immediately, actually.
Managed to hold the ball, though, but that's Stirling's 21. William Underwood there with the tackle.
Just had a message from former manager of the Caesars Juniors.
Which one's
that? From when you were playing, the one previously. From way back.
Miss Brittle.
Mrs. Brittle. Good afternoon, Mrs. Brittle. Lovely to know that you're tuning in. And
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
From all of us at the Caesars.
And please, I know Beef's watching this, so please pass on our best to Beef. Nice to know you're tuning in, Beef. Give us a message to let us know how we're doing, because I know you're always the harshest critic of everybody in every performance. So let us know how we're getting on, Beef. Anyway, 3rd down, 49 seconds left in the half. Durham threatening.
Yeah, so Durham really need to get some points on here, and what a great way to win the half if they do.
So at half-time, we're going to have a brief 5-minute breather at the half, and then we're going to pop back down to the sideline, George and I, where we'll have a chat with a few people about their thoughts of the first half and see what the second half might hold in store. So here we go, 3rd and 6 for Brigham. It's got Dan Yergin alongside him in the backfield. Ball up, looking to his left again. He puts the ball up. He's got a man, and that could well be caught. Let's see, indication ruled incomplete by the back judge. Ruled incomplete. Tapping on the floor, and unfortunately...
Well, that's Smith there that went for the grab. I don't know if we've got a replay of that at all.
I don't think we have got a replay on this one, because I think Steve has just had to pop off somewhere. So that would have been interesting to see, but never mind.
The only one we need a replay of.
So 4th down, let's see what the decision is here. It's going to be a timeout. Durham to go and chat about this.
It was a great play, just a little bit overthrown for Smith to lay out.
So, I did think we'd get a tight game. I didn't necessarily think it'd be this tight.
No.
I expected more points, if I'm honest.
It's great defense. It's great defense. But you look, at some point you'd think, going back to a war of attrition, I've had a quick count up. Durham have about 31 players. Durham have about 31 players. Looking at Stirling, they've got far more. So potentially that could be one contributing factor as to why the game might break open in the second half.
So Durham attempts the field goal, and it's blocked, and it's picked up by Josh Penny, and Josh Penny has a lane down the sideline, but he runs out of bounds, and oh, that could be close to another unsportsmanlike, although I think he's going to get away with that one. So blocked, a big turning point, and with 36 seconds left in the half, we'll see if Stirling are feeling brave.
Now, you know, you always ask me as a coach, what do I do in this position? You were my coach. We never got to a national final with yourself. I achieved that.
There's absolutely no need.
So, what do you do here? Do you just run out the clock, or do you try and put some points on the board? You are in the shadow of your own.
I stopped talking to you.
All right.
Is what I do. I don't answer that question because you've highly offended me. After all I've given to you and the opportunities I've afforded you in the game, I am now highly offended, and we'll watch what the Stirling team decide to do. So, Donay at quarterback, 3 receivers to the top. I think I'd take a shot in all fairness. I'd take a shot on first down, see what happens. So we've got to play up the middle, see what we're going to get out. And they do gain some good ground, try and get out of bounds.
Yeah, that's smart football.
And, you know, you've taken 6 seconds off the clock there. And now you've got the chance to do it again.
But you're in the 40. You got up to about your own 40.
And that's a very low-risk play again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now you've got that, and you've marched it down. Now the coach is thinking, can we get into field goal range? Can we? What can happen on this next first down play? Can we pick up another first down here? You obviously, the last thing you want to do is hand momentum over to Durham by them turning the ball over when you've just sustained that momentum off that blocked field goal. So, 1st and 10. Donay has 3 receivers to the left again, 2 to the right. Unless he's going to keep that ball again, he looks to his left. He's got a man out there playing. And the ball's dropped.
It. Number 81 was Stirling there. Felix Klein has had 1 reception earlier in the game.
The only positive about that is it stops the clock.
It does, yeah. Yeah, but it's not a great positive, is it?
So, Stirling again, 2nd down. Donay giving the orders in the huddle.
25 seconds left in the second half.
Campbell back in the backfield.
Second quarter.
Campbell back in the backfield. Got a feeling that's going to go. No, it's not going to go. He pump fakes. He puts the ball up. It's a loopy ball. That's up for grabs. And it's battered down.
Chaz Dawson with the break up alongside number 31, Tom Hartley. It was a very loopy pass there.
It was. Not a lot on it. That little pump fake didn't seem to trick anybody. And the way that Durham are set up with the 2 receiver set that Stirling employed there, it meant that both outside receivers had not only cornerback but also safety help on the inside as well. So 3rd and 10, 19 seconds left. You'd think now that they've gone for it a couple of times, they may well end up doing the same sort of trend. And he does. He looks over the middle. Overthrows again, just too quick. Had a man
Klein there.
Had Klein down the seam, which may well have gone for a big play again. And now I think on 4th down with 15 seconds to go, I think we'll see Campbell putting his foot through this one as Donay leaves the field.
What's gone wrong there? Because he's had a very lofty ball and he's had a very, on the thrown ball there. You know, he was pretty good in the first quarter. Is the snap coming out wrong for him? Is he?
There's an element whereby looking at where the shadows are, the sun may play a factor. But yeah, again, mechanics always come into play, and adrenaline, even at this stage, not wanting to make a mistake. So it's not an easy thing to do, throw a ball, and that's a low snap, which Campbell holds onto brilliantly well. And Dawson will let it go as a trio of Clansmen bear down on him.
So, 5 seconds on the clock.
Kneel. Take a knee. 3-0 down on your own 22-yard line. Nothing silly.
Well, you've got 5 seconds. I'd go for a deep ball. I'd go for it. Why not? What have you got to lose?
You've got... What have you got to lose?
All right, if they return it for a touchdown.
That's what you've got to lose.
But,
and in a game of this magnitude, with a score like this, it's not worth it.
You've got 5 seconds. Overthrow your receiver.
Not worth it. That's how I'd play it, but that's me. Leeds play their way. Stirling play their way. Durham play their way. It would appear from the formation, they've got almost a wishbone formation in, almost. A reverse wishbone formation.
They're just going to take a knee.
No, he's actually going to drop back. Max protect, in fact, he's got. And he's going to put that ball up. And it's a huge ball. He's got a man. Oh. And that. Oh, it's interesting. But unfortunately.
This is Rich McGinnis, and this is the Pro Football Hall of Fame Academy. I spent the last 2 years with some of the great football minds in the country and asked them, what is it that we've got to tell our young athletes, both high school and
So yeah, Pridemore getting laid out there towards at the end of that play.
Interesting as well, because it didn't really look like he was fully committed to that ball. The ball came over and he didn't extend his arms because he knew that hit was coming.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, and he looks a little shaken on the play actually. Look, he's I'm not sure just looking down the sideline, not sure he quite knows where he is. But we'll see. Anyway, so we come to half-time.
A little bit of afters just under the commentary box. Number 25, the Clansmen, starting on the coach Hopkinson. That's one to watch going forward in the second half. The temper's getting a little bit high.
And actually Hopkinson as well, Stirling's internal MVP last year. So you'd hope somebody like that of that calibre would manage to keep the cool a little bit more and lead by example.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we leave you here at, well, a little break for us, and we'll join you again in half-time with Stirling 3, Durham 0.
This is Rich McGinnis, and this is the Pro Football Hall of Fame Academy. I spent the last 2 years with some of the great football minds in the country and asked them, what is it that we've got to tell our young athletes, both high school and youth, and how do we deliver it? So this is the result of that, with some great NFL coaches, some hungry athletes with a 3.5-day experience that I think will be second to none to these kids as far as kind of no one doing it like this.
You know, having Sam White, you know, here, head coach, Chris Palmer, head coach, you know, Chuck Bresnahan is a long-time defensive coordinator in the National Football League, a lot of ex-players. But I think at the end of the day, it's all about teaching. The kids learn how to listen, they learn how to take it in, and hopefully they become better football players after this camp.
So today the athletes checked in. They then did a great tour of the Hall of Fame, a guided tour to see some of the great athletes who played the game and hopefully got a little inspired.
But to be actually in the area where they've been and being in an area where they're actual worn jerseys and cleats and stuff, it's just amazing being a part of the history that they've been a part of.
When I first saw NFL Hall of Fame, I was like, whoa, they're contacting me. Yeah, we're gonna go to that because I'm getting a lot more insight than I ever have. I've been playing since first grade, and I feel like I'm like really getting some knowledge here.
Coaching's the best I've ever had.
The amount of effort they put into the sessions is phenomenal.
We're able to give a level of instruction that these players aren't typically used to.
Everything we already thought we previously knew, getting turned upside down.
Hello Britball Nation and welcome to our live coverage from Sixways Stadium, Worcester. We at DC hope you're enjoying the stream and just wanted to take a moment of your time to ask you, the British American football community, for your support to make live events like this one happen all the more often. Over the past 6 months, we've made some big changes here at DC, not only updating and upgrading the site, but expanding the ways we cover the game, the amount of content we're able to bring you, and the different formats and events we're able to share with you all. So far as we're concerned, this is only the very beginning. We've got so many more plans of further ways we want to show off and add to the wonderful things going on in our sports community, but the reality is we're going to need your help to get there. We've gone from producing maybe 3 pieces of content per week to averaging about 3 pieces of original content a day during the height of the season, and even that's not truly enough to keep track of everything that's going on around our sport and our community. Everything we produce is accessible completely free of charge and created by the hard work of those with a passion for the game, and we're not looking for that to change anytime soon. However, if we want to keep it going, or ideally even expand into new content, more exciting in-depth coverage and promotion of the game, we need your help. We know this sport is far from well funded and we're not looking to become internet millionaires anytime soon. We just want to be able to keep working towards the growth of the game. We've worked hard to improve our coverage, and we know from the many kind words of thanks we've received over recent months that many of you really do appreciate the effort we've put in. Okay, now maybe not everyone's the biggest fan of double coverage, and we know we've rubbed people the wrong way over the years. But we'd also like to think we've gotten to know many of you a bit better in recent months as we've headed out across the nation, and we're pretty sure that those of you that have given us a chance have seen that the core of DC and our ever-expanding team is a true love of the British game. All that said, the stark reality is we're reaching a point where there comes a choice between double coverage and zero coverage. We want to keep doing what we do, and else we want to do more of it. And so if you want the same, we'd ask you to head to gofundme.com/dblcoverage. There you'll see we've shared the hopes, goals and plans that we have for the site and for the sport in general. And if you think there's something you can get behind, well, we'd really appreciate if you can chip in whatever you can afford to allow DC to take the next step forwards in our coverage of the game. All that said, we'll let you get back to the big games at Sixways, and in the meantime, play hard, play safe, and go check out gofundme.com/dblcoverage and see if you like what you read.
This is Rich McGuinness, and this is the Pro Football Hall of Fame Academy.
Of the Bristol Academy, what did you guys think of the game so far?
Great first half. Stirling are moving the ball at will almost most of the time.
Yeah.
2 huge long drives all the way down the field. A lot of argy-bargy at the end of the first half as well, which means it's going to be a really good, chippy second half.
And what did you think of the fact that, you know, it was two field goals that didn't amount to anything in the end? Do you think those field goals that were missed could have an impact on the game?
I think maybe at the end, possibly, but I don't think it's going to be that close come the end. I think Stirling are going to pull away a bit now in the second half. So.
Yeah, it was nice to see it get chippy at the end there. Coach Rooney was getting quite agitated with a few of the Stirling players. It's going to see, I reckon someone may be getting ejected in the third quarter quite soon, the way it was going there. But I think right now Stirling have the upper hand. Stirling should walk away with this one. It's close right now, but Stirling seems to have the edge,
and
mentally and on the field.
Yeah. One of the main narratives going into this game was the absence of Durham's starting quarterback for much of the season because of the scandal, which is all too apparent at the moment. How do you think his backup performed in his role?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done quite well. I don't think that's actually as big a story as it's made out to be. Yeah. They won 3 games with the lacrosse player playing QB, and then they won the quarterfinal, semi-final as well. So 5 games on the trot without Boner. The guy is a good runner, number 4. He's in a QB right now. They just need to get the receivers in more space right now. They're not hitting, using two is their best player, and they've not hit him at all. If they get him in space, they'll have a chance, but right now they've just not found a way to get him the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I don't think there's much difference between the 2 QBs. I don't think it's going to make any difference come the end of the game. This guy's very competitive as well, number 4. So yeah, I don't think it makes any difference.
And there's obviously a lot of noise at the moment. Do you think that the sidelines of either Durham or Stirling will have an impact on the game when it comes to it?
I don't think so in this type of game. No, I don't think so. No.
No, it hasn't quite got that kind of college atmosphere to be having that home field advantage or anything.
No, not here. It's quite empty today. They brought some fans with them, but no one enough to make an impact.
There's obviously another issue potentially is the game is being held in Worcester today. Do you think that's had an impact on the atmosphere, it not being in London? Because in previous years, so 2 years ago, it was at the Allianz and slightly bigger crowd potentially.
Yeah, I think with both teams being from further up north, or maybe putting the game further up north would have made a little bit more sense. But then I think they picked where the place is going to be played a long time in advance. So I would imagine they probably expected 1 team from the south, 1 team from the north to make it. Just so happens this year's 2 teams from the north. So yeah.
And so we've got about obviously one half to go in this game. Do you have any? So you think it's going to be a storming Stirling victory?
I do, yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of former players on the Stirling side, so it's obviously the team I want to win anyway. But yeah, I don't think it was a smart move at the beginning for them not to stand for the national anthem from Scotland as well. I think that kind of got them fired up from the get-go, and 2 massive long drives to set the tone of the game. Yeah, I can't see them holding on much longer, to be honest.
And for Durham, obviously they're a team who, historically speaking, have come to the fore very, very recently with the growth of their kind of American-based scholarship program, but also just American players being there from the beginning. Do you think that there's a sort of vengeance, or what kind of feelings do you think they'll be feeling going into this game and at the half about their position and like in possibly being able to win this game?
Well, I had a quick chat with their head coach before the game started, and he was saying that their season this year has been ridiculous for just stuff happening on and off the field. Obviously, you mentioned the thing with the QB, but they've got, I think a coach has been through a cancer battle, so is one of the players as well. They've got a kid missing today because his mum's not particularly well too. So I think that they've had so much turmoil during the season. I think this is just one more thing that they, I think possibly they're going to get through thinking it's destiny, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, one thing Durham do really well is something Rob Orr did with Stirling quite a lot when they first came to the scene, is really paint an underdog picture. And that's what Durham have done all year. They don't give out any information, as you know. Like, you have no idea. Like, until today, you didn't know the roster list and who's been actually getting the stats. But going into everything, they paint themselves as underdogs, even though they may not be with the amount of post-grad guys they do have. But they use that to fuel themselves and try and, put the players in a better position to win. Right now, I think mentally they're just losing the edge, though. And that's Stirling will get this one.
Yep. And kind of finally, in terms of where these teams are going, which team do you think, say in 2 or 3 years' time, is going to be that team at the top of their game? Do you still think it's going to be Stirling?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, a great program. They're still very young, so I think it's still Stirling.
Brilliant. Well, thanks a lot, guys, for joining us, and look forward to the second half.
Thank you.
So, teams not far off coming back out for the second half. What do you make of that first half, George? Okay, I'll come back to you once you finish your cookie.
I've not got time to eat my cookie.
Oh, we've done that. Let's do that again then. Then we can tweet it. There, we're all in. So, the start of the Junior and Senior League is not far upon us. Pre-season games have been going on. I know we are OnSide Productions, double coverage and EP Sports to bring you today's coverage. But George, while we've got a minute, how are things going? Have you finished your cookie?
I'm partway. I'm nearly there.
All right, good. How are things going with the Caesars, the juniors at the moment?
I thought you were going to say my love life.
No, we'll get onto that after the watershed.
Caesars juniors.
Go on, keep going.
Sorry, I'm reading the tweet.
I'll read that in a minute.
All right. No, we're doing okay. Obviously, last year we got to the plate final, lost to Highland, unfortunately. A very, very close game. Position that obviously I want to be in the cup final coming up this year. I think that's the aim of every top team now in the country. Obviously, we don't have divisions. That's where we need to be. That's what we want to do. So we've got registered around about 33 players. We're getting sort of 25, 27 down to training on a Wednesday. But we have seen some improvement, and we've got some great athletes come down. Very much looking forward to the season. Our first game is on the 7th of May, I believe, at home.
Double-header with the seniors on there as well, yeah?
Against Lincolnshire Bombers. We've got a pre-game or pre-season type thing coming up with the Birmingham Lions on the 8th of April. We've just got to finalise a few details, but very much looking forward to this season.
Good. Well, the teams are about to come out. We've had a few tweets coming in from you guys. Great coverage from Team Tate. Great coverage of the big Unibowl game live on YouTube. Sending good luck vibes from our old mate, Coach Ketch. Ketch? Remember Ketch? I remember Danny Ketch from when we used to do flag football with the Wooden Warriors. Yeah, and that will be Team Tate. Will be John Tate then. Nice to know you're watching, John. My name is Leona. Come on, Stirling. Hashtag Unibowl, hashtag Bleed Green. Thanks for getting in touch. Sam Banner 72, enjoying the Unibowl coverage in sunny Florence. Italian viewers. Love the guys leading the way with the Stirling puns. Oh, thank you very much. Destroying with their saint-like wit. We got a fan there. Thank you, Sam. Sam Banner 72, appreciate it. We did have
What Stirling puns have we made? don't remember.
Well, we haven't, but Sam just did.
Oh,
Newport
right.
Dragon 83, watching my first Unibowl from Newport, South Wales. Enjoyed the Leeds Pompey game too. Thank you, Newport Dragon 83. There was one earlier on that I noticed suggesting that the Durham formation at the end of the first half was called the full house formation. Obviously, if that's what it's called. There it is. Durham's offensive formation at the end of the first half is called the diamond formation or the full house. Hashtag Unibowl. Okay, it's I labelled it something different when I was down with that. And there's Danny Ketch in the glasses down there. That's Danny Ketch, who I know used to be part of the Wooden Warriors flag setup with John Tate. So Newport Dragon 83 again at NFL Girl UK, watching the British Unibowl on YouTube. Hooked. Shame it isn't more advertised within the UK, within the NFL UK sector. Hey, George, at NFL Girl UK, George.
I'm single. That's
what I'm saying.
That's as far as we'll go.
Patty Falico, sorry. Hashtag Unibowl. Go
Ben.
Go Ben.
I don't know who Ben is, but
go
wherever
Ben.
you are.
Nick Lennox, American Durham alum, watching in Boston. First transatlantic during the afternoon.
Well, not necessarily. It could be Boston, Lincolnshire.
It could be Lincolnshire. It could well be, actually.
All of a sudden, that Boston goes.
No offense. No offense to Boston and Lincolnshire.
I went to college in Lincolnshire, and
look what it did to you. Look what it did to you. Joe Strim. Let's go at Durham Saints at Smant71. BW Cheshire, good to be able to watch the stream. That commentary, though, Mr. Walker. Oh, is that Ben Cheshire? Is that Ben Cheshire, one of my former students? If it is Ben Cheshire, then thanks for tuning in. And just tweet, yes, it's me, if it is you. You know you love it. Oliver, Jeremy, Rob, shout out to my pal, Boyd Shite. Watching in Newcastle. It is, isn't it?
No, it's got to, no.
Yeah, it is.
Let's just move on.
That is.
Very quickly.
Glees31, commentating on Unibowl.
Where's the picture that I posted there?
Hang on, Glees31, commentating on Unibowl. Glees, who's Glees31?
Lees.
Oh, is that you?
Oh, you. I put a little picture there as well, but Steve's not put it
Jack
up.
JP Walker 96, come on the Clansmen and get the W. Hashtag bleed green, hashtag Unibowl. Faulkner Ben, my girlfriend is better at kicking off than this lot.
I'm not cool.
Do you think? But no, was that in reference to what went on at the end of the first half, I wonder? Or is that something to do with us?
Possibly.
We're not kicking off. Anthony Darnbrook, great running game for both sides, I agree. Can feel the tension with the late hits, but more importantly, triple choc cookie.
It was not a triple choc cookie. What sort of cookie was it?
It's a milk chocolate cookie.
It was a milk chocolate cookie. It was a nice one, though.
Funding doesn't stretch to triple choc cookies.
One day.
One day.
When we signed that contract with Sky Sports.
When we're at Wembley. Yeah. Thanks for all your tweets. Love them. I really do enjoy them. Keep them coming in.
Still waiting for that picture, though, Steve.
Please keep them coming in. So, yeah, we can see that both fields have retaken, both teams have retaken the field, or both fields have retaken the team. Oh, no, I know what's coming on screen now, George. Something from Glees 31. Something from Glees 31. So if you're wondering at home what we look like up in the commentary booth, it's not much better than what we look like down the sideline at the beginning of the game. And obviously we do this just purely because, number one, we love the sport. The guys we do this with, Tom and Steve and Alex, are all former...
Aiden as well, that's sat at home.
Aiden, who's absent Aiden, we call him today. But obviously all Nottingham boys who just love the game and all got into the game through the Nottingham Caesars. Oh, there we are. And there's big Alex in the background. I don't know what Alex is doing.
He's just had something poked where the sun don't.
He looks like he has. Is the sign above his head exit? Is that is that what's wrong with that? Anyway, that's me with my thumb up and the inimitable George with that little tuft of hair. He's still clinging on to it.
I am single. So
that's the team bringing you the coverage today, along with double coverage and EP Sports. Durham look really fired up. Really small squad, George. I know we keep thinking and saying that.
I've had a quick count. There's around about 31 players, so a few more than Leeds.
Yeah, okay.
And Leeds have already won one. So
there you go. So
let's go, little man.
Numbers do not matter. We're Stirling on the other side of things. Obviously, mean green. With a lot more on their sideline.
Boys north of the wall.
So
there's not a lot up there. We've discussed this briefly.
You've got to be careful, George. I'm telling you.
I'm just saying, there isn't. Have you ever been to Stirling?
No.
Well, there's gyms and...
I've been to Edinburgh, and I loved Edinburgh.
It's a gorgeous city. Yeah.
Well, the country. I love Scotland in general.
It's very nice.
So I just think you need to be careful what you're saying.
I love Scotland.
So, what do you expect from the second half then? Oh, there we go. John Tate, it was John Tate. Hello, John, good afternoon. I don't know if you remember us from our Woodham days when we came up to visit you for flag football.
He's already told you that he did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Great coverage of the big Uniball game live on YouTube, sending good luck vibes out to my old mate, Coach Ketch today.
Yeah, so...
And there's Coach Ketch in the middle there looking dashing.
So, like I say, you've just asked what we can expect. I think we're going to expect...
I wasn't really interested. But go on, you can tell me anyway.
It's all right. We'll just move on to the next segment.
No, please. No, please. I wonder, Steve, my producer, any chance of finding that picture from when my co-commentator used to play?
Let's avoid that, please, Steve.
I think you'll find that's on our you know what it's on. You can find that.
So we're about ready for kick-off on that note.
Go on, seriously. What are we expecting? Obviously, Durham will take the opening kick-off of the second half. Oh, dear.
It's...
Hello, Nick Lennox. Oh, thanks. So, now, is that Boston? That looks more like... Does that look... Do you think that looks USA or is
well,
it
could still be Lincolnshire.
It could be Lincolnshire.
He's yet to fill us in on that.
It could be. Let us know. Let us know, Nick Lennox.
I think we're going to see very much of what we've just seen. It's going to be a tough game either way you look at it. But looking at the score, obviously both teams know each other very, very well.
They do indeed.
Defensively, they've made some adjustments.
So here we go, Stirling kick-off. It's a funny little kick, and that's fielded by Aaron Pridemore. And he takes it, he finds a seam up the middle, and he's met, and I think that may well have been number 25 again, Ashley Hopkinson on the tackle.
About 37-38 there.
It is Hopkinson. Oh, no, it's 85, my error. So giving credit where credit's due. Mark Papradi on the tackle.
Yeah, so whether Coach Sherrod and Coach Morgan's predictions are going to come true, I'm not sure at this point.
The original predictions were two scores for Stirling.
Yeah.
Depends
Durham,
what you mean by two scores.
Well, could be two field goals, but at this point in time, Durham's defence certainly holding strong, as Stirling's is as well.
So here we go then. Here's that diamond full house formation from Durham that we saw at the end of the first half. Brigham hands the ball up the middle. Pickup of maybe a yard, no more than that.
Yeah, that's Smith there with a couple-yard gain. Good interior defence again from Stirling.
So 2nd and 9. Brigham again in the full house formation. Motions one of his backs directly behind him, and the ball's now run to the right.
There's Smith.
Smith, my mistake. Ooh. Gains a couple before being smashed down.
Yeah, number 22 making the first hit, Nixon. And 25 for Stirling finishing him off, Ashley Hopkinson, who had that little bit of afters at the break with some Saints players on the side.
Oh, look.
Oh, dear.
Look what we found. That's my colleague, Coach Leeds, now head coach of the Caesars Juniors.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
I've grown up since then.
You were vaguely athletic then as Brigham hands the ball off to Smith again. Smith takes it up the middle and should have enough for a first down. Oh, I love it. Memories. And there's that handoff delay up the middle. Just enough for the first down.
Yeah, number 60 there for Stirling, just making a tackle. Gareth McCall.
Keep these tweets coming in. Our producers are being inundated with tweets.
It gives them something to do.
It does. So, 1st and 10. Diamond formation again. Brigham in the centre of it. Smith at the back. Motion to the left this time. And Smith takes the ball wide to the left.
Play.
Jumps over his own man. And then he's smothered. Oh, and the ball pops out, but the whistle's already blown.
Yeah, very good outside containment there by Stirling. Defending that stretch play well.
So on first down, ball goes nowhere.
As we've seen amongst the college game and the NFL game, this spread formation has come in far more, playing out of pistol, playing out of shotgun. What does that do to the running game? Obviously, you used to see teams out of I formation and the running back got a bit of speed up before he got given the ball. Sometimes these guys are almost standing still before being handed. How do you feel, it affects the running game? And
oh, sorry, just to interrupt you. Brigham rolled beautifully to his right and delivered the ball.
That's Dan Yeager then.
to Dan Yergin, yep, and pick up a 5 yards. So, sorry, George, the spread formation, how does it affect the run game?
Yeah.
Well,
how do you see it affecting the running game? And obviously, we played in I formation.
We did a lot of the time.
When we were playing.
Charlotte, North Carolina, to interrupt you again. Oh, yeah, of course. Our producer Steve's a big Carolina Panthers fan, so anyway, you sometimes wonder about his mental stability, but there you go. So here we go again. Full house formation. Brigham fumbles the snap. He manages to regain it and then runs up the middle and does spin out of a tackle for the first down.
Anyway, going back to the running game.
Sorry.
We will get there eventually.
We will eventually. The spread formation, obviously, anytime you spread a defense, you spread people on the perimeter, and again, the replay beautifully after the first contact.
Yeah, spinning out of number 75 there. That's Connor Rimington.
Good strength shown by Brigham. Anytime you put more receivers on the width, you're obviously going to soften the middle a little bit by the fact that the defense have to respect those receivers and drag people out. So theoretically, you create more space.
You're putting smaller guys on the defense to counteract the receivers.
But that isn't always the case. Anyway, this time we've got a 4-man wall for Brigham to run behind to the left.
Keeper.
And he turns the corner and he gets close to a first down, but probably a yard short or so.
There is a flag on the play. I wonder whether that's going to be on a block. See what the officials come out with here.
Good to know that 787 of you are tuning into the coverage. Thanks for sticking with us.
The officials just discussing the flag on the play. See what they come out with. I wouldn't like to be an official. It'd be difficult.
Do you think?
Tampa. We've got people in. We're doing well.
Watching from Tampa. Love the coverage, though. This game is a lot different than over here. Yeah. But well, we'd love to experience what a game's like over there. So if there's any way you can accommodate 6 really easy-going lads to come over and cover a local high school game over there for you, that would be wonderful.
We've got a lot of East Coast viewers, but not a lot of West Coast viewers. Come on, California, you're letting us down.
Say that again. Well,
Two fouls on the play. Low ball foul, a block below the waist. Durham. 15-yard penalty, remains first down. Then we have dead ball and sportsmanlike conduct, number 25, Stirling. There's another 15 yards. Automatic first down. That is number 25's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul.
Again, indiscipline. Costing.
1 step forward, 2 steps back. It is a song.
Must just mention another player that I've just had a message from, a private message from, both that you used to play with, George, and who used to represent Durham as well.
Mr. Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, Jamie Gallagher, an old Durham alum. Let's just watch this play again. Trips to the right, but Brigham had made his mind up immediately before that ball was snapped that he was taking that regardless.
Yeah, number 77 there, Pasquale, making the tackle.
So Jamie Gallagher started off life again at the Nottingham Caesars, played alongside you.
He did.
One of our offensive linemen.
I wasn't an offensive lineman, but you know.
I said one of our
you said
alongside you
him.
in the
I
same
wasn't
team.
on the same line. I was making him look bad on defense.
Kept playing obviously up at Durham and had a really successful career in Durham.
Yeah.
And now plays semi-professional, professionally.
Somewhere in Europe.
Yeah, he's playing in France. He's gone out this season.
Semi, I think.
Gone out this season playing in France and doing really rather well. So nice to know you're watching. Smith rolls to the right, high steps his man, and that's Hopkinson.
Yeah,
and Hopkinson
Great
takes him
tackle.
out for a 5-6 yard gain. Another. I know. Obviously, we're a little blinkered, if you like, to obviously the football we know and the players we know, and the fact we've got this forum, this sort of stage, gives it a little bit of a bonus. But think about the likes of Jamie, who've gone on from the Caesars juniors and done well in uni ball and now playing in overseas. We've obviously got Will Hobbs as well, who I know Will Hobbs started with us and played for a variety of different teams in the Britball game.
Big Joe, who's actually in the stadium today, played a season at the juniors and was at the Braves as well. He's had a year in Finland.
Yeah. Will Hobbs is out in Switzerland currently, playing for the Calendar Broncos. It's just brilliant to know that we've been able to inspire these guys to carry on with this game that we love and take the message overseas and into Europe. So anyway, back to our game. It's 4th down, Durham, and they elect to stay on the field and go for it. 3-0 down, 6 minutes left in the third quarter. Still staying in this full house formation with Brigham in the middle of the 3 backs. Blitz coming from Stirling up the middle, and Brigham turns the corner, and it looks like that's going to be real close. Where the officials spotting the ball, I do believe they will give him the first down. And they have. They're definitely moving the chains. So, as the chains move, we give a thank you to EP Sports for helping support our coverage today, along with double coverage and obviously the phenomenal OnSide Productions. Blitz again, both linebackers come up the middle, and Brigham stands in the pocket, rolls to his right, he's looking, he's got a man, and he hits his man, and that's another first down.
15 there, Dan Yegan.
Yegan again, and the chains move, and it's going to be 1st and goal, and we've got a man down. Man down, it appears to be in a little bit of discomfort. Here's the replay. Again, the blitz comes 2 middle backers, but they've picked up brilliantly. And the nice thing about Brigham is even when he's rolling, he keeps his eyes downfield.
He does, yeah. He had a couple of guys open there.
A lot of times, quarterbacks will roll, and they'll very much quickly tuck that ball and not be aware of what's going on a bit further down the field. Now, this is
I think that's Stirling, number 45 down there, Arnold Maceo.
That's a little concerning, the fact he's actually not sat up even yet. I've seen him moving his arms. Well, there he goes. His hands are moving.
I don't think he didn't take a shot. He laid out to try and knock that ball down.
It does look like they're working on a lower leg injury as well. So whether he's got his foot caught in this coconut-based turf.
This coconut-based turf. It's a very nice turf.
It's beautiful. Finance PhD.
Kentucky.
Watching the Uni Bowl in Kentucky.
We're moving over the country. We've gone into mid US now.
Checking in from Utah. Let's go Durham Saints. I wonder.
Have we got any British fans?
I wonder.
Let's.
Rogie Love, Durham's best for running is doing it out of spread formations to bring people out of the box. Needs some misdirection too. I'm pretty sure that's what I mentioned.
I think it is.
Yeah, but thanks for that.
Watching the game. Have we, honestly, seriously, have we got any British fans?
Go Saints.
If you are a British fan watching this game, can you please tweet in? You seem to have a lot of Americans, which is great to be overseas.
William Robert J. Did Brexit affect the amount of points a touchdown is worth?
I like that.
We haven't had any yet, unfortunately. Thanks, William Robert J.
It's just good defence.
It is good defence, but we might be knocking on the door here to see Durham take the first score of the afternoon.
Interesting.
Shift of formation. Brigham's taking this one straight up the middle. That seemed pretty obvious even before he had the ball in his hands. And I think he may be close, if not in. No signal from officials. They're going to mark him short. So it's 2nd and goal from the half-yard line.
2nd and inches, I think.
Still 2nd and goal.
Well, it is 2nd and goal, but he's got inches to go.
To the goal.
To the goal.
You're such a picky head. It's not even true. Anyway, 4 minutes 40 left in the third quarter. Sun has gone in, and we may well have seen the last of it for the day because it seems quite cloudy right now. But Durham knocking on the door. So
about 1 yard to go, 2 yards to go to the goal line.
Same full house formation for Durham. Yegan, Campbell, and Mitch Brew in the backfield. There's going to be a false start.
And this is what we've seen all day today. This has happened a number of times. Teams have got close to scoring, both in the Div 1 game and better let the official say his piece.
False start. 77 offense, 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Yeah, so that's happened a number of times. Teams have fallen backwards due to discipline.
Punishing themselves, yeah.
2 yards away, now 7 yards away. Makes things a little bit difficult.
Indeed.
However, it does open up the passing game.
So, Still second and goal, but this time from the 6.
Stretch.
And Campbell's got that ball out wide again, cuts left.
Smith.
Cuts all the way back. Sorry, Smith, my mistake. Oh, nice stiff arm. And he's still got he's still got room to run, and he cuts back, and there's a flag there.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's in the end zone, but there is a flag, and the flag came out.
It was good running by Smith there.
Fantastic. To say he started, here we go, look. So he takes the ball to the right initially, cuts outside, cuts back, nothing doing there, real quick feet, cuts all the way back across. Let's see if we can see what the flag is at the end of the play at the top here. Number 17 does well not to block in the back, and there might be, I think there was a block in the back there by Stirling, number 4 it may well have been.
Illegal block in the back.
There we go.
Number 4, Durham, 10-yard penalty. It's second down. Number 4 has to leave the field for one play as his helmet came off during play.
So that is Brigham there.
It was, and therefore
he's
Brigham
also not in for.
He has to leave the field for a play due to his helmet being removed. So again, Durham hurting themselves. Strikes me that many people may not know EP Sports. EP Sports provide American football kit and equipment by ballers for ballers. They pride themselves on the customer service they can offer because they don't just sell their products. Their staff is made up of top quality Britballers who use their products. So EP are always looking to give back to the community, and we're proud to have them as one of our sponsors for today's stream.
We've just been asked to give Jeff Davis some good luck going pro.
Let's have a look at that. From Carnegie Jess.
Summer. Yeah.
I'm British. Now, please, can you wish Jeff Davis good luck going pro in Europe this summer?
Good luck, Jeff Davis.
Watch from London. Yeah,
I've
good
got
luck,
to say,
Jeff
Matt, that was some great plugging there.
Oh, thank you very
much.
much.
Great ad plugging.
I'm British. Where I assume Carnegie Jess. Then you're around the Leeds area.
Watching from London. It quite clearly says watching from London.
It said watch from London. I didn't know whether that meant we'd have to watch.
It's all about the characters.
I didn't know whether that meant we'd have to watch Jeff from London because we wouldn't be able to see him from anywhere else. Maybe because he's in Europe, you can see him from London. I don't know. Grammar's important on tweets, but I know you can run out of characters. So yeah, some live score updates then. We've already brought to you the fact that Brunel beat Plymouth 26-14. Earlier on today here at Sixways, Leeds Beckett Carnegie beat Portsmouth Destroyers 28-7 in the Division 1 final. And in Steel Bowl varsity, Steel City Bowl, Sheffield Hallam against the Sheffield Sabres. And Sheffield Hallam Warriors came out on top 27-14 ahead of the Sabres.
That's interesting. Earlier in the season, Hallam absolutely annihilated the Sabres.
Oh, and it's a fumble. Sorry to interrupt you, George. Fumble on the exchange. Fumble on the exchange to Pridemore from Brigham. Fortunately, he manages to drop on his own error. And look at that. Again, not necessarily Stirling making plays, but the pressure from Stirling causing Durham to make errors. So 3:26 left in the third.
Still third and goal.
Gone away from the full house formation now. Twins to the left and the right. Pridemore in motion. So now trips to the right. Brigham rolls to the right. He's got his eyes downfield again. He's looking. He drops it off to Pridemore, who picks up a few, but not enough. Pridemore does some. Here we go again. Pridemore comes in motion. And again, watch Brigham's eyes, always downfield now, ball in two hands so he can tuck it if he needs to, but then just dumps the ball off to make sure he picks up some positive yardage. And Pridemore stands strong at the end with the hit.
Yeah, Beatty Barwell with the hit there. Just getting a licking from Pridemore, I think.
Took a licking.
They
kept on ticking. Here we go then, 4th and goal, big play here, big swing in the game at 3-0 to Stirling. Brigham again rolls, looks to his right, he pops the ball up and there's no one there. No one home, a complete misread, miscommunication at Stirling.
Wow.
Grasp some real momentum.
What to say about that one? I mean, you're in a prime position for a field goal, taking the 3.
Here it is. So, obviously some miscommunication as Brigham puts the ball up and both receivers have cut to the inside of the field instead of any fading to the corner.
Man's land. And somewhere it's gone wrong, but that's prime positioning for 3 points. And
absolutely.
To get that drawback at this point, I hate to say it, but the way the defenses are playing today, it could be 3-0.
Indeed. Again, the only positive from a Durham perspective is that Stirling now take over under the shadow of their own posts on their 11-yard line. And a timeout has been taken by Stirling. Looks like some confusion. Some confusion from number 67, amongst others. Keir Grummett. Not... So let's see if Stirling can get things together for this next possession. 2 minutes 34 left in the third. Incidentally, at the end of the game, we'll bring you the presentation of the National Championship, along with the medals. And then
Rogie Love watching from Alaska.
Wow. Nice to see you, Rogie Love.
Watching with the polar bears.
Are the polar bears in Alaska? Is that geographically correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah, penguins live in the south, polar bears live in the north.
Yeah, but in Alaska?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Well, all right, fishermen.
Okay, so Dene, under centre, takes the ball, drops back, looks to his left, comes back, sorry, to his
Deep
right, comes
ball.
back to his left. He's got a man again.
Prince
He's made
with
the
grab.
catch. 1 foot inbound, and the play is good.
That's Nathaniel Prince with the grab there. Great grab.
Now, obviously,
that's going to build his confidence.
Here we go on the
'cause he's had
replay.
2 drops.
Now, watch carefully. Watch the feet carefully down the sideline as Stirling actually looked to go no huddle, so we might miss this play if we're not careful. But down the sideline, looks back to his left, and watch the 1 foot possession and 1 foot in
Great
play.
job.
And Donor takes the play again, hands off to Campbell.
With the ball.
Campbell looking up the middle. And he picks, so he's still going. No whistle yet. He's got 5 yards.
5 yards. Nice little gain.
Our producer there didn't realise there would. Oh, now we've got a late flag coming in. That'll be unsportsmanlike again. Campbell and Smith get up off the bottom of that pile. So yeah, officials get together. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to bring you that play in its entirety due to our producer trying to get that replay of that fantastic catch by Prince. Here's the ref.
At the conclusion of the play, dead ball, personal foul, late hit, number 77, 15-yard penalty. The down counts, second down.
And once again, indiscipline. Indiscipline. And I was just reading some information of the club. I asked all clubs coming in, what is the ethos of your programme? And Stirling replied with for many years, our ethos is to have no excuses. We all have to be on time, we all have to be responsible for our actions, and we always work hard to earn what we get, which is always what we deserve, and all that with no excuses. So some of these indiscipline misdemeanors obviously will be viewed really rather harshly, I would have thought, by the coaches. So here we go, 2nd and 20 now. 2nd and 20, given Campbell again, back to the line of scrimmage, but not much further at all, as the Durham defense solidifies.
Yahoo Yao. He's also going pro in Europe this year. That's from Jack Webster. Yahoo Yao.
Nice to know. No, that's well pronounced, I think, that, George, yeah.
Yuha Yao. Three.
Okay, one of them might be right. Oh, we go.
Joe
Berg. Julian H. watching in Joburg. Fantastic. Terry Mantenac. That's...
Sorry about Trump. I like that.
Hashtag sorry about Trump with spaces. Go Saints. Mantenac. Now, obviously, there's a Mantenac plane on one. Oh, we've got a false start there. So, I wonder if Sam Mantenac on the Durham team is any relation to Terry in Iowa.
False start.
Here's the false
74
start.
offence.
71 in
penalty.
fact.
It remains third down.
71, unfortunately.
For Stirling.
Oh, yeah, for Stirling.
For Johnson there.
And march further back.
Yeah, it's all right. We forgive you about Trump.
I'm not sure it's really your fault, Terry, is it? Well, maybe it is.
Well.
So, 3rd and eternity.
Dene.
Okay.
3 receivers
3rd
left.
and 25-ish, 23, and the ball is kept. And Dene keeps the ball, runs up the middle, and nothing doing there.
I think they're just going to punt this one away.
I think they probably are.
45 seconds left on the clock for the 3rd quarter.
Oh, JJ McGowan, 22. We're liking
Strong
you, JJ.
banter game.
Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for appreciating what we do. We genuinely love doing this. We love bringing football to you guys, and we hope Rolling Robert J, straight throwing the producer under the bus. Yeah, well,
it's all right. That's what we do.
He'd do exactly the same to us if he'd got a mic. But the reason he hasn't got a mic is because he's not as talented as we are. So, anyway, his skills...
Just remember, he can make us look bad.
His skills lie in pushing buttons. And the kick is up from Campbell.
Nice
Good.
spiral punt. Chaz Dawson fielded well.
And he makes a step, makes the first man miss. And that's a good open field tackle.
42 to start with, our own 42.
Josh Penny, number 7 for Stirling, makes the tackle.
Good starting field position again for Durham. Yeah, you've got to remember, you could potentially put some audio wizardry on our mics. And
well, he's already shown that photo of you, so, you know. It's,
yeah, where's all these photos of Matt?
I'll send you some.
Amanda Walker, if you're watching, please tweet us some embarrassing photos of my colleague up here. I'm sure you've got plenty.
Do you think Amanda Walker knows how to use Twitter?
I think Amanda is a very smart, intelligent woman.
She very much is, but she isn't. Her Twitter game isn't strong. So back to the full house formation as Brigham takes the ball straight up the middle again, and he's broken through for the first down and more.
Great play
Picks
by
up
Brigham.
17 yards.
Eventually brought down by Stirling's number 44 there, Manuel Abadi-Bawa.
So, the fact that you just referred to Amanda Walker, I must just say hello to Amanda and hello to my sons, Dan and Alex. I'm pretty sure you're watching right now, and I know you're at Grandma's house, so happy Mother's Day to my mother-in-law. And to all the clan there, to Sue, Dave, Lily, Adam, and Toby.
Oh, North Carolina, we've got more, please.
Watching from North Carolina, cheering on my best friend, Aaron Pridemore. Uniball, let's go Durham. So lots of Saints fans out there. But yeah, I'd just like to say, leave it with the Panthers. The reason we're not getting much West Coast action is because obviously it's West Coast, it's 8 hours behind, so it's only sort of 9 or 10 in the morning after a Saturday night.
Early morning football.
They know how to party by the bay. So yeah, hi to Dan, hi to Alex, hi to Amanda. Thanks for watching. Thanks for allowing me to come down here and put this production on, and I hope you're all having a lovely day.
From Brad Durant, if you are listening out teams, can someone score a TD?
I'll tell you what, George, me and you go down, I'll pass you the ball. All right. Oh, we could have one here. There's a man, we've got a man, but the coverage is caught.
Oh, he's caught it, that's Dawson.
What a fantastic reception.
Inside the Stirling 5-yard line.
So.
There is a player down on the sideline.
And unfortunately, our producer doesn't have a replay.
He's really good at this inside the 5-yard line, isn't it? You know, that's twice. Great grab by Chaz Dawson in double coverage.
But just when we had a tweet, about touchdowns, we may well be about to bring you one. Obviously,
hopefully with a replay.
First play from the fourth quarter.
Yeah, what a great grab in double coverage, Chaz Dawson. So that's
so first down.
Bring him up the middle.
Apologies, I thought I'd mentioned Sue and Dave watching as well, but apparently I didn't. Apologies, Sue. It's nice to know you're on board as well, and obviously not having a clue what's going on with American football. But never mind, we're here to educate. So yes, 2nd and goal now, although it looks like there's going to be a slight delay. Let's see if we can bring you a touchdown then. 11-14 left in the game. Real tight defensive struggle so far. Although it hasn't been really defensive. It's just been that none of the plays so far, the offensive plays, have ended up in the end zone. Both teams have moved the ball relatively well.
Yeah, they have. But then when it comes down to this goal line situation, it's inside the red zone, or it's green zone, as some teams like to call it. Money.
Oh, okay.
Money zone. Money zone.
Okay, I've never really heard that.
Money zone. The defenses have really stepped up and finished it off.
We've ball foul, substitution infraction. 12 men on the defense.
Oh
half
dear.
distance to the goal, 2nd down.
So an advantage there to Durham.
Do you know earlier on I mentioned about Beef, Steve Brittle?
Yes.
Being our harshest critic?
Yeah.
I've had some feedback.
Oh dear.
Apparently he's telling us to stop waffling.
Sorry, Beef.
It's called colour commentary, isn't it?
Something like
colour
that.
commentary, it's called, Beef. Not something that Beef ever excelled at, because Beef was very direct and to the point, I think.
But Beef's told us to be quiet, so... We'll just walk out, shall we?
Yeah, so in that case, I think for the last 11 minutes of the game, enjoy the pictures. We are nearly at 1,000 views. 954, Steve. 954 people currently watching the stream, which is fantastic. Go knock on your next door neighbour's door, get them to load YouTube up and get them on this national championship game here from Sixways Stadium in Worcester, brought to you by OnSide Productions in association with Double Coverage and EP Sports. Still anybody's game.
Durham lined up in that full house. Number 2, Smith motioning out to slot receiver.
And Brigham again takes it
and
himself.
He's in. Touchdown!
And there's the first touchdown of the game.
Touchdown.
And if it was going to come from anybody, it was more than likely going to be coming from Brigham.
Yeah.
And there he just takes the ball off tackle to the right.
Edge sealed really nicely.
And now maybe the game will open up a little with this last 11 minutes or so in Sixways.
Lining up for the field goal. He had one block previously, but that is a good one.
Looking at the Stirling roster, it's lovely to see the range of courses that individuals are studying. It's not just sort of sports and exercise science. We've got marine biologists. James Lightbody, number 17, studying marine biology. Obviously, we've got different nationalities. We've got Hungarians, Daniel Kovacs, Hungarian from Budapest in Hungary. We've got Shalom Ogwuchi from Nigeria. His nationality is Nigerian. He's actually born in Glasgow, but
Madrid, Spain.
Yes, Spanish, Zimbabwean and British, German, Italian. It's fantastic. Sports psychology majors and geography, marketing, journalism. It's just fantastic. It just shows that it's a sport which brings different people from different cultures, different backgrounds together.
It's worth also mentioning that these two academically are both very good universities.
Absolutely.
They're not.
Absolutely. There's one thing I noticed when I was reading down this roster, which I was very generously sent during the week. There's a young man by the name of, I say young man, and no offence, he's not going to be that young, as the kick is put down to Ashley Hopkinson, who fields the ball and gets out to the 25, where he's taken down just before the 30. There's a young man by the name of Miguel Luengo, obviously Spanish, hometown Madrid. He's his first year on the team in Stirling, but it puts down here that his years of experience of the game, he's got 20 years of experience. So obviously maybe they've been playing out in his homeland and then come over to Stirling, and it's his first year on the club. But it's fantastic to have that range of nationalities and that range of diverse cultures coming together on the field.
The Spanish game coming into its own. We've managed to commentate on the GB women's game.
We did indeed.
Against Team Spain earlier,
so,
last year.
Sterling, can they reply? Ball handed off to Campbell. Campbell round the left edge, and he picks up 2 or 3 before he's met very quickly.
So I've just also had a direct message from a former player of mine who is in the stadium.
Really?
He is in the stadium. Big Joe, wherever you are. I'm sure he can probably see you if we look hard enough. But as requested, there's your shout out. So Big Joe, Derby Braves.
Derby Braves did phenomenally well this year as well.
Yeah, beating the Lions
Absolutely.
in the quarter-final.
Donab puts the ball up the middle, picks up 3 on the play, 3rd down and 5, and this is a huge 3rd down.
Worth mentioning that Derby narrowly lost to Stirling in the semis.
Was it 2-point decision? Was it something 26-24-ish, something like that?
It was very close, yeah. So yeah, despite not doing overly well in there, they did beat Stirling in the first game.
This right here is a massive play.
Yes.
9:40 to go, 3rd down and 5 on Stirling's own 34-yard line, 33-yard line. Make this, keep the drive alive, you keep your hopes alive. Oh, it's not a great snap. He's got a man inside, and it's caught. Prince with
Has
another.
he maintained it?
Yeah, Prince with another really important catch. Nice quick slant play from the top of the screen. 3 steps. Donar manages to hit him in stride.
Coverage.
Yeah.
Great grab.
Manages to hit him in stride and secure the ball.
He dropped 2 in the first quarter or second quarter.
But that sideline,
he's really come on.
That sideline catch at the end of the third will have really given him some confidence, and also given quarterback Donar some confidence in getting the ball to him. So first down, Stirling, just about midfield. They're in 47-yard line. Trips to the right of the screen. Campbell gets the ball, picks up 4 yards. Nice little touch there from Donar as he faked the pass after he handed the ball off.
Just keeping ahead of the chains there, and number 77, Pasquale, making a big hit on one of the Durham linebackers there, putting him to the ground.
Getting into the business end of the game now. The noise level from the fans in the stadium is definitely increasing, particularly from the Stirling contingent. I think we do still have, I can still see over there the Leeds Carnegie team, Leeds Beckett Carnegie still in the stands watching and supporting. Campbell gets, oh no, well played, that's a lovely deception, lovely read.
He's still going, and that's the first down, just about.
So if you look on this, that read option there, if you watch Donar's eyes, he keeps his eyes fixed on the D line, and because that D lineman focused in on the running back on Campbell, he pulled the ball out at the last second.
Yeah, and Pasquale, sealing off that edge very well.
Managed to take it round the left-hand side and pick up the first down. So,
just holding that block long enough for Donar to get out the edge.
What we may not now get is any overtime, in the fact that should Stirling score a touchdown, obviously Durham would need to kick a field goal, but if a field goal for Stirling is no good. So the likelihood is it will finish in regulation in the next 8 minutes. As Donar gets the ball, fakes one way, hands off to Campbell, and Campbell picks up another 8 yards. Once again, watch Donar's hands once he's given the ball, if we can. Hands come out, and I'm not sure I like that, but hey, it's working. Can't question the method, but I'd still like to see him give that ball and maybe take off around the edge just to draw a couple of eyes.
Cheeky spin move, I think.
Cheeky spin. So 2nd and 3. Donar hands off again to Campbell. Again seems to stand there, the quarterback.
So I think he might have got the first on forward progression, but it might be inches. See where they spot the ball.
I know when we've worked with our quarterbacks, still, I know I've said it a number of times in this game already, but we have reached the 1,009 viewer.
Ding, ding.
Up we go. It's going astronomically now.
So they did get the first down.
They did get the first down. I know when we've coached quarterbacks together almost, you want a continuation, even when the quarterback hasn't got the ball anymore, just to stand there. It's almost like a redundant chess piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, Donar now with 2 backs behind him. Campbell gets the ball again. Takes it up the middle, another nice solid pickup, using some clock as well.
Just keeping ahead of the chains.
The Stirling mindset is obviously run the clock down, take a TD, don't leave Durham any time. So shout out to Liam Hannum. This is a new step for Britball. Over 1,000 viewers we currently have streaming this national final. As Campbell goes in motion again, Donar looks to fake, tries to...
Great defense, again up the middle.
It's interesting
71 of the Saints there making the tackle.
You wonder here whether his fullback actually went close enough to him, because he looked to fake the ball and the fullback didn't really sell it enough.
No, I mean, but again, good interior defense.
Absolutely, absolutely. But if that fullback at number 50,
Mantanak making the play.
If that's Miguel, Miguel, the 20-year veteran. If he'd have gone a little closer to his quarterback, sold the handoff, it may have dragged some of those interior men to the left. So little details like that, which are the difference between success and not failure, but less success. So, third, another big third down play here for Stirling. 3rd and 5. He looks to the right. Dene in trouble. He steps up and he's taken down after only a yard.
Number 20 there, Mitch Britigh, making the tackle. Did manage to stretch forward for a yard gain, but that puts them at 4th and about 5.
So, in all seriousness now, with 4 minutes 50 left, this is the game. This is the ball game, this 4th down play. Because unless Stirling, obviously they've got the 3 timeouts, unless Stirling use...
No, they've only got 2. They've already
Oh,
used
they have.
one.
You're right. So unless they are effective in forcing a 3 and out, and then use their own timeouts, they're going to find themselves much further down the field. So this is a big play. And the result of this big play is 5 receivers. 3 receivers to the near side of the field, 2 to the top of the screen. He looks for a quick ball. He's got a man. Is he going to get far enough? I'm not sure. Yes, it looks like he has. He has just got for a first down, so a well-executed, well-rehearsed play.
Number 81 there, Klein with the grab.
So Klein straight away, Dene knew where he was going with that ball. Klein caught the football,
only just
turned
got
and
it.
rolled, but did get a first down, so keeps Stirling's hopes alive. We could have a bit of a barnstorming finish here.
Barnstorm.
Barnstorm, you like that?
Barnstorm, I like Barnstorm.
Is that because it's farm-related again?
What is farm-related?
Oh,
Oi.
We keep going up and up with our streams, with our viewers. 1,056 people now tuned in. And I tell you what, get more in there, because this is going to be a heck of a finish to this national final. 3 minutes 50, under 4 minutes.
Campbell on the run.
Campbell has the ball.
He's got space.
And there's a block in the back there. There appeared to be a little push in the back, and there's a flag there at the end.
Late, but I think there might be...
Let's just, if we've got a replay on that, it looked like, a funny angle on the replay, but we'll have a look what we go. So just watch to the edge here. There seemed to be a little block in the back from just there, but he almost pushed him, Prince.
I think that might be a late hit on number 4. That's
Brigham.
After the play, dead ball, late hit out of bounds, personal foul, number 4. Durham, half distance to the goal, automatic first down.
I'm sure
that
that's
is
his second personal foul call
so
on
he
number
should
4.
be gone.
Now, I think that's what they're talking about over on the sideline.
That's interesting, because that is his second personal foul. I wonder if Stirling are going to pick that up.
Well, it doesn't appear so. And whether or not the personal foul isn't...
Oh, mind you, it's not unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's right, that's what I was about to say. So personal foul rather than unsportsmanlike conduct. So a bit of a let-off there, but anyway.
So he not gone.
He not gone. He's still here. So 1st and goal. Here we go then. 3 minutes 20 left in the game. Dene at quarterback gives the ball to... No, he doesn't. He keeps it himself, and he's got the edge. He could be going to the pylon, and he's
touchdown.
In. No flags on the play.
And I bet we've not got a replay of that.
I'm confident that our producer has got a replay of that, and here it is. So you can see number 4, in fact, Brigham has the chance to make a tackle, and Dene steps out of it and scampers into the corner of the end zone
beating another.
For the go-ahead score. There is a flag. There is a flag.
This could be interesting.
Let's see what the call is. Here comes our official.
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play, dead ball and sportsmanlike conduct on Stirling. 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
So the score counts, and we will have the score count.
That is number 12's first unsportsmanlike conduct.
So yes, the score counts, but it will take Stirling 15 yards further back to kick off, which should give Durham good field position. And to be fair, 3 minutes 15. Plenty of time.
But it's those penalties that they're unnecessary.
And this is important. Kick this, and obviously Durham need a touchdown to win. Miss this, then field position is important. So let's see how we get on. It's up and it's good. So Stirling retake the lead by a score of 10-7. Again, rehearsal, repetition. Nice snap, nice hold, lovely strike. And Kerr Thompson gives Stirling a slender 3-point lead with 3 minutes 15 to go.
Wow.
So at this point, sorry to interrupt again, George, at this point, on the 22nd of April, there's a new North European Football League being established. And on the 22nd of April, our very own UK London Warriors will host the Copenhagen Towers as part of this new North European Football League. The league consists of the Warriors, the aforementioned Copenhagen Towers from Denmark, Finland's Helsinki Roosters, and 2 teams from Sweden, the Karlstad Crusaders and the Uppsala 86ers. So that's an exciting development in the world of European football.
Yeah, certainly for the Warriors.
The Warriors flying the flag.
Big new stage for them.
Indeed.
So I don't think we could have picked a better team to go with.
No, absolutely.
The form they've been over the last few years.
Dominant, absolutely dominant, and a real great outfit to be flying the flag for British football. So here we go then, Stirling kicking from their own 25 instead of their 35. So depending on what Dawson can do with this kick, this return.
A long discussion there, so I wonder if they've got something planned.
You don't want to be going onside here or anything daft like that. It's got to be.
They might well put a little pooch up and try and
give it to one of the up-backs so that Dawson doesn't get a big return. Let's have a look. No, it's kick deep, and Dawson will field it at his own 25.
Lots of space.
He picks
for
the ball up. He has got a fair amount of space. He steps one man beautifully, and he's still on his feet.
He's
and he's still on his feet.
And
he's still on his feet and out
Great
at the
play.
37 yards.
36.
Wow! And just like that, that 15-yard penalty on the unsportsmanlike conduct. Lovely step there, steps out, and he goes again. Beautiful. But I say that, and that's where your indiscipline costs you.
Absolutely.
15-yard penalty on the kickoff.
So 3 minutes.
3 minutes
All
to go.
All they need is a field goal for overtime.
3 minutes, 36 yards. The way this...
that's 12 yards a minute. See, I did maths.
That's very... You're impressive.
Thank you.
For a farmer, that's very impressive. So here we go. 3 minutes, 7 left. Stirling 10, Durham 7. Brigham at quarterback takes that ball, and we will probably see a lot of that to run the clock down and try and gain ground. And Stirling bottled that one up for a gain of 4, though.
4, 5 yards.
Not till there's 4 yards taken up.
4 yards closer. I mean, they're not yet battling the clock quite. It's going to keep ticking. But
well, I think the clock is very much on Durham's side at the moment, with given the field position. So coming up on the 2-minute warning of the final 2 minutes of the final game of the university's season. Brigham hands the ball off this time, and Jürgen makes a cut, takes the official with him, and that's a first down. Rough in field goal range as well, I believe. Waxo, hey, the scoreboard is capable of double digits. We did it, boys. Yeah, we wondered for a while. We did wonder if it was up to 10 points is all we've got this afternoon, but no. We have a 1 and a 0 on the same team's board.
We paid extra.
It did cost us. It did cost us. We had to forego lunch for the benefit of that motion. So here we go, full house, and Smith the second has the ball to the left, and it's well tracked by 77 for Stirling. Andrea Pasquale again, mentioned his name a few times today.
Not always for a good reason, but he does seem to make the plays when they need him.
Positive contribution. Sorry, Steve? We're up to 1,109 views now on our stream. Thank you so much for supporting, joining in.
That is the 2-minute warning there.
You only have 2 minutes left.
That is the 2-minute warning.
2 minutes left of this game. I'm kind of hoping that Durham kick a field goal and we go to OT. Maybe we can get up to 2,000 streams. Our producer's chanting OT, OT. He's always been a bit of a weirdo. But I think it's due to his late nights in one of Nottingham's premier nightclub venues.
DJ Steve Matthews.
DJ Matthews. Here we go then. Brigham turns, he fakes.
Pass.
He's got the ball in his hand. He's got a man out there. There's no one there. He's popped the ball down to the middle and well broken up.
That was a very brave throw.
It was across the middle, and the flags come out, and that'll be pass interference. That will be called for pass interference. Number 59 for Stirling, Atambara George Ecoli appeared to have his hand on the shoulder of the intended receiver as he made that play.
Well, we'll see what they come out with.
Came out very late, but I can't see anything else other than that. Let's see what the official has to say.
Pass interference, number 59, Green. Spot foul, automatic first down.
I called it how I saw it with my one good eye.
And then nearly punched me in the face.
Ah, well. Oh, quite a back again. What would it take to get these announcers over to announce a game? They're fantastic. Hey, remind us where you are. Remind us where you are. We will come if you're in the States, and we can...
I hope that wasn't sarcastic.
No, we just had a whisper in our ear that that last tweet was sarcastic. I'm hoping not. You get in touch as Brigham takes the ball back up the middle. He's got pushing the pile, and he's still on his feet, and he goes down after a gain of 7-8 yards.
We should say, I think, that it's a little bit of British humour that we've got going on. That,
oh, yes, it is.
A lot of Americans don't quite...
Jolly. But no, in all seriousness, we
would love it.
If the price is right, or even if the price is wrong, we'll
be there.
In all seriousness, we are... OnSide Productions are trying to establish themselves, and just watch this play. Brigham takes the ball again. He's got
some space.
Room off to the right, but he's
to get
just
the spin move,
snagged.
but that's Pasquale again, I think, that's wrapped him up.
Along with George Icoli again, number 59. But no, we started this venture out nearly 2 years ago now. Yeah, we did a game on top of a transit van at Southglade Leisure Centre in Nottingham, the back end of Nottingham. And from there, we've sort of grown, and obviously OnSide Productions
has
formed out of what was Caesars TV, but Caesars TV will be running again this year, and we'll be bringing all of the Caesars home games, streaming them all live again, the Nottingham Caesars senior team.
At Harvey Haddon,
at Harvey Haddon Stadium. Indeed.
Home of the Caesars.
Also doing a Saturday night game, a Saturday evening game.
Falcons, yes, we are.
When the Nottingham Caesars travel to the Leicester Falcons. So that's going to be...
Let's not hedge our bets too much, but maybe we'll get BUCS finals. BUCS finals. We're here at BUCS finals.
Yes,
maybe we'll get BUCS finals next year.
I think we've done that already.
BAFA finals. That's the one we were going for.
The fantastic work, and we are here, and I will keep saying, we are here with the support of Double Coverage and EP Sports today, but obviously our production company, OnSide Productions, we do owe so much to Steve Matthews and his vision and his hard work putting this all together, and obviously the likes of Tom, who's sat alongside at the moment, and Alex, who's cameraing on the roof above our heads. Yes, it's a venture which is
a big game. I'm liking this. We've got some love. It's more love than I've had in a while.
Anyway, moving on. It's 3rd and 1.
So
at the Stirling 10-yard line, Brigham. That's a motion. That's okay. It's a legal motion. A legal motion as Brigham takes it up the middle. And
I think he might have come up short.
Looks like where the official's running in, he's going to be short with a minute left. Let's have a look on the replay. So I thought initially there was a false start by by the 2 upbacks, but no, they move up in motion, then reset, and Brigham goes straight up the middle, and he's been given first and goal.
Just barely.
So a minute left.
This is interesting.
A minute left. 9 yards stand between Durham and a national title as Brigham drops back. He rolls to his right, he gets bottled up, he's got his man, he's got Yergin, and Yergin gets, it's incomplete in fact. Ruled incomplete, couldn't hold on as the tackle came in.
Yeah,
here it is again.
Hit.
Good pressure again from that man, Pasquale, number 77.
And it was 59 there, George Icoli with the big hit to beat Yergin, stop him getting that grab.
But Pasquale making it difficult for...
fumble out of...
it's been classed as a fumble out of bounds. Okay, so he has gained maybe a yard or two, which brings up 2nd and goal from the 8.
We'll go down on Achilles' forced fumble stat line.
Pretty much probably going to be the similar again as Yergin follows his blockers, rolls to the left. There's a flag
on the play.
And in that vicinity, it's likely to be holding. Another flag comes out. Brigham has got himself into the end zone. We'll have a quick look at that again. Let's see if we can spot any of the flag here. Anything particular coming out there? Nothing particular that I could spot, whether it's a block in the back or whether it's... it's a chop block. So we couldn't hear that from the official, but the signal indicated that it's a chop block, an illegal chop block.
No, is that 15 yards?
It is. So they're back out now. 2nd and goal from the 24. In fact, it's a 10-yard penalty. 2nd and 4 from the 24.
25 seconds
25 seconds left. Either team are still in this game. Stirling trying to rouse their fans on the opposing sideline. Durham nervously watching from their sideline as the motion comes from Yergin again. Brigham drops back. He puts the ball up. He's got his man in the corner. And it's caught, but out of bounds.
17 there. Pridemore was the receiver Brigham was looking at, but it is out of bounds.
10 seconds on the clock.
Now,
yeah.
Do you run it or do you just kick it?
Surely from this position.
They are going for it. Brigham's still on the field.
This is hero or zero from a coaching perspective and a quarterback perspective.
So you might
and they've got a timeout. Quick pass. Maybe they're thinking 20-yard line. That's a sort of another 7. That's a 27. It's a 37, nearly a 40-yard field goal. So maybe let's try and get a few extra yards, take a timeout, and then kick the field goal. Let's see what happens. Brigham drops back again. He looks. Nothing doing there. He's got a man. He's staying behind the line. Oh, and that's incomplete. 4 seconds to go. So now
4 seconds on the clock.
Now they really have to attempt this field goal.
Well, this is it.
They have to
Make
attempt
or
the field
break.
goal. Again, it depends how much you are confident about your special teams unit. And at the beginning, while we were over the other side of the stadium, the special teams unit for Durham did look.
They have had a block kick.
They have. They
From
looked
a similar sort of position as well.
They looked very, very impressive.
Well, it does look
in
like the
pre-game.
kick team's coming on.
It is. So here it is. The National Championship, the BUCS 2017 National Championship Premiership title is on the line right here with this
For a
kick.
right-footed kicker, this is quite a difficult kick. He's got to kick it back across the field.
And we can barely see it, George.
I mean,
so here we go.
He's lined up on he's lined up on the 29.
And unfortunately, I still haven't got a name for the number 7 kicker for Durham. So it's either overtime. It's either overtime or it's glory for Stirling.
I mean, it's a big kick. 29 plus 17.
It's a fumble, no, and that's no good. And that will be the game for Stirling. And the bad snap, a bad hold. Unfortunately, number 16 for Durham, Donovan Swanepoel, could not secure the ball. And Stirling come through, take down the holder. The game is over. Here we go. Watch that snap again. It's a snap. He just dropped the ball. The snap wasn't bad. The snap wasn't too bad, but unfortunately, the holder ended up dropping the snap, and that is our game.
Wow. Stirling have gone absolutely berserk.
And understandably so, and rightly so. They had their 4th national championship to their programme's history.
I mean, what a great game of football.
Well,
defensively.
I know we said about there not being many points and whether the scoreboard was broken or whatever it may well have been, but a game like that coming down to the wire, that was a fantastic fitting end to what has been an incredible season of Uniball.
Now, interestingly, if Durham had have won this game, with the controversy that's surrounded them with Bonner and the performance-enhancing drugs, if they had have won, you know, how do you feel that would have affected the league and what people thought of BUCS and how it was run?
It's difficult because obviously.
I mean, we're not in that situation now, so we don't need to. But you know, it's a very controversial thing if they had have pulled the win.
It is, and I'll be perfectly honest, as much as we've sort of researched for this game today and we've had a look at various bits and bobs, I don't know enough about the Durham situation to be able to comment too in-depth and without causing offence to any party.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, anytime, I think it's testament in a way to Durham in the fact they have been able to fight back.
Yeah.
And yes, other teams they came across in the playoffs who maybe would have expected a weaker opponent due to the seeding.
Yeah.
They may have a little bit of an issue with that. But at the end of the day, Durham, they may well have infringed, it fractured the rules in some case, but they've still then done what they've been asked to do and come through the games they've been asked to come.
Absolutely.
And it's not like, again, it's not like this has been a blowout victory in any stretch.
No, absolutely not. No.
So,
I think they thoroughly deserve to be here. Brigham obviously really stepped up as the second-string quarterback at the start of the season to do what he's done today. I mean, quite where you give an MVP to today.
Well, I was thinking that, and for me, there are a couple of plays that really stand out, that really spark that Stirling comeback. And if I'm honest, it's Nathaniel Prince.
Yeah.
With the sideline catch.
2 great grabs.
The sideline catch, which really gave the momentum back. But then again, the defense for Stirling, the defense really stepped up when they needed to.
Pasquale, stepped up. He had a few mistakes, penalty-wise, disciplinary-wise, in the first half, but really stepped up when they needed him, both on offense and defense.
In theory as well. 2 block kicks. That score could easily be 13-10 Durham.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So, but we always say, anybody who's involved with this game, it's a game of inches. And you don't lose these games by a great deal, particularly tight games.
So come on, who's your MVP vote for them?
Campbell's had a massive impact.
Absolutely. That was one of the best runs I've ever seen.
And I think, based on that fact that he's carried the load, as much as Prince and Dene have led the team and made big plays when it's counted, for me, consistently, it's going to go to the Stirling running back, Thomas Campbell, number 2 for Stirling. We'll see whether or not the people who make these decisions
Skybox agrees with us.
Yeah.
But if I'm inclined to agree. He's carried the load and he's helped them drive forward. Certainly in the first and second quarter to do what they did.
Indeed. So, a fantastic end to the Uniball season, as the teams continue with their handshakes, and obviously Durham will be bitterly disappointed, and Stirling the opposite, adding that 4th
It's
crown.
going to be a long trip back for Durham.
Oh, unfortunately so.
Stirling's further north, so.
But it won't seem too bad.
They might stop at the same McDonald's on the way home as well. You never know.
These guys are athletes.
And everybody likes McDonald's.
Oh, okay.
Or Burger King, or KFC, or any other fast food restaurant. I suppose as we're broadcasting, we're supposed to say that now. But
yes. But no, a fantastic finale to what has been an incredible day of football, really.
Yeah.
We've been lucky enough to be here for OnSide Productions in association with Double Coverage and EP Sports. First thing this morning, we witnessed Leeds Beckett Carnegie overhauling the Portsmouth Destroyers by a score of 28-7. We then have seen an epic struggle. And we really didn't know which way it was going right until that last play.
No, and it could so easily have gone the other way.
And when you think Durham were that close to the end zone and the penalties pushed them back, and we've seen Stirling come out victorious in the Premiership National BUCS Final for 2017 by a score of 10-7. So we're going to have a short break and hand over to the team down on the field, who will take you through the medal ceremony and the presentation of the National Championship Trophy. You'll then join us once again, where we'll try and catch a few interviews with both head coaches down pitch side. So once again, the result from Sixways of the 2017 BUCS National Premiership Final is the Stirling Clansmen 10, the Durham Saints 7. We will catch you in a few minutes.
thought he'd just stick it right between us.
So you join us down on the field here at the conclusion of the BUCS National Championship Final. What a game.
Yeah, what a game.
What a finish.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better game to watch, really, could you? And we've just seen Stirling absolutely explode. They're over the moon, aren't they? Really are.
We mentioned, and we had some tweets in commentary about the fact that the scoreboard might not have been working properly. Touchdowns few and far between.
I mean, what do you say? Because obviously both defences were working pretty well. There were mistakes on both sides of the ball that sort of got them into that situation, sort of saved the defence on occasion. But at the same time, they all stepped up when they needed to. Final score was 10-7. There were 2 blocked field goals, which could have made a huge difference if either one of them went in. But what a game, what a finale. You know, you could not have asked for a better ending to that game.
Sometimes low-point scoring games are dull.
Yeah.
Not much happening. That game, the ball was moving from end to end.
Yeah, absolutely. There were some electric plays in there. We talk about Thomas Campbell, who we that was our vote for MVP. They've given it to Done, which is fine. He did a great job. But you know, Campbell had some absolutely electric plays. Nathaniel Prince on the grab, that sideline grab was fantastic. And the same for Durham's side of the ball. You know, their quarterback made some serious moves, and Dawson got some moves in.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are privileged to be joined by winning head coach.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let me give you the mic. Your thoughts? What a fantastic finish.
It's been a fantastic season. It's been a very difficult season. The level of competition is really, really high, and I'm so proud of these guys. What they did. We're playing an amazing number of talented players, you know.
Sure.
And the number of times we managed to step up in the important area in the red zone, it's something I'm very proud of the guys.
Well, that's something we mentioned, that both teams moved the ball almost at will, and then in the red zone, both certified and penalties and...
Yeah, we committed too many penalties, so they're still going to get a rant on Wednesday.
So you guys have obviously played each other twice in the regular season. Yes. How did you adjust to them today?
We tried to do what we do. For 2 weeks we were trying to do our thing. The second game we played against them, it was a very close match that we lost in the last second, in the last few minutes, and I was actually, my little hair was all like this because I was.
It's all right. We all know that.
I was like, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. But no, the guys step up, and yeah, we just did what we do.
Fourth championship for the university.
Fourth.
What does this mean to Stirling and the university, but also maybe the city?
We are always proud of representing our university. Our university has a fantastic system around us. They give us all the support we need, and this is a great thing for us when we can represent university. And Stirling is playing several finals in BUCS as well over the last couple of weeks, so this is a fantastic thing.
So looking forward to next season then. Well, I know but it's coming around the corner.
All right.
How many of these players do you lose this year, and how do you go about recruiting?
We have 6 seniors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
and we're working
fairly young squad this year then.
Yes, last year was a very, 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 very young squad. The year before we lost about 8 seniors or 9. 4-day season, we lost those seniors plus people that didn't come back. And so yeah, it is a young team. So we still have a few of them for next year.
Well, we'll won't keep you any longer than we have to. Let you go and celebrate with your team. Thank you ever so much for providing a fantastic spectacle for the end of the season.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your support of OnSide Productions and emailing us all the details. And hopefully, if you get a chance to watch the video back, you'll
forward
enjoy
to that,
it.
yes.
But congratulations once
Thank
again,
you very
Coach.
much. Thanks
Have
so
a great
much.
off-season.
Thank you, Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you back here next year.
Thank you very
Thanks very much. Head coach Victor Pereira there from the Stirling Clansmen, and I think that just it's a warning shot almost to the rest
absolutely.
of the
I mean,
League.
to have such a young squad that's just come off the back of a national championship, I think look out north, here comes trouble once more.
Moving forward, is the north that much more dominant than the south in uniball?
Well, you look at it. You look at the south as well. You've got obviously Lions who won it last year. Strong outfit. I know they lost a lot of guys this year, and they narrowly lost to the Braves. But looking at it this year, the north has been stronger than the south. But you've got Hurricanes who are consistently there. Birmingham strong. It'd be interesting to see what happens next year. Obviously, you've got the Destroyers moving up. And
Leeds.
Leeds moving up, but Destroyers in the south. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. And like every year, there is only one aim in the Premiership, and that is to win it.
Absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see what the teams come out with and how they go about playing their football next year.
Well, I'm sure you'll agree it's been a fantastic day of finals action here at Sixways Stadium. I don't think we could have asked for much more from either game. A fantastic finish to the Premiership final,
brilliant.
and also a real Stirling, not to make a pun, but a fantastic Stirling effort from both Leeds and Portsmouth in the Division 1 game. Before we leave, I'd just like to pass on again our thanks to OnSide Productions and the whole team, Steve Matthews and all his team. Also double coverage and EP Sports who have helped us to put this production on this afternoon. The weather here has been fantastic. The hosts at Sixways have been incredible. We thank you for joining us and for setting a new record for Britball in terms of over 1,200 viewers at one point during that game. So we thank you once again, and we wish you farewell from Sixways.
Good afternoon.
This is Rich McGinnis, and this is the Pro Football Hall of Fame Academy. I spent the last 2 years with some of the great football minds in the country and asked them, what is it that we've got to tell our young athletes, both high school and youth, and how do we deliver it? So this is the result of that, with some great NFL coaches, some hungry athletes with a 3.5-day experience that I think will be second to none to these kids as far as kind of no one doing it like this.
Having Sam White, here, head coach, Chris Palmer, head coach, Chuck Bresnahan is a long-time defensive coordinator in the National Football League, a lot of ex-players. But I think at the end of the day, it's all about teaching. The kids learn how to listen, they learn how to take it in, and hopefully they become better football players after this camp.
So today the athletes checked in. They then did a great tour of the Hall of Fame, a guided tour to see some of the great athletes who played the game and hopefully got a little inspired.
But to be actually in the area where they've been and being in an area where they're actual worn jerseys and cleats and stuff, it's just amazing being a part of the history that they've been a part of.
When I first saw NFL Hall of Fame, I was like, whoa, they're contacting me. Yeah, we're gonna go to that because I'm getting a lot more insight than I ever have. I've been playing since first grade, and I feel like I'm really getting some knowledge here.
Coaching is the best I've ever had.
The amount of effort they put into the sessions is phenomenal.
We're able to give a level of instruction that these players aren't typically used to.
Everything we already thought we previously knew, getting turned upside down. Yeah. Gotta get the fast shot. There it is.
Hello Britball Nation and welcome to our live coverage from Sixways Stadium, Worcester. We at DC hope you're enjoying the stream and just wanted to take a moment of your time to ask you, the British American football community, for your support to make live events like this one happen all the more often. Over the past 6 months we've made some big changes here at DC, not only updating and upgrading the site but expanding the ways we cover the game, the amount of content we're able to bring you and the different formats and events we're able to share with you all. So far as we're concerned, this is only the very beginning. We've got so many more plans of further ways we want to show off and add to the wonderful things going on in our sports community, but the reality is we're going to need your help to get there. We've gone from producing maybe 3 pieces of content per week to averaging about 3 pieces of original content a day during the height of the season, and even that's not truly enough to keep track of everything that's going on around our sport and our community. Everything we produce is accessible completely free of charge and created by the hard work of those with a passion for the game. And we're not looking for that to change anytime soon. However, if we want to keep it going, or ideally even expand into new content, more exciting in-depth coverage and promotion of the game, we need your help. We know this sport is far from well funded and we're not looking to become internet millionaires anytime soon. We just want to be able to keep working towards the growth of the game. We've worked hard to improve our coverage and we know from the many kind words of thanks we've received over recent months that many of you really do appreciate the effort we've put in. Okay, now maybe not everyone's the biggest fan of double coverage and we know we've rubbed people the wrong way over the years. But we'd also like to think we've gotten to know many of you a bit better in recent months as we've headed out across the nation, and we're pretty sure that those of you that have given us a chance have seen that the core of DC and our ever expanding team is a true love of the British game. All that said, the stark reality is we're reaching a point where there comes a choice between double coverage and zero coverage. We want to keep doing what we do, and else we want to do more of it. And so if you want the same, we'd ask you to head to gofundme.com/dblcoverage. There you'll see we've shared the hopes, goals and plans that we have for the site and for the sport in general. And if you think there's something you can get behind, well, we'd really appreciate if you can chip in whatever you can afford to allow DC to take the next step forwards in our coverage of the game. All that said, we'll let you get back to the big games at Sixways, and in the meantime, play hard, play safe, and go check out gofundme.com/dblcoverage and see if you like what you read.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.